All right, guys, welcome in. It is Thursday. One series ended last night, and it wasn't necessarily the one I expected to end. The Blue Jays get it done, much to my dismay. I had the Yankees, but I also had the Tigers, who forced a Game 5. So a split for me yesterday. Brian Leonard, I think you might have hit a 5% play yesterday. How was your day?
I did. I had the team total over in the first 5 for Toronto, and I thought I was going to win it in the first inning. They got a run. They had a runner at third base with less than 2 out, and I believe it was less than 2 out, and didn't get him in. Then I had to wait all the way to the 5th inning, and the bottom of the order for the Blue Jays, including the one guy that Brad had talked about yesterday, had another huge day for the Blue Jays. I didn't say who won the player of the. Do they do a player? The MVP of the series, but it should have been him. He hit like 683, I think, in the series, like the third baseman.
What about you, TB? How'd it go yesterday?
Yeah, I went 3-1. I had the Phillies. We talked about it on the show. In divisional playoffs, man, nobody should be minus 200. Nobody. They're not the Miami Marlins, man. They just aren't. But I took them plus 1.5 to be safe. I was kind of surprised they won by a margin. I figured they would lose by 1, but they ended up winning. And I won a couple of team totals. I think I had the Cubs first 5 over, and I had the Mariners first 5 over. So those were all good. Outs props are so tricky in the playoffs. I had Nola. It was 8.5. I thought 3 innings, man. And I talked about it on the show yesterday. Nola had finished 6 innings in 6 out of 7 of his last starts, including a playoff start. So I was just surprised they took him out so early. But when it could be your last game of the season, you're willing to throw the kitchen sink, and that's what they did. They ended up putting Ranger Suarez in, and so I lost that one. But yeah, 3-1's all right. So that's how my day went. I have a 5% play today. Congrats to Brian on his 5% win. I know they're kind of rare for him. So you had the over, right?
First 5 over. I had him on our parlay, the full game over, and I was able to get there too. So just a different way to play it. I don't like to do that most of the time, but I thought that was a good offensive game plan for Toronto, and the numbers I thought were really low. So and it worked out that way. We've had a lot of success, 22-5 now on 4 and 5 star plays in Major League Baseball, and I think we won 5 straight 5%ers in baseball. So cannot complain at all. Looking forward to today's games.
Yeah, we had so the baseball gods have blessed us with 2 games. Of course, we could have had 0. We could have had 0 if the games went differently yesterday. Both of the teams playing today needed a win to extend the series. TB, great call on the Phillies. That's where we're going to start the first game of the day. So for me, I unfortunately ruined our parlay with Dodgers, but I would say this is the least, for me personally, it's the least invested I've been in any of the 4 series. I think it's because, I over the weekend I talked about wanting to find a spot to play the Dodgers. Couldn't find that perfect spot. It ended up being the spot to do it was game 1 and game 2. Of course, they come back for game 3. I got to be honest. That was the series, Brian Leonard, that I figured would be done after yesterday. I just didn't feel like the Phillies got off the mat. Of course, you see Aaron Nola. I had no faith in him whatsoever. And, but credit to, and this is what I'll make this point every time we do this show for the rest of the year. Regular season, playoffs, very different. Starting pitching, the way you might handicap a starting pitcher in the regular season, totally irrelevant. What Nola did in the regular season, irrelevant. If Zach Wheeler was on this team, Aaron Nola might not be on this roster. He wouldn't sniff a playoff start. So that didn't surprise me at all. Props to the Phillies bringing in Ranger Suarez, and he pitched well. And, they capitalized on their opportunity, and suddenly these 5-game series, Brian, this is like they can change on a dime. Suddenly we go 2-0, and it looks like they're dead and buried. They get 1 win, and now they're back with Christopher Sanchez in a game that looks pretty even to me. So Phillies-Dodgers, how are you seeing this one?
Yeah, it should be a good one. And the line tells you that. Glass now is going for the Dodgers. Sanchez, the lefty for Philadelphia. He's been their ace this season and expect good things from him. Glass now, when pitching healthy, he's been very good, but he's had a strange season. Glass right now is about a 125. Let's say 125 favorite here, 7.5 to the over, or you can get. I see a couple of eights to the under out there, which is pretty low for a Dodgers game. But we've got two starters that are very good when they are on. Christopher Sanchez obviously had a hell of a season. 2.5 ERA, 3.02 expected, 1.06 WHIP. Everything he does is league average or better, and he's just a terrific pitcher. He's been great all season long. I won't go over his numbers, but I will say he only throws 3 pitches, and he throws a sinker, his change, and a slider. If he adds another pitch in the offseason, and that's probably what they'll do, I think he can get to the next level if he has at least one more pitch where he can keep people off. At this point, when you throw your sinker, almost half the time, people can look for certain things. His change, he does very well, 37% of the time, and his slider, 17. But he's been terrific all season long, and I expect nothing more than that here. He's been very good. Tyler Glass now, 3.19 ERA, 3.25 expected, 1.10 WHIP. Still has problems. He can't get the chase rate. He's first percentile in baseball with the chase rate. That is a concern. And his walk rate is 7th percentile. So you would have to, as much as I like Glass now in his career, 3.74 ERA, and 1.15 WHIP shows that he's very good. The pitching edge, I think, is with Philadelphia in this one. And when you look at Philadelphia's bullpen, they did use some players yesterday, but Kerkering, 11 pitches, Banks 1, Walker and Suarez. Suarez, obviously the starter, went 72 pitches, but Walker 18, another starter. So they're really set up very well in the bullpen. So they should be able to throw everybody out there. From the Dodgers standpoint, from their bullpen, also trying and pitch 10 again. I don't know why they could. I'll leave it at that. I don't know why they continue to pitch him, but Dreyer, Banda, and even Kershaw got in the game yesterday. So they should be pretty set on bullpens too. Even though the line is low at 7.5, that would be the way I would look at this with the intensity of the game, with Philadelphia having to win to continue on. As much as I like the hitters on both these teams, the pitchers line up very well right here. So you can get that under 8 for minus 113 at certain places out there. I see Heritage has got it right now. That would be the way that I would look in this one. Nothing's jumping out of me in baseball today. I may end up passing, but I'm going to give that Philadelphia Dodgers game a look at the under. Is probably the only way I'm going to look at this game.
Quick promo, guys. WagerTalk lets us put out our MLB plays at $9. Anything less than a 5% play will go out for $9. I have a 5% play up today, but it's at regular price. And let me put a nail in the Yankees coffin here. A lot of comments here. I've been critical of Judge. I don't think he's overrated. He is a generational talent, no doubt about it. But the fact is, in these playoffs, despite all of his hits, only one of the games he made a difference in the score. So he got a lot of hits when they were down 13-0. So I really don't count those. Sorry. That's my opinion. I think the Yankees just were a bad team. Dropped the ball too much, unreliable pitchers, and that was the Yankees' fate. So they're gone. So fortunately, we don't have to hear about the historically great Yankees. On to this game. Two really good pitchers. I have Sanchez ranked number 3 out of every starting pitcher. That's like 250 guys. I have him ranked number 3 on the season. But like Brian said, playoffs are different. The playoffs are a different animal. Or was it Adam that said that? We all know that, though. Playoffs are a different animal. But Sanchez has good numbers against these batters, but they're not great numbers. They're just kind of good. What does he have here? He's got a 244 average against and a 691 OPS. So those are both numbers that I would consider slightly below the Mendoza line, which is good for a pitcher. And Glasnow also slightly below Mendoza line numbers, 246 average against and a 741 OPS. So those are both low. It's really hard to take an under. Here because these are two of the best lineups in baseball, and the Dodgers probably have the best 6, 7, 8, 9 now that Will Smith is back. Edman actually hit a home run yesterday, which I wasn't expecting. But I'm never going to take an under with these two lineups. I just can't do it. The bullpen's also slightly unreliable, although the Dodgers got some improvement since the playoff came and Sasaki's out there. But you can always rely, or you never feel easy when you take a Dodgers under or even Dodgers on the money line in a tight game, because the manager just makes dumb decisions like he did the other night, putting Trinan in. I don't blame him for putting him in last night. But the night before that, in a really tight game, tight situation, not a good decision. So you're always on pins and needles. I don't know which way to go in this one, to be honest. And let me make a comment on Ohtani. You guys are saying, oh, Judge is bad, but Ohtani's great. Ohtani's struggling a little bit, but what's Judge's ERA and how many strikeouts has he thrown this season? Just tell me that. Ohtani is just a different animal. He's a unicorn. I don't think it's pressure or anything. It's just batters go up and down, and he's just down right now. He has hit a home run in the playoffs. But yeah, Ohtani's a little cold. Despite him being cold, the Dodgers are still in the driver's seat. So just imagine if Ohtani gets hot, how dominant they will be. I can't pick a side in this one, though, and I can't pick an over-under. So that's my long-winded way of saying I don't know in this game. Sorry.
I just want one comment about Ohtani. He hasn't had to pitch last year, which is why he had such a terrific season. Now he's got the time that he would be using in the batting cage. He's got to worry about pitching now. So, yes, offensively, it's a step back, but still the advantages of him being a starting pitcher, and he's a very good one, or something that we just haven't seen. And he's, like you said, he's a generational talent. And from the Judge standpoint, who would have been the Yankees MVP for hitters in the playoffs so far? Would it have been Judge?
That's what I've got pulled up. I mean, Aaron Judge hit 500 and a 1273 OPS in the playoffs. I mean, incredible.
Yeah.
The rest of the team was awful. That there's not another guy on that team that had a decent playoffs. Maybe Paul Goldschmidt. Paul Goldschmidt would have been like your next best, and he was like in a borderline platoon, right? Like, because they were kind of flipping him and Rice around sometimes. So yeah, the Boone awful, gonna have to move on from him. Why did Jackson Dominguez not get an at bat until the 9th inning last night? Right? I mean, of course he comes up, hits a bullet, but they want to force Austin Wells out there, and Volpe's a disaster. He's going to keep that seat warm for our guy George Lombard, and then they can send him to the moon as well. Yeah, the Yankees are awful. You're right. That's an overrated team, but let's not slander Aaron Judge on this show. He's the best player in the league. It's not close. Ohtani would
after
be
Ohtani, he's the best player. Yeah,
Ohtani and Judge. There's no one else in the conversation right now.
Yes, but none of his hits
who else
matter.
would be? Who else do you put in the conversation? Who else would be on the same stratosphere as Ohtani?
Big Dumper is having.
Yeah, Cal. Okay. He's had a tremendous
Schwarber, next level down maybe, but yeah, none of Judge's hits mattered except the last game. But yeah,
I mean it's irrelevant because it's not going to help us.
It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
Irrelevant though, because this is a betting show and that doesn't really help us cash tickets. So let's get back to this game. The only again, I'll go back to the beginning of the handicap here. This series for me personally, just the least I've been invested in any of the four. I doubt I'll have a bet here. I think I agree with TB in the respect that I'd love to somehow get money on Christopher Sanchez. I don't know if I want to do it in the context of needing a Phillies full game win. But when I look at the two starting pitchers, so I don't know if this is a plus or a positive or a negative, but they really they struggled with Suarez yesterday. So that wrinkle of bringing in Ranger Suarez after Nola seemed to quiet the Dodgers offense down a little bit. Now, Christopher Sanchez is like a far better sort of version of Suarez in a lot of ways, where it's like, you're going to get the lefty, which maybe the Dodgers struggle with. Now, having Will Smith back helps them a ton against left-handed pitching, but I have more faith in Suarez than Glasnow right now. So outside of that, I'm with you, TB. It's splitting hairs between these two teams, but Glasnow this year, of course, he's another guy that had to come off of injury. When he hasn't had his command, it's not been great. Like, he's put guys on. The fact that he doesn't get a ton of swing and miss out of the zone is a little bit concerning. And then again, it's not, to me, it wouldn't be a concern in the context of like a regular season start. But when you're in the playoffs and everything's magnified, I think Christopher Sanchez is the starter I would prefer here. So I say maybe like Christopher Sanchez props, whatever props are correlated to him. Maybe a Phillies first 5. I didn't even look at that. What can you let me check the price on like Phillies first 5. Are they going to give you the half run or no? Are they giving you the half run at like anything reasonable here? Should have looked before we were doing the show, but we got time.
Yeah.
There's only 2 games.
Well, you can get Philadelphia with just straight up at 110 is the best number out there right now at the South Point. But
they are. I mean, you can get that half a run for minus 130, maybe minus 135. It looks like. I'm not saying that that's like the best bet in the world from a price standpoint, but I could see them at least holding serve through the first 5 innings. Glasnow, Suarez here. And I don't know which bullpen gives it up, to be honest with you. This is a tough game. I likely won't have a play, but I think there is some value in Christopher Sanchez stuff. First 5, maybe an outs over. This is one where I could see him kind of it being his game to an extent. I think he is one of the guys that maybe has earned the right a little bit here, especially knowing that they're going to have a game 5 coming up. So that would be how I would play it. Okay. Anyone else have, because we have the time, does anyone have anything to add on Phillies Dodgers before we move on here?
Nope.
All right. Heading to the night game, heading to Wrigley Field. This one we've got, I guess, a little bit of unknown with what the teams are going to do here. Brian Leonard, do we have official pitching announcements for either of these two teams yet?
I haven't seen it. There's been talk about bringing some guys back short on rest, and I don't like that. So for this one, I don't see anything right now. From a bullpen standpoint, Milwaukee's bullpen looks like they're in pretty good shape. Let me take a look at the Cubs.
I read, but I don't know how reliable what I read was, but it's looking like the Brewers, there's a possibility they'll start Peralta on 4 days rest.
Yeah.
And it's also possible that the Cubs will start Boyd. So, but that's not set by any means. I would agree with Milwaukee starting Peralta, but we'll get to that in a minute, I guess. I don't know if they will or not, but Milwaukee's bullpen sure has been hot as hell, haven't they?
So just looks really good here, but
Yeah.
the Cubs bullpen, the Cubs used all their best relievers yesterday. Palencia 15, Kittredge 18, Keller 19, Thielbar 11, and Pomerantz 15. Now they didn't pitch the game before that or the day before that, but I would think having to use those guys gives Milwaukee a little bit of an edge in the bullpen. And if it is the pitcher that you had mentioned, I think that's an edge for Milwaukee because, as I've talked about the situation with the Cubs with Boyd, he's run out of gas. It's clear he's run out of gas, and they keep bringing him in here on short. That's just a disaster waiting to happen. They should have kept more starters on their playoff roster. If he does pitch, they may only pitch him an inning or 2. So, at the current line right now, we're looking at Milwaukee about a 115 favorite, total of 7. Based on that, if we do get those 2 starting pitchers, I think Milwaukee has an advantage here. But without the knowledge of that, knowing who's going to go, I can't make a major comment. But like I said, neither one of these games is jumping out at me today. So I'll likely pass on this one.
This could be a short show. Let me just expound a little bit on what I was saying. I think I agree with Brian. The Cubs bullpen's a little bit spent. Milwaukee's bullpen has been hot. If Milwaukee starts Peralta, I think they have a huge advantage. He held them down pretty good in his last start against them. Boyd was yanked after 2 outs against the Brewers his last start. And he gave up 6 runs against them in a start earlier, I think in July 29th or so, around there. Or was it? Yeah, July. So, I mean, some people in the comments are saying the Brewers are just toying with the Cubs. No, I don't think that's the case. The Cubs are a good team. Look, when you get to the divisional series, nobody is the White Sox here. Every team is good. Every team can win. No team at all should be a minus 200 at this point in the season. Even if you have Nolan Ryan against, I don't know, who am I trying to think of? That fat guy from Aruba. What was his name? Who pitched for the Orioles? Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
God, I can't remember his name. He's like the worst pitcher I ever saw. Big fat guy from Aruba who pitched for and then he went to the Yankees about 20 years ago. You guys don't know who I'm talking about. Okay, anyways, not Bartolo Colon. It was the big white guy from Aruba. Anyways, the name will come to me in a minute. But even in that situation, you shouldn't be a minus 200. So I think Milwaukee has a huge advantage here. Sidney Ponson. Thank you, Tessie. Yes, Sidney Ponson is the guy I was thinking of. Exactly. Anyways, I think the Brewers have an advantage here, but the Cubs are going to be backs to the wall. Now, I am not as much of a situational capper as like a guy like Marco. So I don't think backs to the wall really means that much at this point, because when you're out there trying to hit a ball, you're not thinking, oh, my team's down 3-1. I better hit this harder than I did yesterday. You're not thinking like that. You're just thinking, I have to hit the ball. You have a ceiling of a limited ability, and every player does. And you do your best to hit the ball on a certain day. So I'm not much of that back against the wall kind of thing. I think that works in college sports, but I don't think that really works in pro sports. That's just my opinion. So I think the Brewers have a big advantage here. Their team total's 3.5. I think that's a little light. The only thing that concerns me is they're on the road. But Cubs bullpen's a little spent. Maybe a Brewers team total might be a way to go here. 3.5 seems a little light to me.
I guess the problem, it's not a bad problem to have. The Brewers are up 2-1 in this series, but like, to me, it's clear that it's going to be Matthew Boyd for the Cubs. He'll be on normal rest. He threw 30 pitches before they took him out of that game on Saturday. So right, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's his 5th day. He threw 30 pitches in his last start. So regardless of the only reason to not start Matthew Boyd here is if you have no confidence in Matthew Boyd. Like, that would be the reason not to start him, not that he's on short rest, because he's not on short rest. Like, the guy that would be on short rest would be well, I guess he's not even really on short rest either, because they had the extra day off. So this will, like, right, it's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I'm pretty confident that's what you're going to see for the matchup. No one's on short rest because they had the extra off day. So they played Saturday and they were the game 1 starters. The National League had the off day on Sunday because they want to spread out the games and where they are on the TV. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, both starters are on regular rest. I don't understand why they wouldn't be the starter in this game. Like, why has that not been announced yet? Like, no one's pitching on short rest. That was in my head. I was like, oh, well, they pitched Sunday, but they haven't. They pitched Saturday. It's Thursday. That's right. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday would be the 5th day. So why I don't really get that whole. Go ahead.
Quick comment. In the article I read that said Peralta could be a likely starter. Somehow, now I don't know how the actual math or how the calendar works out, but they said if they save him for a possible game 5, then it works out perfectly for him to start game 1 of the next series. Now, I don't know the math or there's
no way that can't be possible.
I wasn't sure how reliable
it would be if he starts tonight if he starts tonight, it might work out for him to start game 2. No, these series are going to start on like Sunday or Monday. There's no gap.
Yeah.
And this isn't the NBA. There's no
When I
gap
read
in the
that, it
schedule.
didn't make a
They
lot of
go
sense
right
to
to the
me.
next. They go right.
It didn't
to the
make
next
a lot of
series.
sense when I read it, but
so.
Anyways, yeah, I think they should start him today and just put the nail in the coffin. Yeah,
I can't understand what why you wouldn't start either of those guys unless you're because again, the only thing I can think of is the Brewers are sitting there like they would theoretically be in a bullpen game in game 5 if Peralta doesn't get it done here, because you're going to probably be in the Ashby Mizorowski type setup again like you were in game 2. But I don't know that would be, what are you going to do? What are you going to just go bullpen game here? You probably couldn't use Mizorowski the way you would want to because he threw on Monday 50 some odd pitches. So to me, it's a no brainer. I think you're going to see Peralta, Boyd. I'm going to right now I'm handicapping this game as if those two are the starters. I think that's what you're going to see. I'm with you, Brian. Boyd hasn't been as sharp second half, but I mean, I don't know that okay, so here's the other thing. I think the Cubs might be less committed to Boyd in this game than the Brewers will be to Peralta. So it's if you're the Brewers and you're up 2-1 in the series and you know that game 5 is going to be essentially a mix of Ashby, because remember, Woodruff I don't think is on the roster at all.
No,
so if you're going to go to game 5 at home and you know it's going to be Ashby, Mizorowski, I do think the Brewers need to a little bit manage this game with the back of their head being okay, we have to have all the big guns lined up the way we want to for game 5, because we don't really have a guy that we don't know exactly who it's going to be, right? So it's going to be maybe Ashby as the opener, maybe Mizorowski for 3 or 4 innings. To me, whereas this game, it's for the Cubs, all right, we'll start with Matthew Boyd, and then we'll kind of go from there and we'll unload just to keep this going. They are at home. So it really, this to me, the handicap cap is very how much do you trust Freddie Peralta? He's been their ace. They did just see him. So that's the key here. If the Cubs can get to Peralta, they probably win this game, because I don't think the Brewers would. I think they'd be very careful with who they use after Peralta, knowing that they're going to need their best 4 or 5 relievers to win game 5. That really creates an interesting wrinkle in this game to me. The fact that that's probably how it's going to play out. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Cubs pitching situation. I agree. I think Boyd will be on a lesser leash here, and based on the way he's pitched, and the only other starters they've used is Imanaga, who's been terrible, and Tyon, who's actually been pretty good for them coming down the stretch. But they do have guys that have started in the past. They have Soroka, Savali, Ray, and Brown. Ray pitched 60 pitches on Monday, so he won't be there. But you've got Soroka, Savali, and Brown who could come in and give you some extended numbers. Wouldn't it be ironic if Aaron Savali comes in and shuts down his former team that wouldn't let him start and sends this game to the fifth game in the series? That would be funny. It would be great for Savali. Not so great for the Brewers, but just an interesting way to look at this game.
One interesting thing also about Peralta, he has great numbers against the Cubs in his career, but his away numbers, quite a big dichotomy between his home and away. His home numbers are just unreal, and his away numbers are 3.7 ERA, not great, but you can live with the 3.7 ERA if your hitters are hitting the ball. Another thing about Boyd, you mentioned that the Cubs will probably have a short leash on him. Well, he got 2 outs the last game before they took him out. So he got pulled in the first inning. So yeah.
Yeah, but that's because he was ineffective though.
Yeah,
that's because
he gave up two earned. It's a quick leash though. I mean, 2 earned for a starter. Usually you leave him in the regular season, but yeah, it's the playoffs. So
well, I also think the Cubs maybe did that because they knew they were going to be in this spot, right? They had to because they knew they don't have Cade Portman. So they had to think all right, I'm sure that was the game plan. Hey, we fall behind a little bit here. We're just going to I guarantee you that was all discussed, and it's like, okay, we need to just make Boyd our game 4 starter. He only threw 30 pitches, so he's again, both these guys are on normal rest here, but Peralta had his normal start last time out. So again, like I think, he shut the Cubs down earlier this year. Last time he faced them, 6 innings. What the Cubs got to him previously, so it's an interesting game. Probably it is a tough sort of handicap because when Peralta's on, he's an ace. The Cubs have seen him plenty, which can help an offense. Like you see a guy enough, especially like the Cubs, a lineup like the Cubs, like they can get to just about anyone they see repeatedly. And in these types of spots, I think I like how this sets up for the Cubs a little bit better, just because they're going to be so quick to get away from Boyd if they have to. Maybe creates a little bit of a dynamic like you saw with the Jays last night, which seemed to work for them. I'm not saying it's going to work here, but it could be a similar mentality. It's an interesting
comment.
What sucks Cubs didn't have Horton. Yeah, I mean, that was huge. Like that, I kind of said it before these series. I didn't think the Cubs could really win this series without Horton, and I didn't think the Phillies could win their series without Wheeler. Like starting pitching, they're unicorns these days. Like good starters. Not many teams have them, and you need them in the playoffs. You really do. Like you need to have a couple of good starting pitchers that can go 6-7 innings in the playoffs, or it's tough to win a playoff series. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I read an article that Cade Horton, if the Cubs continue on in the playoffs, he may be available, which at one point I thought he was completely out. So that's something to look forward to if you're a Cubs fan. He may be back. Who knows if he'll be fully healthy, but he gives them another quality arm.
And we're talking about how much of a unicorn it is to have a good starting pitcher who can give you 5 good innings. Ohtani can do that, and he can be number 2 in MLB in home runs. So stop with this Ohtani is overrated, complete BS talk in the chat.
I don't know why anyone would call Ohtani or Judge overrated.
They say Albert Pujols is better than Ohtani. I asked, what's Albert Pujols' ERA? Seriously, come on.
Pujols was a great player, but
Pujols was a great hitter. Absolutely. And base stealer in his prime.
Not a good runner, especially in his elderly years. But
I mean, if you want to talk who was the best in their prime, I mean, Mike Trout was the best 5-tool player in his prime, probably. I mean, he's one of them. You could go back to the 70s, but I mean, stop saying Ohtani's overrated. Just stop.
Good comment here from Steve. Yeah, PCA and Tucker have good numbers against Peralta. That also makes sense. I thought PCA was going to be the guy that really stepped up in the playoffs for the Cubs. Like I felt like it was coming for him. I don't have his numbers in front of me for the for like the playoffs thus far. I know he's had a couple big hits, but we could start going into maybe some props, like maybe a good day for a PCA prop. He's only got a 454 OPS in the postseason. That's not very good. I feel like he is like mega due for a big hit, big spot. And so if he has decent numbers against Peralta, maybe you get they dropped him in the order a little bit. Maybe you get a bargain on a PCA prop. Maybe PCA goes yard tonight at Wrigley. Brian, what's the weather look like at Wrigley tonight?
The wind's blowing, I believe, from left to right. Or excuse me, let me make sure I check that correctly.
Left to right helps PCA a little bit. He likes to put that ball in the right field seats, so that could help him.
Okay, here we go. Right to left. I'm sorry, going right to left.
Not helping.
They expect 21% less runs in this game, and then with a total of 7, you can see that the wind's not blowing out. The wind is blowing out a little bit at Dodger Stadium, but they've only got a +2% more runs. But it's for myself. PCA was fantastic in the first half. He's been pretty bad in the second half. He continues to swing and miss at pitches out of the strike zone. He's got to make the adjustment in the offseason. He needs to make the adjustment. The pitchers have made it to him, and obviously he's not the same player now as he was before. But when you got that kind of speed, you're always going to contribute to your team. And he's a great defensive player. But from a hitting standpoint, he needs to make those adjustments and cut down on his strike zone a little bit, be a little bit more selective, and he can come back next year and play as well as he did earlier.
Here's the interesting thing about these two teams is you would think the Cubs are the uber talented lineup and Milwaukee is just, guys who are out there, busting their butt and squeezing runs out. But actually the Cubs or the Brewers actually have more hits than the Cubs. They also have more runs than the Cubs. The thing that the Cubs have a huge lead over the Brewers in is home runs and slugging. So it means the Cubs are a long ball team where the Brewers are kind of a run manufacturing team. But man, have they been doing it quite well. And who is it? Terang got the base stealer Terang out there. And but they don't have a lot of sluggers, in my opinion. I mean,
they don't have
a couple guys,
kind of sluggers or some Philadelphia's, but the Yankees and Philadelphia are the teams that hit a lot of home runs and don't do a whole lot else. And when it comes to playoffs and you're facing the best of the best, it's hard to do that. You got to be able to manufacture runs, and that's been the Yankees' problem.
It's funny, we see a lot of bunts in the playoffs, and you never see bunts in the regular season.
They're having people bunt and never bunt, and that's the problem you run into. You got to coach these guys up. You should always have somebody on the team that teaches bunting and have them practice that every week.
Right.
I mean, I don't think there's any question that the better of these two teams are the Brewers. Like, to me, like it's not that close in terms of the better team is Milwaukee all around. Like, if you were just to look at pretty much from every angle, but the thing is, these are two division rivals. They're not that far apart. Get winning on a given day, that's where the series becomes difficult for me, because I think it's clear. If I was just evaluating team versus team, Milwaukee's better, but these two teams have now played. This will, I believe, be their 17th meeting of the year, right? I think we get 13 regular season, and then they've played now 3 times so far this week. They know each other well. The margin is between them is not that big, and that's what makes it kind of a difficult handicap either way. I could see either of these teams winning. I do think the weather factors that Brian just pointed out help the Brewers a little bit. Peralta, I feel like if you're going to beat Peralta, you got to take him deep. That's kind of, he's more of a fly ball pitcher. I feel like you got to take him deep to really to beat him. And it's going to be harder to do that if, the wind is blowing right to left and it's blowing in. But that's going to be, listen, this is going to be the tough part as we get deeper into the playoffs. It's going to be hard to find value. It's going to be hard to find betting angles. You've got really good team against really good team. So we'll do our best to talk about it. But I know for me, I've had quite a bit of volume so far, more than I expected to this point in the playoffs. I feel like my volume might start to thin out. It's just, you can make a case for both sides. I feel like it's hard to bet that. So,
that's the problem with the playoffs is it's like the Dodgers Phillies matchup. You got two uber talented lineups who can slug it hard. You got two really good rotations and two poor bullpens. I mean, to me, the Dodgers and Phillies are almost like a mirror of each other. The biggest difference would be the 6, 7, 8, 9 hitters on the Dodgers have a huge advantage. And actually, I think the Phillies rotation is a little better than the Dodgers. So it's really a stalemate there. But these two teams are not mirrors of each other. The Brewers and Cubs are kind of like opposites of each other. But the Brewers have I don't know how they did it. Honestly, when I went on my rant before the All-Star break and said the Brewers season is done, they're cooked, I couldn't have been more wrong. But I still, now looking at this team, I don't know how they're doing it. It's not smoke and mirrors, though, because they've been doing it consistently for a long time. I don't know how they're doing it, though. I really don't.
From a total standpoint, I think if you could get an 8 in that Phillies game, which is probably juiced at this point, that's probably maybe the best look on this slate here. I think Brian mentioned that he liked the under in that earlier game. But yeah, these are tough. These games are tough today. I hope still doing this show at this point is helpful, just to us talking through, and maybe it gets you to look at something a certain way or look at it differently. But that's kind of how these last few are going to be. We probably won't go, even close to this long tomorrow, but we will be on 9 a.m. Eastern to break down the Tigers-Mariners Game 5. And we'll keep, we're with you right here through the World Series. We're obviously trying to find winners as well. TB's got one he loves tonight in some angle in one of these two games. He's got a 5%er.
Yep.
And then any of our plays the rest of the way that aren't 5%ers are $9. So check that out. Brian Leonard's got hockey going. Like the puck has dropped. A lot of good hockey content on the site. Admittedly, I'm not a hockey guy, but I know Andrew McKinnis started a new show. Puck Time is back. I've always said like this. I wanted to have a baseball show that kind of was like Puck Time and what they did for hockey. So that's an OG show. That I feel like Puck Time's been going on for like 5 years at this point.
Yeah,
I was watching Puck Time before I joined WagerTalk. I was watching Puck Time, but you know what? The football people are doing that end zone show live. Is there any way we could do like a baseball live show while watching baseball games? I don't know. Maybe
I don't think anyone would join.
I gotta be honest. They're doing all these things for football, and how do you concentrate on the football games when you're listening to other guys talk? That is the opposite of what I want to do. I don't never want to be on one of those shows.
Listen to Brian.
I used to do that. I did that on Sports Grid for a while. Tony Finn and I would fill in and try to do live. And they're talking and you can't pay attention and you don't know who's coming up, and it's a complete waste of time. Sorry, I'm not interested in that.
Got it.
But I will say Puck Time, I will be on, and it's at 8:00 today. I will be on there. I'm on Thursdays, and they do a terrific job. But no, I don't want to be on one of those live things. I got to watch the games myself. I can't watch 12 games at one time. No.
I would do it. I would do it for the NCAA tournament games if like we were all together and the cameras were just set up. Like if I didn't have to be looking at this nonsense back here, I'd probably do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you're right. I've done it a couple times. It's very hard to concentrate. But then again, the 1 p.m. slate is always hard to concentrate anyway. Like, because it's like the NFL puts way too many games on at the same time. So you're already just like, well, whatever. We'll just throw Red Zone on, and it's going to be a shit show anyway. So why don't we just BS with 6 of our coworkers during the game? But I have zero interest in doing that for baseball. I need to be locked in. I need to sound on. I don't want to hear Tokyo Brandon. I don't want to hear Brian. I want to hear fucking AJ Pierzynski talk about whatever the hell he's going to talk about.
Yeah,
so
that's true. And baseball is all about matchups, and you can't really focus on the pitcher hitter matchup.
You got to see who's coming up to bat in order to place a bet.
Yeah, that's kind of true. And baseball moves a little bit slower than football, to be honest. So yeah. Sure, I got you. Okay, well, this will be our shortest show of the year so far. And
tomorrow's going to be shorter, I promise.
Tomorrow probably will be shorter.
Tomorrow will be even shorter, but we will be here to break it down for you guys, and Brian will be in a better mood, we promise.
I got my COVID shot yesterday, so I haven't been affected, but my arm hurts.
Gotcha. All right, well, we can close it out. Remember, guys, MLB bets are all $9 except 5% plays. 5% plays are regular price, and we put free plays up almost all the time. So go to WagerTalk.com and check the free plays page out.
Yeah, good luck tonight if you decide to get involved with these. Keep an eye on our pages, and we'll see you guys 9 a.m. tomorrow to talk Mariners-Tigers Game 5.
Thursday night football on Prime, and the undefeated record is on the line, to say the least. Now 6-0 this year with your free Thursday night selections. Trying to make it 7-0. Eagles, Giants, Thursday night football, free play with analysis coming up right here, right now. Hi, this is Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, right back here on WagerTalk TV. And thank you, as always, for watching this video. If you're liking it, thumbs up, like is all I ask. Takes 2 seconds, and I will keep these free Thursday night videos coming each and every week. And we had the 49ers outright underdog win last night. I did that video early in the week, right after the line had gone from 3.5 up to 5.5 with Purdy questionable, and then it closed over a touchdown. The Niners still won the game outright, so we're now 6-0 on your free sides and totals that I've given you in this video for Thursday Night Football. And this one is tricky. Eagles-Giants, because it's sitting right at 7.5, but there are some -7s out there, and it does look like this line is starting to drop. I'm doing this on Monday afternoon. I always get these videos up nice and early for you during the week for these Thursday night prime games, and I'm going to lean towards the Eagles here as your free play for this video, but I like them at -7 or less only. Currently, DraftKings on Monday afternoon already has -7, -120. BetMGM has -7, -1.18, and then some of the sharper offshore books are 7.5 even money, and I do think this line could drop. Sharp action looks like it might be on the Giants in this one, and the Eagles are not looking too public. My early public indicators are pretty neutral in this game, which makes me like Philly a little bit more because the Giants are still a really bad football team. Now, I do think it's an upgrade with rookie Jackson Dart at quarterback. He looked really good in the preseason for the most part, and he's been fairly serviceable so far here in the regular season, starting the last 2 games for the G-Men. Of course, he came in against the Chargers a week ago, had a 96 QB rating, 1 touchdown, no picks. Last week against the Saints, only a 73 rating, though, on the road. 2 touchdowns, but 2 interceptions. And, of course, the Saints are one of the weakest teams. But that was his first road start of the season. And we actually faded the Giants. Your free play of the week was the New Orleans Saints on my page. And don't forget, by the way, I do post free plays each and every day on my page. Last week, I got that advanced NFL play up early for you on the Saints. And I've got another advanced NFL play up for this coming Sunday right now on my page. So check it out after this video, Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. And, of course, you can get there quicker with shortcut wt.buzz/SM. Look for Dart, though, to maybe regress a little bit here for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's a quick turnaround. Just 3 days of rest and preparation, something he has never done before. Yes, it's a home game, but it's a short road trip for the Philadelphia Eagles, just a couple hours, not much of a travel factor. And while I do normally say the home teams have an edge on Thursday night with a short rest week, I think the better long-term advantage is the better team has an edge with just 3 days of preparation, especially when you're talking about a true rookie quarterback. And also the Eagles will be in a foul mood. These birds will be foul, and that's no pun intended, because they're coming off a loss as a home favorite to the Denver Broncos this past Sunday. And lifetime Eagle fan, he might have moved to L.A., but you can't take the Eagle out of him. My producer, Dan Alexander, pointed out that Mark Lawrence pointed out that this is the first time ever, I believe, that a defending Super Bowl champ has been outgained in yardage in each of the first 4 games, or first 5 games, I guess now. Yet the Eagles are still 4-1 straight up. They found a way to win despite not playing good football. I think they play a better game this week against maybe the weakest team they've played this season. Let's look at the schedule so far. Dallas Cowboys Thursday night, and the Cowboys have shown they've been very capable offensively, so we'll give them a little bit of a pass for not being able to slow down Dallas until the lightning delay. Kansas City Chiefs on the road, tough game to say the least. Rams, tough game. Buccaneers on the road last week, a week and a half ago. We had a best bet on the Eagles there. Eagles were up big in that game. Final score a little misleading. A lot of that was garbage time yardage. And then, of course, last week they did lose the game at home to the Broncos as a 4-point favorite, but I think that sets them up in a good bounce back here. And for the most part, they've handled the Giants in recent years. In fact, the road game last year, midseason around this same time, they went into New York. I believe it was week 7, and smoked the Giants 28-3 as just a 3-point road favorite. The look-ahead line this early summer, like really back in May, was about 10.5. Summer line was 7.5. So the number's pretty much where it should be. But 7 is such a critical number. We really want to try to get -7 or less, even with a little extra juice. About a 4 to 5% chance the Eagles win this game by exactly 7 points on Thursday night. Doing this video early, there are some 7s starting to show. 7.5, you wait until near kickoff. You should have multiple outs. Hopefully you find a -7. If you do like the Giants, by the way, and I don't, but if you do like the Giants, grab the 7.5 now before they disappear. It's a very key number. I don't think you're going to find a +8 at any time this week. Eagles, Super Bowl champs, bounce back situation. I like them here on Thursday night. And let's not forget, they were the best team in the NFL last year, and they still started slow. In fact, the first 5 weeks of the season last year, they only outgained 1 opponent. Now, granted, they had a bye in week 5. I get that. But still, their first 4 games last year, they went just 2-2, only outgained 1 of those 4 teams, and then they went on a monster run in which they only lost once the rest of the regular season. Actually, once the rest of the season, including the postseason, because they won the whole thing. Slow starters last year in September. Maybe the same thing here. I don't think this Eagle edition is quite as good this year, but they're still a lot better than the Giants, who look like one of the worst teams in the NFL. Tough spot for young quarterback on the short turnaround. Veteran Eagles team, short travel, better team off a loss. We'll lay it if you're going to play it with the Philadelphia Eagles at -7 or less. Thursday Night Football, 8:15 Eastern on Prime. Let me know your thoughts. I read the comments. I reply back. Comment below. Side, total, player props. How are you attacking this game on Thursday night? What other NFL plays do you like this week? Hey, a little foreshadowing, advanced plays as well. Of course, I've got an advanced NFL free play for Sunday, this coming Sunday, October the 12th, on my page right now, SteveMerrill, WagerTalk.com. And while you're there, check out the special offers, my daily best bets. Check those out on over a 75% run the past week on baseball and football best bets. We are heating up in the month of October. But also check out a very special promo code, which I'm going to give you right here on this video for the first time this week. And that is FB30. Stands for football 30. FB30. You see it on your screen. And here are the details. You get a full 30-day combo, college and pro football 30-day package for $179. Now, the reason that's a special price is because 1 month of NFL is $179. 1 month of college football is $179. If you go to my page right now, SteveMerrill, you go to the football drop-down menu on the right-hand side, you will see those prices. 30-day football NFL, $179. 30-day college, $179. But with promo code FB30, choose the all access, or the combo, the college and pro football 30-day, and use FB30. That gets that price down from $249 to $179. Instant $70 discount. And the beauty there is you're basically buying one, getting one free. So if you had trouble deciding if you want a 30-day college football or pro football, now you don't have to decide. Do the 30-day combo and be sure to use promo code FB30 at checkout to get that special $179 price for the next 30 days and nights of my red-hot college and pro football best bets. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. Hey, get there quicker and use that promo code by using shortcut WT.buzz/SM. If you're liking Wager Talk TV, make sure you subscribe to over 222,000 subscribers when I check this week. And who knows, it might be 223,000 by the time you do it. If you haven't already subscribed, click subscribe. It's free. Don't cost nothing. And also click the bell as well for an instant alert so you never miss out when these free play videos are posted each day throughout the week. Also did both Wednesday night college football games. I have your Sunday London game. London call-in, once again, an early Sunday game for London. I do the Sunday nights and Monday night football games each week, along with this Thursday night prime game. I know you're liking them. All I ask is a thumbs up like, and I will keep them coming here on Wager Talk TV. And hey, if you have a little extra time, comment below. Positive comments are always welcome, and also include some analysis if you have a little extra time, as we love to learn and earn and win together here on Wager Talk TV. Finally, on the way out, you can follow me on social media on X and Instagram at Steve Merrill, 2 R's, 1 L, MERRIL. See it in the corner of your screen there, at Steve Merrill on X and Instagram. And stay tuned here to Wager Talk TV, because you know there's more free play videos coming up next.
NFL Week 6 is on deck. We're going to cover all those primetime games. Check in with VR for the Steam report, of course. The deli has been absolutely red hot, so Marco better be cooking up some paninis for me. We got some barking dogs for you guys, as well as best bets coming right up. Kelly Stewart here, joined by Gianni The Greek, Marco D'Angelo, and we're going to get right into NFL Week 6 for you guys, starting with Thursday Night Football. Marco D'Angelo, you're going to be up first here. Eagles, 7.5-point favorites at the Giants, 41.5, big-time rivalry game, except for it's not. Our producer Dan just casually reminded all of us how the Eagles have dominated the Giants for a better part of 2 decades, which kind of has me thinking, do I just take the easy way out and tease the Eagles here?
I can't argue with that, Kelly. Get the Eagles down to just win the game. That's probably going to be on a few of my tickets as well this week. But when we break this game down, let's start with the fact that last week we cashed going against both of these two teams. And why? Well, because they were both in what I felt bad situations. You had the Eagles coming off, another win, a close win the week before, and they had Denver coming to town. Denver, a good defensive team, getting points, and you had the Eagles with this game on deck, a division rivalry on a short week. I just thought it was a horrible spot for the Eagles, and they went down. Now, losing last week may just be the best thing that could have happened to this team because, as we pointed out last week, their 4 wins had come by just a grand total of 20 points. So I'm hoping that loss, is the wake-up call for this team. We also went against the Giants. All of us went against the Giants last week. We were all in unison going with the Saints because the Giants were coming off their first win with Jackson Dart the week before, and then had to travel down to New Orleans to play the Saints, who were winless, and then had this game on deck. It was just a horrible spot for them, and New Orleans came through for us. Now, playing on a short week, you've got to figure that the advantage goes to Philadelphia. Even though they're on the road, it's a short trip to go to play the Giants. But I'm looking at it from the aspect of the 2 starting quarterbacks. You've got to get a rookie quarterback that's only made 3 starts prepared for a tough game in 3 days to play on Thursday night, as opposed to a veteran quarterback like Jalen Hurts. And for the love of God, will you please run the football, Philadelphia? I don't care if you're struggling running the football. You got to have some balance. 11 times you ran the football last week. And I might add, you had Barkley in your backfield, all right? And you also had a double-digit lead. How you only ran the ball 11 times is beyond me. You got to balance the offense to keep the defenses honest. And I think that they will have success in this game against the Giants defense. We're going to go ahead, take Philadelphia. I'll lay the points. I'm calling for Philadelphia to get the win in the cover, but I'll be honest with you. I think the safer bet in this play is to use Philadelphia on a 6-point teaser. You don't want to use a 6.5 or 7 and pay even more juice. You want to get this at that 125. Shop around the houses that you can find the 125 or better. There are some out there. There is one here in Vegas, and that's where I put all of my teasers. Go ahead and take Philly to cover, but I'm going to have more teasers in this game, Kelly.
All right, Marco, now the comment section is going to ask where that casino is in Vegas. That is unbeknownst to me. Who has minus 125 teaser still in Vegas?
This is shocking that it's them. It's Caesars that has 125.
Wow.
And the situation, if you remember, VR will remember a few years ago in the playoffs, there was the first weekend of the playoffs. Every teaser covered. No matter if you took
side and total.
It matters.
You're not supposed to tease totals.
All right. Okay. And Caesars panicked. And the next week, they didn't take teasers the next week of the playoffs when all of the lines were 3, which that's when you want people to play teasers. Okay. So they did everything ass backwards back then. And now they're the only one that has the 125 here in town.
All right, if we could only bet their VR, we would go use their teasers. That's okay. Yeah. We got a guy. We got a guy. That's all that matters. You should also get a guy. Just ask. Never hurts. Sunday Night Football, Lions plus 2.5 at the Chiefs. Total 52.5. Woo! Is this the fishy line of the week? But not so fast. Fading teams off a big win has been historically favorable betting in the NFL, right? But that is not the case for Dan Campbell. From the GoldSheet, following a win by at least 7 points or more, Detroit has gone 21-5 against the spread in the next game. Dan Campbell, as an underdog, 11-2. Oh, listen, I want to take the Lions so bad here, but I will say this. Their defense is a little banged up, and their Chiefs offense is starting to ramp up kind of after that slow start. So with a higher total, this is not a traditional teaser play, but I'm looking at putting the Lions in teasers. I do think this is going to be a higher scoring game. Would not shock me to see both teams end up in the 30s here. 2 high scoring offenses, banged up defense. Just keep in mind, the Lions, not that traditional square dog here, 21-5 against the spread the next game. We'll see if maybe I don't put them in a couple contest plays. VR, let's talk Monday Night Football. We got a double header. Bills are a 3.5-point favorite at the Falcons. Total 47.5.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, this isn't a knock on Buffalo, but I think it's a good spot to look to Atlanta as a decent home dog here on Monday night. Got to remember, this is only Buffalo's second road game. They played 4 or 5 games at home, so now they're traveling on the road and they're playing a really tough team in the Atlanta Falcons. They do a lot of things well. They got an excellent defense. They run the football, and they're slowly and surely getting Penix up to speed. And what I like is I talk about passing success rate all the time. And if you look right now, he's slowly but surely climbing those ranks. Where he sits right now, Penix has a 49.2 passing success rate. And when you compare that to Josh Allen, who's got a 51.9, it shows you just how impressive Penix has been so far for Atlanta. With that said, if they're able to run the football and control the clock, which is where their strength is, and coupled with the weakness for Buffalo, that run defense, I think Atlanta's going to be in this game from start to finish and have a chance to actually win, let alone cover. I like Atlanta having a bye coming into this week, so they've had extra time to prepare. I like the fact they haven't had a Monday night game in Atlanta for a number of years, so this is going to be a hostile environment hyped up for Monday night. They can't afford to fall behind. They're going to want to have that crowd in there. So look for them to try to control the football. And more importantly, we finally have seen some cracks in Buffalo as far as turnovers. If you remember coming into the season, we touched on Buffalo was plus 24 in turnovers last season, number 1 in all the NFL. The number 2 team had only 16. So 40% less than what Buffalo did. And where they really did best was if you look at their fumbles, they captured 16 fumbles and only lost 2. So 18 times the ball hit the ground and they recovered 16 of those. It's 50-50 when that ball hits the ground more times than not. So it shows you just how lucky they got. That's not going to continue forever. I think we're starting to see that. We could force some more turnovers. Atlanta may be that money line play, but at 4, I like the Falcons.
Wow. Falcons to shock the world in the first Monday night game. Marco, do you think the Bears can shock the world? Plus 3.5. I know they're a little underdog on the road at the Commanders, 50.5. Daniels looked pretty good in his return there last week versus the Chargers after they got down early, but now they're back at home. Talk to me about this Bears team off a bye.
Yeah, Kelly, and normally off of a bye, I don't like taking a team that went into the bye on a good note. And the Bears won 2 in a row heading into the bye. Generally, that's a momentum stopper. But the more I thought about it, I actually think that this was the perfect time for the Bears to get that early bye. Think about it. They played 4 games. They improved in the last 2 games. Remember, Caleb Williams, second year in the NFL. A lot of times we see quarterbacks have a regression in the second year. Throw in the fact that he had to deal with a new offense to run this year. Ben Johnson takes over, comes in from the Detroit Lions as the offensive coordinator to be the head coach. So now you had a learning curve for him. You've had a 4-week sample size. They could take that 2 weeks to prepare, look at the film, see what Caleb Williams did well, what he was comfortable with, what plays didn't work in the playbook, tweak those or throw them out and use the cream of the crop and tweak those plays. I think you're going to see the best offensive performance of the season from the Bears coming out of that bye week with the extra week to prepare. Also, I look at this one and I see Washington. They're in a tough scheduling spot. Okay, they came out of their bye week, so they were focused. They went cross country to play the Chargers in LA. Now, that was an impressive win, like the Washington in that game. But let's not forget, you had the Chargers who were zigzagging all across the country in the first couple weeks of the season. Remember all of the road games that they had to start the season, plus 3 tough divisional games, plus all of the injuries that they had. They were ripe for the picking, and Washington took advantage of it. Now you got Washington coming back, returning home from the West Coast, but look at who they play next. It's the Dallas Cowboys, division rival. This is what, I could have used this one in a sandwich spot as well. And for the last factor, do you think the Bears remember last year's game against Washington? If you don't, I'll remind you. Washington was losing until the final play of the game. Daniels hits a Hail Mary in the end zone for the win when the Chicago defender that should have been covering the guy that caught the ball in the end zone was in the corner of the end zone taunting the crowd, thinking they had the game won already. Do you remember that one? Yeah, and that was the start of the Bears season spiraling out of control. Yeah, they got this one circled. Let's go ahead, take Chicago in this one. In the Washington pass defense, they've allowed 261 yards or more in 3 of their last 4 games. Look for a high-scoring game. I'll go ahead and take the Bears plus the points on Monday night.
Oh, boy. Yeah, Marco, I think a lot of us remember that game. That was a wild one. VR, let's get into what you've got over at WagerTalk.com this weekend before we get into the steam room.
Well, already up is my college football package with 2 4% in there. And of course, we're going to have a lot more between now and Saturday. I've won every week so far in college football. From week 0 through week 6, we've turned a profit. And I feel confident that's only going to continue, already up over 110 units. NFL regular season has been fire as well after not a good preseason. And this Sunday, firing a 5% in the NFL. I haven't had a 5% in the NFL. I don't even know if I've had one yet this season, but we do have a position that warrants that. So head on over to Wager Talk. We'll have the NFL package, college football package, UFC package as well. And of course, Major League Baseball playoffs each and every night. So a great time to get on board. And of course, the steam room Sunday heading into the NFL 1 p.m. kickoffs.
All right, let's hear what you've got from Sharp Action for NFL Week 6.
All right. Let's look at some of the hits that had the moves that had follow through. Because again, we talk about the look ahead lines all the time, and the limits are low, but it gives us an idea whether after the rest of the books open up, if the groups continue to follow through and bet that side, or whether it was just taking advantage of a look ahead. Start off with the Indianapolis Colts. Their look ahead was 3 minus 125, went to 5, 5.5. That got bet up to where it sits at 6.5 right now. The Rams, minus 6.5, minus 7. Now you're looking at 7.5 against Baltimore. So half-point increments. Seems like Ram money continuing to come in. Miami, plus 5.5 and plus 5 against the Chargers. That's opposite the public. Seeing a lot of Charger money already from the recreational accounts. Tampa Bay over San Francisco, minus 1.5, 2 and 2.5, but did see some San Francisco plus 3 in a couple sharp accounts, which tells you just how tight these NFL lines. And with 3 being such a key number, that's not surprising. Look at Green Bay, minus 13.5, minus 14, laying 2 touchdowns there. And finally, Monday Night Football. I already talked about them, but the Atlanta Falcons at that look ahead at plus 5, they took the 4.5. That's why you're looking at plus 4 right now. So still early in the week, but those are some of the bigger one-sided, bigger steam moves on some of those NFL sides for Sunday.
All right, let's get into these barking dogs. Marco D'Angelo is going to be up first. This is an interesting one. We've got a new quarterback in Cleveland. Well, I guess he played last week, Dylan Gabriel, but Joe Flacco is no longer his backup, which I think it means Shadur Sanders would be if he goes out. But you like the Browns plus 5.5.
No, I think actually when they did the depth chart, it's Dylan Gabriel, is the starter. Player to be named later is the backup, and then Sanders is third on the depth chart. But you got to love the AFC North. My Pittsburgh Steelers had last week off. They gained a half a game on the entire division by not playing. And then you have, this is the same division that one team trades away their starting quarterback to another team in the division, and that team thinks that got them, that it was a good deal. God bless America that we live in. But from a betting standpoint here, I am going to go ahead and take Cleveland. I mentioned in the last game when we talked about bye weeks that I don't like teams that go into a bye week on a good note. And the Pittsburgh Steelers went into the bye week winning their last two games. They went across the pond and played in Ireland, beat Minnesota, and now you've had 2 weeks off. It was a little bit of a momentum stopper. Now, it is an advantage rest-wise. You've had 2 weeks where Cleveland went across the pond and has to come back across the pond, not getting a bye week. Normally, the teams that play overseas gets the bye week the following week. But this is a division game. And I'm looking at the Pittsburgh Steelers, and even though they're 3-1, and I cashed with them against Minnesota, they're still not a good football team. Don't be misread by the record. This team, the offensive line play is bad. And Aaron Rodgers is not a mobile quarterback anymore. And Myles Garrett and company are going to put pressure on him the entire time in this game. He's going to find out what the rivalry is between Pittsburgh and Cleveland when Myles Garrett comes calling. I always tell you, give me points with the better defense. Well, that better defense is clearly Cleveland at this stage of the season. Also, I'm going to look at the fact in this one, you talk about Dylan Gabriel. Yeah, it was his first game last week. He didn't set the world on fire, but he also had a clean game. He didn't lose the game for them. They were in that game right till the end. I think second start, he's going to be better. Got the nerves out, last week. If he had butterflies, whatever, expect a better game from him, taking all of the first string snaps for a second week in a row. And he doesn't have to look over his shoulder because it's not, the old man Joe Flacco. It's Shedeur Sanders, and I don't see him coming in anytime soon. So let's go ahead, take Cleveland in this one, plus the points. In a perfect world, for me, Pittsburgh wins 21-20, but it's not a perfect world. I'm calling Cleveland 20-17.
Oh boy, the Steelers fan is calling for another Steelers loss. VR, you and I were in agreement on this one. I was going to use it as my best bet, but I wanted to add one more play into the rotation. Tell me why you like the Panthers as your barking dog this week.
Yeah, and this is one I immediately jumped on and sent out to subscribers. I thought this Dallas team is a little bit overvalued right now, and I thought the overreaction to the offensive line injuries with Carolina was overpriced in this betting line because Dallas just doesn't have the pass rush and that the defense to do all that much and take advantage of that. Like, that's their weakness. So I don't think Carolina is going to be at as big of a disadvantage as if they were going up, a stellar front four. Also, I think they're going to have some success running the football against Dallas, which will take pressure off of Bryce Young, whose passing efficiency also continues to climb. And he's almost right at that NFL average. And I know Prescott seems like he's having a, stellar year, had a couple big games, but he's barely right above that NFL average as far as passing success rate goes. And why I like Carolina most is because when you look at the weakness of Dallas, I'm going to keep it this simple. It's their defense. They're the 32nd most efficient defense in all of the NFL. If you're getting points like Carolina's getting, that back door is going to stay open that entire game. This is the defense that you can march up and down the field on and score some points. Having them playing this game at home, I just think they're live. They should be able to keep it even in the number, if not win this game on the money line. Just got to slow down that offense of the Cowboys, which again is top 5 in efficiency, going to give them their due. But I think that'll start to drop off as the season progresses. They've had like the 20th, 22nd toughest schedule. So easy strength of schedule so far. Again, I think Dallas is phony, and I'll take the points with Carolina. Give me the 3.5 at home dog.
I'm not sure if New England is phony, but I'm going to bet against them this week. I'm not sure how legit they are. Congratulations to them and that nice win over Buffalo. But I think this is kind of one of those weird letdown spots. I like Coach Vrabel, but 3.5 points with a team who's been competitive in all 5 games except for at Seattle. Remember, they had a shot to beat Arizona there at home. They had a shot to beat San Francisco there at home. And maybe they didn't have a shot to beat Buffalo, but I can promise you, Buffalo backers in Survivor were sweating late into that game. And then they just got a nice win there at home once again over the New York Giants last week. They took early money, and rightfully so. That second half was all the Saints. This is a Saints team that I think is improving week by week. They finally get the monkey of that loss off their back. And now New England goes on the road once again, just 2-8 in the NFC. Now, one could maybe argue that was towards the end of Bill Belichick's career and they just stopped playing well without Tom Brady. But I think Spencer Rattler having that first career win, snapping that 8-game losing streak, and then giving head coach Kellen Moore his first win kind of propels them into this week. Remember, they had 5 turnovers. This is defense comes to play. You can tell the Saints team is hungry. I think we see a less than stellar performance by the Pats. So give me the 3.5 here with the Saints. I think they can win this game at home. Marco D'Angelo's deli has been absolutely piping hot. Hopefully you get the soup sandwich special that he offers us every single week. And that is that you can watch the extended version of the deli either on the Mega Show or on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Of course, if you're an insider, you get it first, wt.buzz/insiders to join. Marco, the deli, it's been cooking 16-9 on the season. Who do we have for NFL Week 6?
Yum.
Yeah, Kelly, this is a perfect spot when you talk about a sandwich situation. We're going to look at Seattle. They're going to be playing Jacksonville, and you got Jacksonville coming off back-to-back games in which they went to San Francisco 2 weeks ago, beat the 49ers. Now, granted, the 49ers were banged up, but still, it's the 49ers on the road. You got the win. Then they came home. We all saw the Monday night game. What a game. Probably one of the best Monday night games we'll see all season. And they got the win over the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, beating Kansas City is a big deal by itself. But given the fashion in which they won the game, when after giving up the go-ahead touchdown late, you had Trevor Lawrence take them down the field and score the winning touchdown. And on the craziest play, gets his foot stepped on, falls down. They have no timeouts. If he gets tackled behind the line of scrimmage, they could have trouble getting the next play off without the clock running out. And instead, he gets up. I thought he was just going to throw it out of bounds to stop the clock. No, he finds a way to get into the end zone on a broken play to win the game. And that game was on Monday Night Football at home. How often is Jacksonville on Monday Night Football, period, let alone have a home game? Talk about a letdown spot. You're coming off of all of that, those 2 games the previous weeks, and you're on such a high off the Monday night. It's a short week. And oh, by the way, next week, you travel across the pond. You go to London to play the Rams. This is an absolutely horrible spot for them to be playing Seattle. Seattle's coming off a tough loss of their own last week against the comeback kids, a.k.a. Tampa Bay. If you haven't watched Tampa Bay play this year, they are actually a fun team to watch with Baker Mayfield. They fall behind every week, and they find a way to win it. And Seattle was their latest victim. Tampa Bay has won 4 or 5 coming from behind this year. Defensively, Seattle has allowed only one opponent to top 20 points this season. This is just, you add in the scheduling, the short week, who they've played. That monumental Monday night game, going to London next week, in Seattle, coming off a tough loss at home last week with a bad taste in their mouth. To me, this all adds up to taking Seattle. And the last thing I'll say about Jacksonville, I'll give you another, Marco ism that I like to look at. That was a statement game for Jacksonville. Okay. They were 3-1, but nobody was really giving them any credit for the wins that they had. Now they're 4-1 and they beat Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes. As I like to say, that was their legitimizer. Now people believe in them. And as soon as people actually start talking about a team, that's when I want to go against them. Let's go ahead and take Seattle in this one. And you know what? I have a feeling, Kelly, +1.5, going to see them on some teasers as well.
Yes, we are going to see them on some teasers. I've already done it. I broke VR's rule. Don't tell them, okay, guys?
Don't do it.
The teasers have done really well outside of last week. And a team named the Ravens. Yeah. We're getting into best bets right now. VR, what are we doing here?
Yes. I don't care. Listen, I will go down fighting that I am comfortable making this bet. And I feel extremely confident, Kel, that I'm so getting the best of it. This is such an overreaction to Baltimore. Let me just take you back real quickly. They lose in the playoffs as 1-point favorites. 1-point favorites on the road at Buffalo. They lose that game by a point or two. They come back the following year. They're still 1-point favorites on the road at Buffalo. They lose that game in the most improbable fashion, okay? They come back the following week as 13-point favorites because on paper they were the best team in the NFL. And what do? They cover. They win by 20+ against Cleveland. So right then and there, they're considered the best team in the NFL. That was not all that long ago, okay? Since then, they played Detroit. They were 4.5-point favorites against the best team in the NFL right now, Detroit. 4.5 against Detroit. Very same place, Baltimore. September 22nd, just a few weeks back. They lose that game. Then they go to Kansas City, one of the toughest places to play anyway. They lose that game and they get blown out by Houston. Why? Because Rush throws 3 interceptions. Now, Rush had a 58 QBR. If anybody's going to progress towards the mean, it's this kid. Because when you look at his career, it's a lot better than that. We have a couple seasons, a handful of games, and his quarterback rating historically has been a lot higher than 60. So I expect him to only improve. One of the best home field advantages in all of the NFL is still Baltimore. And if anything, this is a proud franchise, a proud team that is a 7.5-point dog to the LA Rams. Listen, I get it. Stafford's playing well. Rams are looking good. They're 3-2, above 500, coming off a loss. So expecting them to bounce back. It was a tough loss to San Francisco. I don't see it. I like Baltimore here. We have another team traveling from the West Coast to the East Coast, giving way too many points, Kel. I think Rush improves off of that performance. I think Baltimore has some pride, and I think power rating-wise, this is foolish because when I look at the Rams, offensively, they're barely a top 15 team. The weakness for Baltimore has been their defense, but fortunately, they're not playing the most stellar of offenses this week. I'm telling you that. Take the 7.5. It's a gift. Sprinkle the money line on Baltimore as well. Don't be surprised if they get the win and move to 2-4.
All right. That is certainly a brave pick. I have a feeling the whole world is going to tease the Rams. So good luck for those that have better stomach than I do. I can't back the Ravens a second week in a row. Marco, a team that you want to back here, and I'm not against it, but talk to me about London and why we're taking the under. But before you do, 7 days of picks for $77, just $11 a day. What do you have to promote now over at WagerTalk.com?
Kelly, 7 days, all access right now. Every sport is going on but one. And that one that's not going on will start next week. That's the NBA. Take advantage of that 7-day all access. You'll get every play. It includes all 5% plays. 5% plays sell for $35 by themselves. You're going to pick up 7 days for $77. It's the best way to go. You'll never miss a play. And when you're an all access client, if your handicapper puts a play in, say on Tuesday for Sunday, you get an email notification immediately about the play, so you get the best of the number as well. It's the best way to go. Don't wait till game day. Sign up for a 7-day all access. And we've got a big weekend planned as well. We are number 2 in money won over the last 2 years combined in college and pro football. So be sure to check myself out and all of the great handicappers at WagerTalk. Kelly, we're going to head over to London. Another one of these early games. I hate getting up at 6:30 to watch football on a Sunday morning, but we've got Denver and the Jets. And when you look at this one, Denver is coming off back-to-back wins where the Jets, well, they can't get out of their own way. 0-5, and the Jets' defense has been absolutely non-existent. Every opponent has scored 27 or more points against them. So with that said, the knee-jerk reaction would be either to take Denver and lay the points or take the over. But I'm not doing either, and here's why. This is a tough scheduling spot for Denver, because this is going to be their 4th road game in 5 weeks. And you can't get a longer road trip than heading across the pond to go play in London. The one thing that Denver has going for them, and it's been a consistent all year, has been they've got a strong defense. And as you know, the saying goes, defense is travel. Well, I'm looking for that defense to travel to London and be the best unit on the field on Sunday. And you look at the Jets, I think Denver's going to exploit the fact that the Jets have an inability to stop the run. And by running the football, Denver will shorten the game, get in and get out, which they want to do. Also, if you're running the football effectively, that gives you better down and distances when you do have to pass the football, and they can protect Bo Nix. Bo Nix has had an up and down season. There's times that he looks like a second-year quarterback in the NFL, and there's other times that he shows some of the brilliance that he flashed last year as a rookie. But he has been inconsistent, and they want to minimize the mistakes. Well, when you're running the football effectively, that's the best way to minimize mistakes. With that said, I look for this to be a quick game and lots of runs by Denver, and especially when they get a lead on the Jets, and that's going to lead to an under. My projected score in this one is Denver 20-13, which would cover the point spread if you want to go that route, but I am looking at the unders. I think this one goes well under the 43.5.
I owe you guys an apology because I was picking disgusting dogs this week in the NFL regardless. I went back and forth between Miami and this play and who I was going to use for barking dogs. And look, it's gross. Bottom line, taking the Titans off that crazy win is not exactly the spot most of you want to do. Oh, Kelly, the miraculous upset. What would the line have been if that touchdown would have scored and Arizona went up 3 scores? No, the line would have been the same. The line is the same as it was in July when our friends over at the Superbook put out these lines. Vegas -4. There's literally nothing different except for we're betting against the Raiders again. Do you think you can trust this team as a favorite? They have no home field advantage. Geno Smith has 9 interceptions on the season, and this is the worst start in Pete Carroll's career. I gave you guys the Colts last week, and everybody in the comment section told me how square I was. Call me square again for taking the 4.5 here with the Titans, but I think the Titans can take that momentum and turn it into 2 wins. Give me the Titans plus 4.5 for my best bet, NFL Week 6. Let's get that recap graphic up for everybody from VR and Marco, and of course myself. We wish you guys a profitable NFL Week 6. And if you are looking for that college football edition of Bet On, it's right here. And of course, the mega show we keep talking about. If you're in it for the long haul, you don't want to miss a single minute of Bet On It, we got you covered. Week 7 of college football. Boy, does that sound crazy to say out loud. We've got a bunch of top 25 matchups, barking dogs, best bets. The deli's still cooking, and that train is still rolling down the tracks. Let's get into this week's episode of Bet on It. All right, Kelly Stewart here, joined by Gianni The Greek and Marco D'Angelo. This is the college football edition of Bet on It. So we're going to get into some of these top 25 games. And I'm going to go first, 12 p.m. Eastern. Number 1, Ohio State is a 2-touchdown favorite at number 17, Illinois. 49.5 here is the total. And actually, the Buckeyes have that hook hanging on. And that has me looking towards the Illini. Now, one could argue that the Buckeyes own the series, but these two have not played each other since November of 2017. And since losing to Michigan in that close regular season loss last year, Ohio State has gone 9-0 straight up, 8-0-1 against the spread. But hey, Brett Bielema and the Illini are not far behind. Since their bye week in mid-November of last year, Illini 9-1 straight up and against the spread. And you guys remember that lone loss at Indiana earlier this season. I'm sure the Illinois team would like to forget that one as well. But I like this Illinois team here at home, catching points, double digits for Bielema as a home dog. I think you guys know what to do. I might not get to the window with this team, but Illinois and some contest plays will be it for me. 3:30 p.m. Eastern, number 7, Indiana, down to 7.5. This one opened at 10 there on Sunday night at Circa. At number 3, Oregon, total 55.5. VR, what do you make of this line move before you get into the total here?
I wasn't surprised. Listen, Oregon's top 3 in the country as far as power ratings go. But Indiana's right there as well. And I think they got them ranked correctly. I've been able to take advantage of the incorrect rankings. Based mostly on records than anything else. And I talk about it all the time, how the cream does eventually rise to the top. But this is just a perfect example of the rankings being on point with the power ratings. And based on that, I wasn't surprised to see some money come in on the dog. But where it sits now, I don't think there's all that much value on the side. So I'm going to look to the total. And I think we're going to get extra couple points by going under here based on the high profile offenses. And obviously both teams coming in having put up decent amount of points week in and week out. But if you look at the defensive side of the ball, both teams have allowed more than 14 points only one time. That was it. So you're looking at two high level defenses, and usually that's the perfect storm to go over because the market overreacts to just how good the defenses are. So the line's shaded towards that bias. And I talk about it all the time. Defenses create points as well, turnovers, special teams. But because we're talking about the high profile offense of Oregon and the narrative about them being a team that puts up a lot of points, and Indiana doing the same thing more or less week in and week out, we got a higher line than it should be, sitting at about 55.5. And it's a telling sign that this line hasn't gone up, even though you're starting to see the public lining up on that over. So definitely some resistance from sharp bettors. I agree with that. So we're going to go under 55 for the TV game this week.
Speaking of those defenses, wow, 3:30 p.m. Eastern, number 6, Oklahoma is headed to the Cotton Bowl to take on Texas. Now, this line's flipped back and forth between who was the favorite. The current one here on the odds logic screen, Oklahoma -1.5, total 42.5. Marco, that's what I'm looking at in this one. I'm like, everybody wants to talk about these two defenses. We've seen this Red River rivalry, shootout, whatever you want to call it these days, be an absolute score fest before. I thought 42.5 was really low, but you're actually looking at a side here.
Yeah, I am. And as you said, the line's gone back and forth. And when I did the game last night, I was looking at it. Actually, Texas was the favorite last night. This is what tells the story for me. You look at this game and you've got Oklahoma, who is ranked 6th in the nation, and you got Texas, who, if you remember, came into the season as the number 1 team in the country in the preseason rankings. And what happened? Well, they lose that opening game against Ohio State, and then last week against all teams, winless Florida, they get beat last week, and all of a sudden they're out of the top 25. We're getting value with this Texas team, in my opinion, and the market corrected itself. When you've got, even if it's a pick 'em +1, -1, you got a ranked team versus an unranked team. That sends up all the red flags in the world that Oklahoma might just be overrated in this one. And let's be honest, they are undefeated, but they really only had 2 signature wins. And if you look at the 2 signature wins, the first one came against Michigan at home, and that was the second game of the season for them. And it was the first game for Michigan quarterback on the road. You know, they got that highly touted freshman at Michigan, but going into Oklahoma for your first road game, that's a tall order for anyone. And, you know, they got the win there. Their other win, well, they had a touchdown victory over Auburn. And, you know, the jury is still out. Is Auburn a decent team? Not a decent team. It was a lackluster performance. I think Texas, they're playing with house money now. Granted, normally, and VR mentioned it last week, and shout out to him when he talked about the Penn State UCLA game and talking about Dream Crusher games. A team that had expectations to win a national championship, when you lose for the second time, your season's over as far as the national championship goes. But because they are playing their heated rival, I'm not going to play that card yet for the Dream Crusher. They want to wreck somebody else's dream. And if you can knock Oklahoma from the ranks of the unbeaten, they're going to show up for this game. I'm going to go ahead. I am going to take Texas. You talk about defense. There's never been a problem with the Texas defense at all. The problem has been with Arch Manning. But if he has a clean game and just improves at all, I think they win this football game. I'm going to go with them, Texas. In the other part of being out of it, that gives them the opportunity, Kelly, to take chances in the game. What do they have to lose? You can gamble more on 4th downs, you know, when you're sitting there with 2 losses. It's not like you're playing not to lose instead of playing to win. I'll go ahead and take Texas. Can't really call it an upset, but it will be an unranked team knocking off a ranked team.
Yeah, upset, at least in the eyes of the talking heads, since they don't actually follow the point spreads. I want to give you guys a big shout out for following us here on Bet On It. Make sure you guys give us that thumbs up button, hit the like, and of course, subscribe. And if you're looking to become a WagerTalk insider, WT.buzz/insiders gets you tons of extra content, early content, and of course, a $5 coupon to use each month over at WagerTalk.com. VR, we're going to get up to you next. The Steam Room has been rocking and rolling on Sundays in the NFL edition, but you guys get your own preview of what that looks like right here on Bet On It each week. Where have we seen the money going early on Wednesday afternoon, VR?
Yeah, let's talk about some of these marquee games in college football. Start off with Florida getting points once again. Steam Florida. It seems like this entire season they've been taking the Florida side. They took the 8.5 and they took the 8 on Florida. Also, double digits, took South Carolina plus the 10 over the LSU side. We also saw Oklahoma money at that opener of 3, got bet down really quickly. Oklahoma money line, Oklahoma plus 2.5, Oklahoma plus 2. Seeing a lot of love on Oklahoma. 197 Indiana. I already touched on them against Oregon. A lot of that value has been extracted. They took the 8 off the board as well there. Florida State laid the chalk with Florida State against Pitt, laid the 9, laid the 9.5, laid the 10 there. Then Mizzou against Alabama, taking the home dog there at +4, +3.5. That's why you're looking at a field goal game now. Then Arizona State plus the 6 at Utah. And finally, BYU -1 against Arizona. Those are some of the more high-profile games. Haven't seen a move on that Georgia-Auburn yet. Haven't seen sharp money, but still a little early in the week. And again, a lot of those less profile games, you're seeing movement, but pay attention on Thursdays. I talked about it before. That's when you'll see the totals move after 9 a.m. Pacific time. Pay attention to odds logic. Some of the biggest total moves come on Thursdays.
You guys are looking for a free week trial of Odds Logic, oddslogic.com/ace. Get you 1 free week so you guys can check that out. And if not, we still have the WagerTalk free odds page, wt.buzz/odds. Let's get into those barking dogs, guys, because it has been by far our best segment, not only here on the college football show, but also in the NFL show. Marco and I, well, let's put it this way. Marco's got a double-digit barking dog because he's going to try to keep up with what VR somehow pulled out last week, and it wasn't even close. Great call by VR. We didn't even have to sweat that one. But Marco, I love this. This is a double-digit dog that was also on my radar. I don't know if I'm going to get to the window with the money line, but maybe I could use a little convincing.
Well, you got to put a little sprinkle, Kelly. Come on. You got to put a little seasoning in the stew there for Saturday. And this is one of those ones where this is the poster child for the saying that I do all the time. No team is as good as their best game, nor are they as bad as their worst game. Enter Clemson and Boston College. Clemson's coming off their best game of the year. They won 38-10 over North Carolina. Well, let's point out the two obvious things. First of all, North Carolina stinks, okay? That's the first part. Second part, Clemson had 2 weeks to prepare for that game, and Clemson was coming off the last time they played. They were an 18-point favorite at home to Syracuse and lost outright. So you had a very focused Clemson team playing a very bad North Carolina team, and that's what you got, a 38-10 blowout. On the flip side of that, you had Boston College that absolutely got boat raced at Pittsburgh last week, 48-7. It was a pillar to post game from Pitt. Pitt even changed quarterbacks for that game. Guy made his first start and just drilled Boston College. Now you look at that one, a couple things from that. One, Boston College was -3 in turnovers. That helped the game spin out of control quickly. And it was a horrible scheduling spot for Boston College. They have been playing a bunch of road games early in the season, and it was their third road game out of their past 4. And in those 3 road games that they had in the last 4, one of them was a cross-country trip to Stanford. We've talked about this silliness with the ACC schedule with California and Stanford, playing in the ACC just doesn't make sense with travel, and it creates problems for teams going west or those teams coming east. This is also a spot where you think they were looking ahead to Clemson a little bit. Which do you get more excited about, going to Pitt or playing Clemson? I'm going to go ahead and take Boston College in this one. Prior to that Pitt debacle, their 3 losses were by 2, 10, and 4 points. They were very competitive in all of their games. I am not sold on Clemson just yet. And yes, I realize Boston College sitting at 1-4. What do they got to play for? Well, when your season's over early, yeah, you risk mailing it in the rest of the season, except you're going to circle a couple games on your schedule. And I looked at the remaining schedule for Boston College, and if their so-called, quote, bowl games for them will be this Clemson game and later in the year when Notre Dame comes to town. Other than that, I probably will not be involved in a Boston College game unless I'm going against them. But this week, we're going to take them plus the points. I think this is going to be much closer than people think. And we'll go ahead and put just a little sprinkle on the money line as well. I got to try to keep up with VR, but again, congrats to him on that call with UCLA last
Thank you,
week.
brother.
Yeah, now I got to try to keep up with both of you because VR also has a double-digit dog, and I thought my 9-point underdog was going to be sufficient. It is apparently not. Now we have a competition going on here. VR, this one's, as a girl who follows the Big 12 very closely, we'll just call it interesting. Tell me why you like Oklahoma State here in this spot.
Yeah, and I gave this out to subscribers as a premium play immediately. Number one, I think Houston's a overvalued team. a little bit overrated, sitting at 4-1. They've had a very easy strength of schedule. In fact, it's the close to the 80th toughest schedule so far in college football. So not surprised they're sitting at 4-1. But if you look, even though they've done well against the spread, also they're profitable at 3-2. They haven't been winning with big margin, meaning it's not like they're putting up 40 plus points in game. In fact, the most they put up was 36 points. To cover 14.5, you got to be able to put up a lot of points. And I think as bad as Oklahoma State has looked offensively and defensively, they've had a much tougher strength of schedule to date. And I think, if anything, they're going to improve off of that. They're going to start to progress towards the mean. They're not that bad of a football team as they've shown to date. With that said, Houston's strength is their defense. That's where they're, most efficient. At least it's appeared that way so far this early in the season. They're 9th nationally in yardage per game. But dig a little deeper into the metrics, and they're probably in like the top 40 defensively overall, their efficiency. So they're not a top 10 defense like it appears. That's just, against yardage allowed, which stat doesn't mean all that much. So I think they're getting a little too much credit for their defense. And I think a lot of that has to do with that strength of schedule. Also, their stud quarterback had that concussion protocol last week. So we know he's not 100%. They're going to want to be careful with him for sure. In Oklahoma State, tough environment, a strong home field advantage, almost 3 points, about 2.8 something. That's pretty high for college football. Getting 2 touchdowns plus, I think, is a gift. It's worth a little sprinkle on the money line as well. Again, are we going to hit back-to-back big money lines? We'll find out Saturday. But I do think they could keep this within the number. I think Houston's one of those phony 4-1 teams. And I think Oklahoma State's not as bad as they've looked. Again, strength of schedule had a lot to do with it. Give me the 2 touchdowns with Oklahoma State and sprinkle that money line, because it's a generous number.
I know a lot of people may say that Oklahoma State doesn't have some big home field advantage because they fired Gundy and their team's not any good. You guys haven't been paying attention. They have still been packing that house. It is absolutely wild to see, as somebody who is kind of a fair weather fan themselves this season. That being said, I'm taking a 9-point underdog, the littlest dog here on the board in South Carolina. So I was happy to hear VR say during the segment that he saw sharp money come from 10 to 9 there. Look, LSU, they won the last 8 meetings, including that crazy road win, 36-33 last year in Columbia. If you guys remember, South Carolina jumped out early, 17-0 over the Tigers. But boom, Lenora Sellers gets knocked out of the game with the injury, and the Gamecocks get reffed to death, 13 penalties for 123 yards. I think it's probably fair to say the Gamecocks have this one circled. Yes, both teams are coming off a bye, but I think this LSU team is not as good as everybody had thought over the summertime. 10-3 against the spread in their last 13 SEC matches. I like the Gamecocks, and I'm going to go ahead and apologize to South Carolina because I can't wait to see how you guys lose this game in horrible fashion. Yes, that's what exactly happened last week to all of our underdogs. It is the kiss of death. If I put them in the barking dog segment, they're going to cover but not win. So apologies in advance. Let's get right into the deli. The deli has been rocking and rolling there, Marco. 16-9 on the season. You also do an additional deli segment each week here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Can you please let everybody know where they can find that and who the sandwich game of the week is?
Yum.
Yeah, Kelly, that 16-9 record that you referenced, that's on the bonus edition of Marco's Deli. We've had 5 episodes so far this season, 5 games each week. We've had 4 winning weeks out of 5. Last week was our first losing week. We went 2-3 on the show last week, and we are 16-9 with these plays for the season. And tune in every Thursday. We release it. It's out late on Thursday, and then it is part of the Mega podcast as well, the Mega Show here with the Bet On It show. So, if you like what we do here and you want seconds, we give you one deli special here every week on Bet On It. You want 5 more, and I break the games down, tell you the insights of how I'm looking at the games and what the situation is that I'm looking at. It's both educational and profitable. Tune in every week to Marco's Deli. For this week's sandwich game of the week, well, this was a game that last week made the bonus show. We took Wisconsin last week as one of those deli specials. Now, it wasn't pretty, but it got there. They were plus 17 against Michigan, and they lost by 14. And the reason we were on Wisconsin in that game is because Michigan was in a big sandwich spot last week. Well, this week, it's Wisconsin who's in that sandwich spot, and it's a big one. If you look at Wisconsin, they're coming off playing Michigan last week. And guess what? Take a look at next week, who they play. Yeah, that's right. They've got the number 1 team in the country coming to their house. Ohio State will be coming to town next week. Iowa has had 2 weeks to prepare for them. Now, that gives them a huge edge in this matchup. Offensively, these two teams are basically even. They put up about the same type of numbers. But where the difference is in between these two teams is the defense. Iowa has the upper hand. They're allowing just 4.5 yards per play defensively. Given the superior defense, given the extra prep time, given the bad scheduling spot that we have Wisconsin in, there's only one way for me to go in this game, and I'm going to go ahead and lay it with Iowa. Lay the 3.5 in this one. I've got Iowa winning 23-13. Yeah, it'll be one of those classic Iowa games. There's not going to be a lot of points scored in it, but I like the Iowa Hawkeyes to prevail on Saturday against Wisconsin as the sandwich game of the week.
All right, it is time for best bets. VR, you're going to be up first here.
Yeah.
This one's no surprise. I think this trio is going to be all over Texas, even though I need them to lose a couple more games for my season win total to go under the total.
So far, so good in a season on Bet On It, 14-4 in college football. And I'm going to fade the sharp money that's come in on Oklahoma. The only thing I don't like is the talk about the quarterback material not being a game time decision. He's going to go. But I don't like that negative on Oklahoma. I wish everything was positive on the Oklahoma side, because here's the bottom line. Forget the handicap. Forget the X's and O's. This is a simple case of an overreaction to a small sample size. And let me explain. Prior to the season starting, Oklahoma was nowhere near the top 10. Texas was third power rating wise, top 5 for sure amongst all sharp power ratings. Many had them top 3, top 1 or 2 for some. Okay. We saw them lose to Ohio State the first week. No surprise. Ohio State's the best team in the country. They were before the season started. They were going into this week. All right. They lost that by, a touchdown. Since then, the stock on Texas continues to drop and the stock on Oklahoma is going up. But here's the bottom line. There's nowhere that Oklahoma is better, meaning like efficiency wise. Offense, you look at Texas, they're top 15. Oklahoma barely in the top 30. Defense, Texas top 5, Oklahoma top 10. You look at power rating wise, I get it. Both Texas and Penn State have been dropped from the rankings, but I'm telling you right now, there are only, maybe 5 or 6 teams that should be favored over Texas on a neutral field. That's correct. On a neutral field, only 5 or 6 teams should be favored over Texas. That doesn't mean that the books wouldn't make a team favored over Texas, because the book's job is to balance risk. But what would happen if that is the case? You would see wise guys lining up and taking Texas, because their power ratings reflect mine. And mine show right now that Texas is still a top 10 team in the country. Oklahoma's barely a top 20 team in the country. And that's going to play itself out with strength of schedule, because up until now, Texas has played the 10th toughest schedule in all of college football. Oklahoma's played the 58th toughest schedule in all of college football. Well, coming up for them over the rest of the season, top 5. So we'll see what Oklahoma's made of over the next couple weeks. With all that said, this is simply a power rating bet where I think that the market's so overreacted on Texas's short-term results. And like, what did they do? They haven't been getting blown out or anything like that. Again, getting Texas at a pick 'em at home -1 is a gift. They should be at least a 3-point favorite in this spot at minimum. Give me the Texas Longhorns. Fade the wise guys. I love Texas on Saturday, dude.
All right, Marco D'Angelo, before we get into your best bet, can you please let everybody know what is going on over at WagerTalk.com? We have a new special up called the Weekend Warrior.
Yeah, well, that's been up for a few weeks, Kelly, and it's been a very successful, very popular. You can pick your favorite handicapper at WagerTalk. $49. You'll get all of their plays Saturday, Sunday in football. And if your handicapper has a play on the Monday night football game, and there's 2 of them this week, so good chance your capper will have a play, you'll get that as a free bonus on Monday. Now, if you want to jump on board and get all the plays for a 7-day period, we also have a $77 package going at WagerTalk as well. And with baseball playoffs in full swing, few games left in the WNBA playoffs, and we had hockey begin on Tuesday night. Next week, you got basketball. The NBA starts. Great time to grab those all-access packages so you never miss a play from your favorite handicapper. Kelly, we're going to go with the same playbook I ran last week. Our best bet last week came home. We laid some chalk with Texas A&M, but it was one of those scenarios where I absolutely loved the setup going into the game. And I've got a carbon copy of it this week. We're going to take a look at James Madison. I love what people are going to do with this game because they're going to look at what they just saw last and overreact to it. Last week, Louisiana, James Madison's opponent this week, was in a shootout with Marshall. They won in double overtime, 54-51. While James Madison was playing a 14-7 snooze fest victory over Georgia State. They were a 20-point favorite in that game. The knee-jerk reaction for the betting public is going to be, I got one team that scored 54 points. I got another team that only scored 14 last week, and they're laying 18 this week. Yeah, where do I sign up? I can't get enough of the dog. Not so fast, my friends, as Lee Corso would say. I love taking a good team, and let me tell you, James Madison is a very good team for this conference. I love taking those teams when they come off a scare like they had last week. You also have the situation because of that scare, you know that team's going to come to play and they're going to be focused. You also are going to get the benefit of some line value because the market's going to overreact to what they saw last week. And the fact that Louisiana scored 54 points last week, that was against Marshall. Take a look at Marshall's defensive stats. They're putrid, okay? They're going to be going against James Madison, who has an elite defense. James Madison has only allowed one team in 5 games to score over 13 points. That one team was Louisville. That was a team from a Power 5 conference, the ACC, and they held them to 28 points, where Louisville generally scores more than that. This is a horrible Louisiana defense, especially against the run. They allow 222 yards per game against the ground, on the ground. Why do I bring that up? Especially in a game where you're laying 18 points. What do I care about the ground game? That's important when you're laying a big number. James Madison averages 243 yards per game on the ground. So what that means is when James Madison builds a big lead in the second half and you get to that fourth quarter and you have so many times teams just want to try to milk the clock and get out of there, they're going to be doing what they do best. So not only are they shortening the game when they have a big lead, they're protecting the lead. They can add to the lead because they do what they do best. Whereas so often you have a passing team that suddenly tries to run the football in the fourth quarter to protect the lead, and that's just disaster. That's how you get backdoored. That doesn't happen with a good running team. Go ahead and lay the points. This one is going to be blowout city. I've got James Madison winning 41-13 is my college best bet for Bet On It.
Woo, I went back and forth on my best bet for this week, and Barking Dog. There's like 6 underdogs I like to win outright, but this team, they owe us after last week, and you guys know exactly where I'm going. We're going to take the points here with Maryland. I cannot believe I'm standing by the hotel pool with a bunch of kids wanting to watch the Yankees. Maryland's up 20. Change the channel, Kelly. Change the channel. They're up 20. The game's over. Well, guess what? The game was not over. You're going to think Maryland might want that one back. 24 unanswered by Washington. And here we are, backing them again as an underdog at home. Speaking of Washington, Malik Washington, quarterback for Maryland, has been absolutely electric, completing almost 70% of his passes. And that is why I like this team. This offense is running on all cylinders. Now, if the defense can come up with a couple of turnovers, I believe they can beat the Cornhuskers here. Mainly because Nebraska hasn't won anything on the road. Just one of their last 7 road games. What do we expect from the Cornhuskers? They're going to run the ball. They're going to try to eat up the clock. And we know they're going to play smash mouth defense. So great passing defense versus great passing offense. 2 worlds collide. And I expect this to be a lower scoring game, making points at a premium. Speaking of defense, Maryland's defense is getting no credit at all, but they're only giving up 12.5 points per game on the season. So yes, last week was kind of an anomaly, and we're going to give the Terps a second chance. Don't forget to sprinkle a little bit on that money line because Maryland.
It's huge slate in the NHL season so far, and we are here to break it down right here on Puck Time. Myself, Andrew McGinnis, of course, with Carmine Bianco, as usual. And today, not one, but 2 guests with us, Lawrence the Presman and Brian Leonard, joining us here to give us some thoughts on some games of their choice. Looking forward to a jam-packed Puck Time. We got a lot of you guys in the live chat already. We will take some questions at the end of the show. But a lot of games, so Carm, we won't waste too much time. But before we bring in Prez, how are you, Carm?
I'm good, man. 14 games today, 28 teams in action, no games tomorrow. We are going to cover the you and I are going to cover the Jets and Stars, Canes and Devils, and then Vegas and the Sharks. And then we got Brian Leonard coming in a little later on. He is going to do the Anaheim and Seattle game. But let's bring in none other than the Prez. He's going to talk about the Florida Panthers, one of his favorite teams,
What's up,
playing the Philadelphia Flyers. Prez.
Well, who doesn't love the Florida Panthers, right?
Absolutely. How can you
I
not
don't know
love this
about
team?
those
2-time
Panthers.
Stanley Cup champions, 3 finals in a row. Prez is in an elevator, apparently. But with that said,
I don't like being so low down. You know, I'm 5'7". I got to deal with being a little guy all my life. So now I've raised the bar. I'm high.
small guy, big heart. Prez.
Yes, sir.
I know you got a ton of things to do today. The Florida Panthers minus 214 at home. The Philadelphia Flyers plus 174. The total sits here currently at 5.5, shaded 22 cents to the over. 25 at other books, which likely means this is going to probably hit a 6 at some point today. Give us your thoughts on this one.
Before I do that, can I just make mention what a pleasure it is that I'm going to be on the same show as Brian Leonard today. The last time I did a show with Brian Leonard, I'd like to tell you how it went, if you don't mind. So I was doing WagerTalk today. It was the start of the baseball season. Brian Leonard comes on, and I am like, Bri, what do you think of the Jays pitching staff? He's like, oh, the whole damn staff will be traded. The Jays won't win 80 games this year. Trade them all. They're a horrible, horrible team. Just wanted to throw that out there. That was this year. Start of this year. This You're Brian Leonard this year. Okay.
Wait. Hold on. Before you go any further. So what you're saying is we should always judge someone by their initial thoughts and not on how the season progresses.
Yeah. Well, given that he never emailed or texted or said anything, he never congratulated us last night by text. Nothing. All he did was insult our Jays, Carmine. And now he says I have dementia.
You must have me confused with somebody else, he says in the YouTube chat. Prez, my favorite part, obviously as a fan, it's exciting. Underdogs in every game but one. You got to love that. Underdogs in every single game but one. That's super exciting. But yeah, Prez, when you chose this game, looking at Florida, a lot of people were upset the fact that the Florida Panthers' first game of the season was against the Chicago Blackhawks. Like the NHL marketing
People are upset. This is the world we live in, that they're upset about that as well.
I wouldn't say politicians are upset, but I'd say the hockey world's upset about it. I think that you look at other sports, look at how the NFL starts out. It's two big-time teams. You look at how every sport starts. We were comparing it yesterday as if the Chiefs played the Titans on opening night in the NFL. Imagine that. Imagine if it was the Golden State Warriors.
It wasn't a standalone game,
against the Charlotte Hornets.
There were other
playing
games
each other
that night. Okay.
So Florida off that game. What do you think about them tonight?
Okay, so let's handicap this thing. I like the under in this game. I like the under. I'm looking to bet the under in all Florida games and all Flyer games. From the Florida perspective, I mean, this team is a stone cold under team regardless, period. They play defense. They have outstanding goaltending, and they grind, and they're heavy, and they're just tough to play against. The forecheck, the back check. And now without Barkov and Tkachuk, I understand that those are two defensive specialists, but they're also two guys that score. Matthew Tkachuk is their number one scorer. Barkov is maybe their number 2 or 3. So I think that recognizing that they don't have a lot of depth scoring wise, I think this is a team that is going to try grind out wins. We saw it against Chicago. They won 3-2. I think tonight's game will be 2-1 with maybe an empty netter to make 3-1. I think the Flyers are very similar. I think the Flyers' approach this year is going to be copy Florida. Play tight, play aggressive, back check, forward check, focus on your system, focus on your role. The goals will come, keep the puck out of the net. That's going to be Philadelphia's slogan all year, and we already know it's Florida's. I'd love for you guys to wait. I think there might be a 6 coming up, given that it's so heavily juiced to under on the 5.5. But I do think this game is going to go under. And listen, guys, I wouldn't be blown away if Philadelphia wins this game. Florida is going to get everybody's best all year, and especially at the beginning of the season with an upstart team like Philly.
Prez, do you think there's any type of a coaching bump? I know initially,
yes.
Rick Tocchet back with the
yes.
the Flyers. We know what he did in Vancouver, and they were a much better team, but other problems with that team, and then eventually goaltending and injuries to Demko and what have you. But, Florida gets the initial win. Can you not see an upset in this one? Or can you see an upset in this one?
I already said I can see an upset in this one. I would not be surprised if Philadelphia won. And the fact that Tocchet is behind the bench also solidifies my desire to play the under. I think Tocchet is going to be very similar to how he was as a player, and that is grind him out, hit him, beat him up, make that, what is the word? To the pain. That would be Rick Tocchet's motto, to the pain.
Without pain, there is no pleasure. This is a phrase that can be used for hockey as well, too, amongst other things in life. Andrew, you're still young. You'll get it eventually, us old people.
I'll get you old people.
Yeah. By the time you get us, we won't even be around. Anyway.
Yeah. Prez, what do you got up at WagerTalk?
Well, I've started the NHL season 0-3, and I'm pretty bummed about it. I had 2 horrible losses last night. Under 6. Yes, Tim, the Prez sucks. We know, blah, 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 blah. I'm actually going to address all haters on the best betting show ever later today. So, Tim, check it out. I'll mention you as well. So yeah, what was I saying? I got one. I was on the under in the Toronto Maple Leaf game last night. 2 empty netters did me in, and I was on Edmonton in regulation, which is insane that play lost. But I mean, this is just how it goes in hockey sometimes. I got 1 NFL play up. I've won 8 of my last 9 days of NFL betting. 8 of my last 9. I'm up 22 units of profit already on the season, over 62%. And I have 1 NHL play, and that's really it. As far as the blue line goes, there is no blue line this year or ever again, likely, because Matthew Barnaby took a full-time job on a network and just doesn't have the time to do this for free. The bidding went like this so that you guys understand. We bidded $0 for Matthew's time, and it left a huge hole in the market for someone to outbid us.
Yeah, seems like a pretty good bid competition there.
Yeah, we started with 0, we ended with 0, and someone jumped in with like a 6-figure contract, and we were like, bye-bye.
I guess
but Matthew will be around. He's going to be part of my show, the best betting show ever, every now and again.
I guess he didn't figure the invaluable, just having you as a friend and having your knowledge.
We're still friends.
Access to your knowledge. That's.
I appreciate you, Carm. We're still friends.
All right, Prez. Thanks for coming in. Good luck with your NFL tonight, and of course your NHL and the season. It is a marathon, not a sprint. You know that.
Oh yeah, dude,
better than anybody else. You've been in this industry forever. So best of luck to you tonight and for the season. Andrew, dude, we're starting with this Jets Stars game. It is unbelievable because when I was doing stats last night, Andrew, and you're looking at the lines here, the Stars minus 114, the Jets 106, minus 106. The total's at 15 cents to the over. These teams played 10 times last season, including playoffs.
Yeah, I think, sorry, I didn't know you were done there. You just kind of stopped talking.
I went mute.
You're like, these teams played this many times.
Andrew, I'm just going to say something real quickly. I'm just going to say something. Whenever I get into like an argument with my wife, this is my phrase. I go, all right, I'm just going to go mute. And then about the 4th or 5th time I say it, she goes, are you ever going to follow up on just going mute and keep it that way? So
yeah, they whenever we threaten that, it usually doesn't end up going very well.
No.
All right, so this is the thing about this matchup here. Winnipeg was the top 10 team defensively as far as expected goals against in 2024, 2025. They had the MVP of the league as their goalie. So you can kind of look at it in a couple different ways, how you expect them to kind of roll out here in this matchup. But when I look at it is this. The Dallas Stars, they have now Mikko Rantanen for quite some time, not just for a trade line acquisition, not just for a few months. They've got this guy from the start of the season. And Carm, when I look at this roster now, they lost Logan Stankoven. They lost maybe a depth piece. And he's great. You know, he's a good young player. But the Dallas Stars are in win now mode. I was just talking with Prez saying that people weren't happy. It was Blackhawks and Panthers as the first game of the whole entire NHL season. Well, I'm happy to see these two teams going head to head for their first games of the season. When I look at this one, Carm, I like the road team. I lean towards the Dallas Stars. You got a couple new pieces on this Winnipeg team. You got a couple things to mention. And also last year, they did struggle a little bit out the gate as far as their offensive ability is concerned. I think the difference between these two teams is the offensive output. We obviously know 2 good goaltenders. We obviously know good defense. But when it comes to the offensive output, I feel a bit more confident in the Dallas Stars. And of course, looking at odds logic right now and looking at the opening number and kind of where things have moved, we have seen a little bit of love come in on Dallas, but for the most part, it has remained a pick 'em. And if you take it into account home ice advantage, I would kind of say that Dallas is favored here in this one. So I like the road team. I think that out the gate, at least, this team's going to have the cohesion. They're going to have the depth. They're going to be a little bit too deep. They're going to come at the Jets in waves. You have the MVP as your goalie for Winnipeg, and I get that. But sometimes if your goalie wins the MVP, and that's a big reason why you win a lot of games, then, maybe he's not going to bail you out as many times as he did last year. And maybe that happens right out the gate here, Carm. So I like the road team here.
Yeah, Andrew, it's not hard not to like them, or it's hard not to like them. I'm looking at the total here. Early on, it's tough with totals, and you look at these teams, and there's no strong data to taking the first period over or under. Winnipeg last year, 24 of 41 home games during the regular season stayed under the 1.5, but it was like 26 of Dallas's games went over the total. And early on, the Dallas Stars were scoring goals and allowing goals, but it's hard to ignore the fact that these teams played 10 times last season, 4 during the regular season, 5 or 6 in the playoffs, and 9 of those games went under the total. And some of those totals were at 5. 9-1, the total here sits at, what is it? It's sitting, is it at 5 or 5.5? I believe it's at 5.5. I'm just
5.5.
Just confirmed 5.5. Yeah, it's we've seen some scoring early on. We've seen some games where they've been just complete bum type of games. You know what I mean? Like you look at like the Bruins and Washington there, not much scoring there from a Washington team that has scored a lot of goals. We look at that Pittsburgh New York Rangers game that started out. It's just, I can't take the over in this game. I don't want to take a side. The only way I can lean, and it's leaning with the numbers from last year, is 9 of 10 games went under the total, and I'll lean to another one here. Winnipeg getting getting the win on home ice in a low-scoring affair. Anytime, Andrew. I'm here.
We might be head-to-head here with this, Carm, but I'm going to ask you, do you think that does correlate? Like, we saw Winnipeg get off to a phenomenal start last year. Everybody remembers it. We all remember the start that they have. But do you think that this correlates to under? Like, do you think that for the most part, wins correlate to unders with Winnipeg, or do you trust them to win the track meet against the Dallas Stars?
I don't think they win the track meet against the Dallas Stars. Dallas Stars proved last year that they could score goals. And they did it. Winnipeg proved that they could win those 3-2 games. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them in the playoffs. Then they lose game 6 in OT, 2-1 in OT against the Stars. But, with that said, you've got 2 very good goalies here. And you look at the good goalies thus far this season, 1 game in, and it's only 1 game in. But you look at a guy like Logan Thompson, he looked very good against the Bruins. Jerry Swayman looked very good against Washington. So Stuart Skinner didn't look as good on that 3rd goal. I think that's what pissed off the press last night. I don't know what Swayman was thinking, or sorry, not Swayman. I don't know what Skinner was thinking on that goal that Calgary tied it up on.
His controller died.
Yeah,
he froze.
His controller did die. To change the batteries on that one. But with that said, I'm going to give it to the goalies. I'm going to give it to 2 teams that can play defense, and maybe if you don't get any scoring in the first period, or maybe just a goal, maybe they settle into it. It could very well be one of those ones, Andrew, that you love to talk about, where you get the first period over, and then the game stays under the total. So that very well could happen here. I put this game on the schedule because it is such a tough one to pick, and I wanted us to have, which it looks like we do, conflicting opinions on which way it'll go, but we shall see. I'll go with you like the Stars. I'll go with 3-1 Stars, and we're both happy.
Perfect.
right.
That works completely
good.
fine with me. Carm, a lot of great comments coming in here and people talking about the underdogs. Like if you've played every underdog so far, just especially based on the numbers, you've definitely been able to make some money so far. Everyone talking about some live bets, looking at third period overs, all kinds of good stuff. So yeah, I mean, right now the live chat is bumping and people are fired up to have hockey back, but we keep saying this every single day, and especially me, but teams so far, guys, that are bad, quote unquote, don't know they're bad yet. So we just want to say that, like, if you're looking at sometimes laying these huge prices, you want to look towards the team total. You want to look towards the regulation or puck line or whatever it might be. I would honestly feel more comfortable playing a minus 200 in December than I would in October because, you know, teams like Pittsburgh, so far, they feel like they're just as good as anybody else. But you wait till they go on a 6-game losing streak, then things are a little bit different for them as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, no, listen, 100%. That's why I said to people, like, and I think I referenced it with yesterday. I said, don't just think that you can take the Vegas Golden Knights, the Washington Capitals, and the Edmonton Oilers and bundle them into a parlay because they're all at pretty much at minus 200 and think you're getting plus money because one of them likely goes down. Now, I did think it was going to be the Vegas Golden Knights that went down. I thought the LA Kings were a live dog and mentioned it on yesterday's show along with the first period over. Both of those hit. The Washington Capitals didn't. They got off to a slow start in that one. And Pasta and Geeky, the two guys I talked about, well, other than these two guys, where do they find the scoring? Well, Pasta and Geeky did the scoring yesterday for the Bruins. So I had Washington in regulation minus 130. I'd much rather, you don't want to lose, but I'd much rather lose, Andrew, with a minus 130 than a full game minus 180, 190 line. Speaking of something in that range, Andrew, the Carolina Hurricanes. Is this, we ask it every season, kind of like Leaf fans, this is our season. Carolina Hurricanes, is this their season? Minus 164, the Devils plus 134, the total 5.5 shaded 20 cents to the over. Are the Devils a live dog?
Yeah, I think they are, Carm. I think they are. I think this Hurricanes team is a little bit overhyped. This is a good team, but they haven't really seemed to get too much better. People look at this roster overall and you kind of ask what they're going to bring on a year-by-year basis. And it seems like a team that's built to get to the playoffs, but not really do much once they do get to the playoffs here. But New Jersey is healthy. New Jersey seems to be a team that gets off to a good start. This is a team, I think, when you look at their expected goals against last season, I know we're going to always talk about the advanced metrics with Brian as well. So I look forward to talking to him in a few moments. But looking at some of these defensive numbers for the Carolina Hurricanes, they ranked in the top 10 as far as expected goals against. But expected goals for them, you know, they're a team that isn't nearly up there as far as the top ranks are concerned. So Carolina, Edmonton, Florida, Dallas, Washington, ding, 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 the New Jersey Devils. That team is right up there on the whole entire calendar year, 2024, 2025, in expected goals for. So maybe it is an opportunity for a live dog on the New Jersey Devils. Also could be a good opportunity for some props in this game. Looking at some of these lineups here. And honestly, Carm, looking at this new line that I think is going to be a pretty good one with Timo Meier, Nico Hischier, and Dawson Mercer. A guy like Dawson Mercer, anytime assist, anytime point, could be good because he's playing with two skilled players like Hischier and Meier. So I do think it's a live dog opportunity with the Devils. And I think that second line for the Devils is where you're going to find value on the props. First line with Evgeny Dadonov, with Hughes and Bratt, might be a little bit too juicy on the point props. Anybody that plays with Hughes, it's too juicy. Second line with those guys, with Mercer, with Timo Meier, could get some value on the player props there with that. So, yeah, I think this is a live dog spot, Carm, but mostly a prop game for me so far. What do you think? I mean, these are two teams in the Metro that are good, but the Metro overall wasn't nearly as good as other divisions last year.
Yeah, you know, Andrew, I'm going to harp on it for the first couple of weeks season. I'm like the old man yelling at the clouds that I'm taking a cautious approach, but maybe with full game lines. But I love to give on the show, especially when they win. I love to give these first period plays on the show. Now you look at the total here. You can't play the total because there's no strong numbers for it. The Devils on the road last year to the under were 25 and 15, 40 games because they played one overseas. 25 and 15 to the under. The Canes, though, were 25 and 16 to the first period over. So they'll pretty much wipe each other out. I will say this, though. The Canes, along with Colorado last year, were the two worst teams at home in the opening 20 minutes of the game. You look at last season, Colorado was 13, 17, and 14, minus 14 units if you were betting them on the first period money line. The Canes, 15, 15, and 19, minus 13.8 units if you're betting them on the first period line. You can get the Devils here, first period, at plus 121. I'm just seeing if there's any other books that have a better price. The Superbook in Vegas has 130 along with Circa. FanDuel has 126. But get in, get out, and hopefully get a winner. So I'm going to take the New Jersey Devils first period to get the job done. If it's tied at the end of 20 minutes, then hell, it's a push. But I'm taking the Devils here, Andrew.
Carm, you had a good read on that trend all year long last year. We were making jokes between my first period overs with your first period side bets. It's almost like you and I just didn't want to watch some of these teams for a full 60 minutes. We just wanted to watch 20 minutes, the first period, move on to another game. And, well, with how big the slate is tonight, Carm, I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to watch just one game for 20 minutes and then move on to another one as well. So nice plus price there on that one in the first period. I'll look towards probably some props. I'm not sure if the Devils will make my card, but I do think they could be a live dog. And everyone's talking in the live chat about Ehlers. Ehlers moves from Winnipeg to Carolina. Carm, we always know this, man. A new player doesn't always fit in right away. They don't always fit in right away. It doesn't always work out immediately for a new team. It worked out for one team we're going to mention later on in the show with their new player last night, but it doesn't always work out right away.
It depends. It's apples and oranges, but yes, if you're counting, and this is why I say it's an 82 game season. If you're counting early on in the season, you could say, well, the Leafs are 1-0 without Mitch Marner, and the Vegas Golden Knights are 0-1 with Mitch Marner. Come on, man. It is absolutely ridiculous. But you and I are going to talk about the Vegas and the Sharks, and we're hoping this guy will hang around after he does the Anaheim-Seattle game to give us his thoughts on Vegas and the Sharks as well, too, because I have some questions for him on that game tonight and a couple questions on last night's. But let's bring him in, man. Brian Leonard, he is like a breath of fresh air each and every day. God, that hair, you and Andrew with the hair, man, it's just pissing me off.
Brian, donate some to Carm. He needs it, man. Just give some on it. It keeps going back for you.
He's a good-looking man. He doesn't need it.
God bless you, man. Brian, hope you're doing well. We'll talk a little later after this game, but Anaheim and Seattle. New coach in Anaheim, of course, with Joel Quenneville. Does that factor into your handicap on this game?
Not really. We did see some new coaches come out yesterday and have some success. The reason why I chose this game is I really don't like the Kraken this year. I think I've got the Kraken rated as probably the third worst team in hockey behind San Jose and Chicago. Why are they favored? I know the Ducks were a popular play this year. A lot of people like them. They performed very well last year and had a lot of success. They're a very young team. But why is Seattle favored in this game? I think the wrong team is favored. Anaheim's done very well in their opening games overall, so we'll see how that goes. But there's a few games on schedule where I think there's some live dogs. And you mentioned the Dogs having success so far, and we had Pittsburgh the first game on opening day. I liked Chicago in the second day, and yesterday we had the LA Kings. Unfortunately, The Golden Knights scored a little bit more than I thought they would. I thought it would be a lower scoring game. You guys didn't. I watched the show yesterday, and you both thought it'd be some scoring in that one. But I like Anaheim here. I think they're the better team. I think it's going to be a long season for Seattle. And a lot of the guys, other than our handicappers on this show that I follow, agree with me that they think Seattle's an overrated team. And so anytime I can get the better team at plus money, that's the way I'm looking for it. And right now, as was mentioned, the Dogs have gotten off to a good start. And it's something that I think happens every year because you get a team. You mentioned Pittsburgh. Chicago gave Florida a really good run. You mentioned the teams that everybody's talked about are going to be terrible, like the Penguins. They think the Penguins are going to be terrible. And they heard that all off season. Well, they've got a chip on their shoulder the entire time. And now they get out there to play. I think these teams in the first couple of weeks of the season are really good betting opportunities, teams that did not look good last year. And we're going to go with Anaheim in this one.
Brian, you're right. They're a popular team coming into this season, but like you said, this matchup, it really kind of confuses me as far as the price, because I think it's just a tale of two different teams, a team on the uprise and a team going down. The NHL put out their list of the average age, like the youngest and oldest teams the other day. And I know that you don't want to have probably the youngest team in the league, but you don't want to have the oldest team either. And this Anaheim team has a lot of youth. So going into this year, I'll be looking to back a lot of overs on team totals and things like that, maybe full game overs. They have a good goalie in Anaheim, but they give up a lot of chances, but they score as well. The good news is I don't think you have to worry about that much with Seattle because they don't create a hell of a lot of chances either. So I really like that one. Brian coming at us with a pick. One of the last games of the night, guys, 10:10 Eastern time, looking at Anaheim live duck. Brian, we know we expect nothing less out of you, by the way, to come on with an underdog for your first play for the brand new season. We needed that, a nice little live dog, and I think it's a good spot for the Anaheim Ducks. By the way, you're welcome on the Jays bandwagon whenever you want. Don't listen to Prez. If you trashed them earlier, I got a short memory. I don't even know what I had for breakfast yesterday, or breakfast this morning, I should say. You know what? You can come on. I didn't hear a thing about what you said. You're always welcome on the Blue Jays bandwagon, by the way. You're always welcome.
I honestly, I think it was Brian Power. Brian Power talked about the Blue Jays bullpen being absolutely abysmal, that they were overrated. And then I fought back with him a little later on. He said he was going to sing "Go Canada" on his Power 5 to make up for it, which he never did. But with that said, we sent the Yankees to Aruba or Cancun or wherever they go. But it happened. And we'll see with the next one. Brian, I got to ask you two questions. Obviously, the second one will be the Vegas game tonight against the Sharks. But the first one is, you look at them. You look at some of the post-game reactions of the Vegas game last night, and I don't get the fan base. They can't be fans. Guys are like, Aiden Hill needs to be on the next bus out of town. Aiden Hill this, Aiden Hill. This is the guy who won like 50-something games last year and had his best goals against average.
I don't understand any fan that downplays their team after one game. I'm watching the game with my wife, who fell behind. Vegas fell behind 2-0. And granted, I had LA. I didn't want to tell her, but I love that. We're gonna get rid of Aiden Hill. I said, don't start. It's the first game. Come on now. I said, the guy's been terrific for us the entire time. But I don't understand where Prez is talking about. I wasn't a big fan of the Toronto pitching staff, but I had a 5% play yesterday on Toronto. I've been riding Toronto for a long time. I don't know what he's talking about.
Let's go.
And for a guy who names his show the greatest sports betting show ever, you think he exaggerates a little bit. I don't know how the greatest betting show ever could ever have Prez on, unless Prez is the one that came up with that total or that title of the show. I joke with Prez, but I'm a little upset that Prez got to come on first and I got to be the backup. I'm a little upset about that.
That might honestly be the best answer you could have given to that.
Well, let me tell you why, Brian.
5% play on the Blue Jays after that statement. That's a mic drop right there. That is awesome.
I've been riding the Blue Jays for so long. Like you said, he hasn't been on a show with me since before baseball season. That's like 9 months ago. That tells you how often Perez wants me on a show with him.
Yeah, let me tell you, Brian, it is like you go out for an absolutely terrible dinner, but the dessert is the best part of the dinner. That's why you are on after the press.
Whoa.
All right.
Brian, you're dessert. You're the dessert of the show.
I'm just sweet. That's all he can say.
Wow. There's a lot of different ways that analogy could have been used.
Yes, it could have. Tonight they play the Sharks. Good bounce back spot for them.
I believe it is. And one of the things a lot of people look at will be a team playing the second game, and they freak out about it, like the Kings. The Kings did not look good in their first game. They came out. They had a game under the belt already. The coach of the Golden Knights said, he goes, you know what? They've got the advantage on us. They've already gone out and played a game with full practice from all their players. Teams playing the second game of a back-to-back early in the season do not bother me at all, and we get better spreads on that. We're getting what I consider the best team playing today against one of the worst teams playing today, and you're laying really less than $2 on the road off of a game in which they had a 5-3 lead and blew it. Throwing the fact that Vegas has never lost a game in regulation in San Jose. I believe they're like 14-0-2. And also throwing the fact that as much as I like the young players for San Jose, they're still not going to be a good team. Their young players are great. It's like Anaheim. I really like their young players, but they beat up on Vegas every year in the preseason. I believe they played them 2 or 3 times this year. I'm not sure Vegas got a single win against them. But San Jose beats them up in the preseason, and then when the games actually count, Vegas crushes them. Yeah. I don't like to lay big numbers, although I did last night on Edmonton, and I did lose that. Luckily, it was a small play. But the only way to look in this game is for Vegas to come out and considering they didn't get really anything out of their Marner line on the power plays and stuff. Georgiev scored 3 goals, including a power play goal. I think Vegas, talent-wise, this is a much deeper team than what they have had in the past. They've got guys on the 3rd and 4th line that can score, and last year they didn't have that. This is a team that's one of the top 3 teams in hockey, and off of a loss, playing against a team they dominate during the regular season. This is a good bet. Even though you're laying close to $2, I still think Vegas is a very good bet tonight.
All right, guys, that's Brian Leonard, WagerTalk. Brian, and Eichel got the bag. He got his bag of money. So positive times in Vegas ahead. Brian, what do you have up at WagerTalk?
Actually, I did the baseball show. I don't like either one of these games today, so I'm going to pass. I gave out a college football play for $5 the other day, and I took it down right after. That's what I've been doing every week to give those people that bought it early the only chance to get it. So I do have a game today, but if you missed it, it's gone. I don't have anything else up. Don't like the football game today, but I really do like this card in hockey. As soon as I'm done today, I will put those plays up. And as we know, been around for 11 years, the most profit in NHL hockey and Major League Baseball over that time. So excited about the season, and we haven't had anything bigger than a 1.5-star play so far. So I'm looking for a bigger play, at least one on today's card, and that'll be up in the next hour or so. All
right, Brian, I appreciate you coming on, and we're going to see plenty of you this season long. Brian's like happy hour. If you miss it, it's gone. That's it at your local pub.
That's right.
So thanks for coming on, and we'll see you next week when we have full slates. Andrew, we still have to discuss this game, Vegas and the Sharks. And I was going to mention it to Brian. It's so far removed from that playoff game where that 5-minute penalty and the Sharks score like 4 power play goals and eventually beat the Vegas Golden Knights. That chip is on their shoulder and it's never left. And he mentioned it, 14-0-2 against the Sharks, I believe, in San Jose. That's not a bad record.
Garm, they've dominated the Sharks team. This is the thing, though, the whole point is when I'm looking at this number here, and Brian mentioned it, is do you want to lay this price? And I think in this matchup off a loss, maybe it can be a little bit intriguing here. I don't know if I want to look at this number early on. I mean, based on the underdogs that we have seen cash so far this season, guys, do you want to lay a favorite like this so far? I'll tell you what, yesterday, Vegas game versus LA, I had a 4-0 sweep with clients, 1-0 in the first period over, and then we had a handful of player props. This matchup seems no different as far as the player props that we can capitalize. Dan, if you have the pictures there, you can pull it up for me. We'll start with the Vegas team. I want to just look at these lines. Barbashev, Eichel, Marner, Riley, Smith, Carlson, Mark Stone. But that third line of Brandon Saad, Tomas Hertl, and Pavel Dorofeyev. Pavel Dorofeyev is minus 120, guys, again tonight to get a point. Okay? Well, I shouldn't say again tonight because yesterday he was minus 105. The guy got a hat trick. Yesterday, and he's minus 120 just to get one singular point. To me, that's something that I think I want to run back looking at Dorofeyev. I'll tell you what, as well, we're talking about when it's worth it to lay juice. Here's a prop that I'm probably going to be on, and you guys might think this is too juicy. Last night, I played this at minus 145, and it cashed easily because he got multiple assists. Mitch Marner to get an assist is minus 155, 160. That's worth it to me. If you combo Jack Eichel goal, Mitch Marner assist, or Marner goal, Jack Eichel assist, I think both those guys to get a point even, putting those two guys together is a pretty good bet to look at. Now, just really quickly, looking at San Jose, we know how good the San Jose Sharks young players are. But the good news about a really bad team, and the good news about a team that's still kind of getting up in the rankings right now, is you get value when it comes to the player props. So one I want to look at is Tyler Toffoli. This guy is like the dad of the team. He really is. He's on the right wing, second line, playing with Wenberg and Eklund. He's out there on the power play as well, and you're getting minus 125. This guy is the veteran of the team. He's probably someone to look for to get going, to score, to get production early on in the season. I think Tyler Toffoli at minus 125 is a pretty good prop bet to look at. And then if you look at some goal scorers as well, Carm, I'll just give one out that I kind of like in this game tonight, and that's going to be Will Smith at plus 275. Everyone talks about Macklin Celebrini, but you got to talk about Will Smith as well, the Fresh Prince of San Jose. He's pretty good, and everyone talks about his running mate Celebrini, but Will Smith is just as good, plus 275. A very good prop game, I would say, in this one, San Jose and Vegas.
Yep. Keep my wife's name out of your mouth, Andrew. That's the Will Smith line in case.
Keep my wife's damn. Yeah.
But I'm going to go for the plus money here. I'm going to go Vegas puck line. It's just a good bounce back spot, I think. And then you look at the last 4 games they played in San Jose that were not preseason games, regular season games: 4-1, 6-3, 4-2, and 4-0. They have covered the puck line of their last 4 regular season games in San Jose. They make it 5 tonight. We score some plus money, and we move on to the weekend of NHL. So I will take the puck line, Andrew. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know, Karma. I want to see your new tattoo. Apparently, that's what everybody's
No, it is. It's actually not me that has a tattoo. I do have one on my arm here, which is to honor my parents who have both passed away from cancer. But it was this past weekend. I was downtown while the Blue Jays were playing, and NFL football was on Sunday, and my wife was getting a tattoo. She was in the chair for 6 hours, and there just happened to be a Gabby's bar just below it, and with a lot of Blue Jays and Yankees fans, and then made it over to where the game was. So I had a great time downtown while she was in pain for 6 hours. So
he's got an Eagles logo on his ass, according to Dan. And please, whatever you do, please don't put that on the screen. Carm brings up the puck line, and yeah, I think the puck line's a pretty good bet for this one. All right, guys. Only probably a couple more minutes left on the show. We have a couple of questions saved, but just really quick, anybody watching live on X or on YouTube, give us any questions, any games you want to talk about. There's a ton of games on the slate, any player props, anything you want to mention. Leg Show Magazine, not a bad price there. He says, how about Vegas minus a half goal first period plus 140? I cashed that yesterday at plus 130 with the Edmonton Oilers. I kind of lean that in this one here. I think that they're going to be motivated. They're not going to be happy with the defensive effort. But sometimes when a good team plays a quote-unquote bad team, Carm, to your point with the full game puck line, I would almost prefer for them to have the full 60 minutes to win by 2 than to have 20 minutes to win the period. Give it the full game, I think.
100%. I think over the course of 60 minutes, if your lines are all great and you put up that great image there with the lines that the Vegas Golden Knights are, roll out those lines, dominate or win those second and third line matchups and score some goals and roll with it. Sometimes it doesn't happen in the first period, so we'll see if it happens in the second or third. But that's where I'm looking at as far as that one goes, Andrew. I think what's that?
Knights and Reg.
Yeah, it's a lower price if you don't want to lay the minus 190 to 200. Then that is also another option that you can take. I like them in this spot. I think they bounce back. Again, we're so early into the season, we don't know how some teams are going to perform, but we know that the teams that are sort of in the upper echelon, Andrew, of the NHL, that they're going to win more games, obviously, than they lose, and hopefully they do it early on. Some teams tend to struggle. I talked about the Edmonton Oilers yesterday very quickly, the fact that they started 0-3 last season and they started 1-6 the previous season. Yesterday, they played a great game. They shouldn't have lost.
Yep.
It was one bad mental error by Stewart Skinner, unfortunately, that led to the 3-3 goal. And then once it goes to OT and it goes to a shootout, it is a coin flip at that point.
All right, rapid fire. We'll go through a couple questions here. Russell, thanks for the nice words about the new late night show. New show, guys, 10 p.m. Eastern each night. Carm joined me on the first night. Carm, was Sullivan the problem with the Pens? It sure looked like it against the Rangers. Just one game. We all know that, but they looked pretty flat, man. They did look pretty flat. Yeah. What do you think? The Rangers bounce back, Carm, tonight?
Yeah, the Rangers, listen, Andrew, I don't even know if they're going to bounce back tonight. I'll be honest with you. They're going to have to buy into like his system. I think last year they were top 5 in shots allowed last season, and which is not a good thing. As good as Shesterkin is, you cannot allow teams to pepper your goalie because at some point those are going to go in, and whether it's Shesterkin or whether it's your backup in there, it is a bad thing to do all season long and tough to overcome. He's trying to keep this team playing more of a defensive game, and they did it in game 1. The only problem is they sacrificed the offense, and the offense really didn't click at all. They didn't score. They only lose that game 1-0. But can they bounce back tonight? I'm not really sure. The Sabres are just a wild card of a team. They come with a ton of energy. They play an offensive game, and it remains to be seen tonight. I think we see some goals in that game tonight between the Rangers and the Sabres, and I think the Sabres are going to draw the Rangers into their type of game instead of the other way around.
Carm, shots on goal props here. Looking at the comments, we want some shots on goal props out of you. Russell's dapping you up. He's showing you love here with your shots on goal props over the years. Anything that sticks out to you? Any one that you thought, and if not, maybe any team or player tonight that could be good to look at?
I think we got to lay 3.5. I'm not sure, Andrew. You might be able to bring it up, but in this game with the Sabres and the New York Rangers, I like Tage Thompson shot props. He's had some very good games against the New York Rangers, and I can just see that continuing tonight. I'm just bringing it up quickly as we go because we're running a little late on the show as well too. But Tage Thompson is over 3.5 plus 130. I'll take the plus money there and look for Tage to get 4 tonight against this Rangers team.
All right.
Why not?
It's never been the defense that's been wrong or the offense that's been wrong with the Sabres, Carm. We all know it's never been the offense. It's the defense. So they could be a really good team for shot props, for point props, and all that good stuff. Wolf Eyes Gaming TV. Talk about Tampa Bay versus Senators. I'll just throw this out there. Not sure if it'll be a client play. It may be a client play. Minus 105, guys. Team total over 3.5. You guys know last year I started doing the team totals and I never looked back. I love this minus 105 price range. It might have moved overnight. I have not checked it, full transparency, over this morning, but over 3.5 against the Senators. Sens are a good team. You know, they do rely on goaltending, though. They do have some shaky defense, and I think Tampa's well rested, and they're coming for the Atlantic Division this year. They want it. They want to prove to people they're still a great team. And with Florida being as injured as they are, I think they're going to dominate this Atlantic Division. So I think over 3.5, first game of the season for both these teams. I feel like Tampa Bay, that's the best way to go for them. All right, Carm, I like this one. Goose says, I've bet all 6 dogs this year and have gone 4-2. Well, congrats on that, number one. Let me know how that goes tonight after playing every dog tonight on this massive slate. And really quick, I saw this question before. Christian Dvorak for Andrew. Can I spend a moment speaking about his impression on what he will bring? Look, what he's going to bring is defensive zone faceoffs, defensive zone coverage, penalty killing time, and he will give you the odd goal. What he's going to bring, I'm guessing you're asking this because you're a Philadelphia Flyers fan. He's going to bring stability. That's what he's going to bring. He's going to bring reliability. He's a veteran that's not going to get you out of your seat, not going to make a bunch of fancy plays, but he's going to be very reliable. All right, Carm, that's probably it here. So we've been asking Brian and we've been asking Prez and talking to the audience, what do you have up for clients? Best bet, everything going on. You've got some soccer action, I believe. You're doing well with football again this year, and it's obviously a huge slate tonight in the NHL.
Yeah, NFL and NHL are going to be loaded after the show. I've already got the plays, just finishing up the write-ups right after the show. 2 World Cup qualifying plays, 6-3-1 with World Cup qualifying plays. Tonight's NFL play will be a 4% play. 7-1 run in the NFL with 4% or higher plays. And since 2022, up over 140 units. That's number 1 at WagerTalk. Nobody is better. I'm going to say it. I'm going to flex for once. I don't have any muscles, but I'm going to flex for once. So, and then let's get some NHL winners. Pick up that 1-day all access, guys. And I have a 5% play getting loaded for the NFL. I will have a coupon code for that one. If you pick up any of the plays on today's card, that $10 off coupon will be in there. So that's it for me, Andrew. Let us know what you have up and close it out.
Carm, multiple sports going for you right now. I would say if people want to get in on Carm's action, probably buy a week pass, maybe longer, 1 month pass, all kinds of sports going for Carm right now. You guys know that I have just been diving deep into the NHL. Yesterday, we went 7-3. 7-3, only a handful of games on board. Last year, I barely did any props, guys. I kind of just said I'm not going to do it with clients this year. This year, I'm all in. Here's the rule. Every single prop bet I give out, 0.5%, 0.5% at WagerTalk. Yesterday, 7-3. We hit the first period over in the LA game. We cashed a ticket, of course, on the Edmonton Oilers first period minus a half goal. So a lot of nice plus money there with those games and a lot of great success so far to start off the season. I got a 5% play tonight, guys. Promo code SOCIALS15. SOCIALS15 takes $15 off my 5% play tonight. If you want the full season pass, use that promo code NHL200. But if you want just the big bet, the 5% play, long term, we've had a lot of success with these guys. SOCIALS15 takes $15 off this 5% best bet. All right, guys, I will see you tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern talking about tomorrow's games. And I also have, I can't believe I'm doing this, I have a Leafs podcaster and a Leafs guest coming on to talk all things Maple Leafs. I can't believe I'm doing that, Carm. But thank you for watching, guys. A lot of fun as always. Carmine at WagerTalk, myself at WagerTalk. Thanks to Prez. Thanks to Brian. And as always, a thanks to Dan behind the scenes. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place.
Sexy devil.
Welcome to WagerTalk today, the gold standard of sports betting shows where we talk the talk and we walk the walk. It is a powerhouse show lined up. Gianni is back. We're going to talk about the Steam report. Dave Mason from Bet Online is going to join us, give us the bookmakers view where the sharp money's going. Joe Ranieri is going to join us to preview the Eagles and the Giants Thursday night football. We're also going to go over hopefully some baseball here. We're struggling with the pitchers in this Brewers-Cubs game. That's always fun. And then we also have got we're going to do some props. We'll close out with all around the world props for Thursday night football. Let's get started. Thank you guys for joining us. Make sure you hit the like button when we get started. Let's bring in Gianni. Gianni, I know you're busy. Talk to us. What's on the slate for today?
Yeah, busy. We got a lot going on. I mean, like you said, you got the playoff games in Major League Baseball. We got an NFL game, which starts week 6. We got college football, 4 of them on tonight. And, of course, the NHL slate. Don't overlook that. I actually just sent 2 premiums out to subscribers. I've only bet one NHL bet so far. It was a team total opening night. We hit that. And today, out of nowhere, they fired on 2 NHL sides. So those are out to subscribers already. Now, real quickly, let me dive into this NFL game first and foremost. Surprising that we haven't seen a move. And what I mean is the look ahead was right where the line pretty much is sitting right now. Even back on the 2nd of October, they had it at 7.5 at Westgate. The total is the only thing that really has moved from 42.5. We're now looking at 40.5. And the early under was sharp money related at 42.5. But since then, it's been the public money that's driving that total even lower. So one-sided Philadelphia money, one-sided under money, a lot of Philadelphia teasers. A little bit surprising. The books haven't looked to use any teaser protection on this game. Probably you have a divisional home dog, and they probably get a lot of sharp money on the Giants if they bumped it up that high, up to that 8.5, 9 range. But it'll be interesting to see if they go there. Already seen 8 at Bet Online. But still 7's out there. And that's a perfect example of if you're, to get the best number. If you like the Eagles right now, there's no reason you can't have a -7 in your pocket. And if you like the Giants right now, there's no reason you can't have a +8 in your pocket, even paying a little juice, but having it be worth it. You know what I mean? Getting it at a discount. I really don't have an opinion on this game. We haven't taken a side. We haven't taken a total. I'll see if any player props come in that I could share with subscribers or anything comes in later. But it's a tough game. It's a tough game to handicap. Again, you got a divisional home dog catching over a touchdown. You have a Philadelphia team coming off their first loss, 4-point favorites against Denver at home. You have a Giants team with their new quarterback. They got their first win, then they go on the road and lose to the Saints. Like, it's just one of those tough games. And I think power rating wise, it's even near the number. And again, it's just one of those days, we talk about it all the time, where it's good to be a bookmaker. As long as the game doesn't land 7, they should do okay. Because of all the creative ways people are betting this game with the money line parlays, the teasers, all that stuff.
I think 7.5 is the most frustrating number to see on a game. It's just so annoying. It's like they have to win by a touchdown and another point. It's so annoying. It's so hard to handicap that. Like, what if there's a missed extra point? What, like, all that stuff. So it's really annoying. Anything strong for baseball?
No sharp money yet, except right when the line opened. They hit the Dodgers a little bit, and I think that has to do with also getting out ahead of that public money. Again, when the limits are bigger like they are now in baseball and you can scalp these money lines, there's no reason you wouldn't do it. Again, they're doing it during the regular season. Why wouldn't you do it during the playoffs? So pay attention to your odds logic screen and see if there's any take back a little bit later, because all we're seeing so far, I'm looked in the back end right before I jumped on, and I'm seeing nothing but Dodger and over parlays, Dodger and Milwaukee parlays, and then Milwaukee and over parlays. So it's favored and over in the first game. It's favored and over in the second game. It's favorite and favorite parlay. It's over and over parlay. It's favorite and over parlay. That's all I keep seeing. So if one of these dogs sticks their neck out and gets in there, it'll end up being a winning day in baseball for the books. Again, they haven't even decided on Milwaukee's pitcher, but you're starting to see that line, creeping towards Milwaukee being the favorite in that game. And even the total, 7.5 down to 7. So it seems like the sharps are going opposite the public, at least on the totals. I did see some under money in that Milwaukee-Chicago, but nothing on Philadelphia and the Dodgers. Again, that total's up to 8 now from 7.5. So it'll be interesting to see if sharps come in on under 8, but nothing so far.
So you say, like, when you say over, are you saying single bets, like they're taking the money line and then the over? Are they parlaying like same game parlays?
Same game. Favorite and over,
Wow.
favorite and over. Not much straight money. Great question. Not much straight money on the over. And I think that's why you're not seeing that the line reflect that. In the late game. In the early game, it's starting to reflect that because the straight bets are starting to come in on the Dodgers game over. On the late game over, it's just all parlayed to it so far. But that's usually like a precursor of what's to come. Like I kind of see it even during the week when I start seeing like an NHL favorite tied into a Sunday afternoon football. Like they're trying to get action in on later in the week, and they're tying some of these big favorites with what they like on Saturday or Sunday. Like I'm already seeing parlays tied with Oklahoma Sooners on Saturday, and then, seeing parlays tied with the Indianapolis Colts on Sunday. Rest assured, the Colts are going to be a huge decision for the bookmakers. I wasn't surprised to wake up and see it up over a touchdown this morning.
Wow. Mojave, you see anything on Southern Miss versus Georgia Southern on this game?
That's tonight, huh? Yeah, that got through that key number of 3. Very few books had it at 2.5 anyway, so I wouldn't consider the favorite any kind of like a steam move there. But they are getting all the money, like all the money's coming in on the Southern Miss side, who's coming off a nice game. They won by 17, 20 points. And then you have Georgia Southern coming off a game where they got rolled by 20 points. So there's a little recency bias on the Southern Miss side. Gun the head, I actually think there's a little bit of value on Georgia Southern, especially if you could get 3.5. But I haven't taken a position and I haven't seen anything in the accounts yet on that game.
Adam, any thoughts on Ravens futures, AFC North? Over
Ravens
9.5.
futures?
Yeah, Adam, you're better off waiting until they lose. I think you kind of answered your own question. If you are going to jump on the Ravens, I think they're throwing this game away this week, Gianni. They got the bye next week, so it's try and get your defense and your quarterback healthy. The schedule gets super easy for them after the bye week. But if you take them this week, if you take them now and then they lose, you're going to get awful numbers. But I don't know. Not necessarily a team I want to bet on right now. They
listen. They're 2 games behind, so it's not that awful. There is time to catch up. But with that said, like it's a team in disarray right now. They have arguably the worst defense, at least even statistically, they're the second worst defense efficiency-wise in all of the NFL. That has to change. You're not winning any division or capturing anything with that kind of defense. You have a quarterback, obviously, with that's out. They're just not a team right now that I would have that confidence in. I get it. On paper, just a few weeks ago, they were the best team in the NFL. So I think the market's slightly overreacting on Baltimore, but I have to see some kind of life in them if I'm going to bet any kind of future. I'd feel more comfortable betting them on a game-by-game basis than having a ticket for a couple months in advance on this team. There's too many unknowns.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. You want to do a little UFC?
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, you and I was telling you about my all-in moment on Tuesday night against that guy. Who was terrible. There's some pretty bad fighters on this card as well. I kind of like Oliveira in the main event. What about you?
Do you? You like Oliveira? I've gone
not a strong opinion.
And forth on it. Aaron Bronstetter, I had dinner with him last week. He was here for UFC, and he was saying how much he loves Oliveira. like this is custom made fight for him. It sets up so nicely for him. He loves Oliveira. Made a lot of sense because my initial read was Gamrot, that Gamrot's going to be able to take Oliveira down, control him for enough time, not get submitted, and grind out a decision. But I'm starting to see that under money come in, and that's correlated with Oliveira, which scares me a little bit. But my initial read was Gamrot because I think the turnaround for Oliveira is a little bit too quick coming off a devastating knockout like that. And then him fighting in Rio, Brazilian, I think there's a little bit of the line was shaded towards that Oliveira side. So my initial read was Gamrot, but a lot of guys I respect are on the Oliveira side. The co-main event is what's sticking out to me as well. And again, it's not courageous to lean on a minus 300 favorite, but I'll tell you this, a lot of sharps are taking the Davison Figueiredo side, and I don't agree with it. I just think it's too late in his career that you're betting him based on his name recognition and what he's done in years past. But this is the tail end of this guy's career right now. He's now lost 2 straight fights. He's coming off a devastating knockout. And he's fighting Montel Jackson, who's on fire right now. Is going to have a 6-7 inch reach advantage, has more power than him at bantamweight. I just think it's a bad matchup for Figueiredo. That's in Brazil as well. That's why you're seeing him get a lot of love. I disagree with that. I bet Denise. I'll give that to you guys now. I sent that out to my subscribers against Pinto. I know Pinto's the hype right now, but listen. He won on the Contender Series as a minus 700 favorite. He won his debut as a minus 700 favorite. He's now fighting an opponent who actually has UFC experience and has actually won at the UFC level. I haven't seen that from Pinto yet. So being able to get Denise at a coin flip price, I thought was a steal. So I like the Denise side. What else stuck out to me?
I'll go head to head with you on that one. Let's do it. Let's do a fun gentleman's wager there.
Go ahead.
I'll take Pinto.
You like Pinto? You like Pinto?
I do like him. He's got some defensive holes, but when he connects, it's night.
Yeah,
he's
that's
got
what
some
scares
insane
me.
power. Yeah. So he'll have the reach as well. I liked him when he came on Contender Series. I liked what I've seen. Again, he gets hit a little bit too much, but if he shores up the striking defense, I like him. Yeah, that'll be fun.
I think Petrino rolls through Peterson. But that line's
I
gotten
do.
up ahead of me now at 300.
I've had a great read on Thomas Peterson. I know that sounds absolutely silly to say, like a random fighter like Thomas Peterson. I've gotten every single one of his fights correctly predicted. I think big Buffy heavyweight Petrino gets him out of there. I don't think Peterson's that good. I don't think his wrestling is that good. I know his striking isn't that good, and his only wins are against some bums in UFC.
And I had an MMA guy on my podcast yesterday, Jewish Bettor, and he gave Julia Polastri over Karolina Kowalkiewicz, and she's a big favorite, obviously, but he said better inside the distance or by finish. Because she's just going to keep moving forward. Kowalkiewicz now at that age in her career where you start to get finished easier. And like the return was really nice on plus money. So take a peek at that one. He's done pretty good with those props.
I like it. Yeah. Kowalkiewicz, almost 40 years old. I've heard the R word being brought up with her.
Exactly.
The retirement. So what do you have up for clients over at WagerTalk, Gianni?
All right. I'm going to have my NHL pack for tonight. 2-pack in the NHL. I have my college football pass already. I know you guys want a 5%, but it's not coming in this week's college football. Here's why. We won in week 0. We won in week 1, 1 in week 2, 1 in week 3, 1 in week 4, 1 in week 5, 1 in week 6. Our 4% are crushing it. No reason to change anything up. So jump on board for that. I am firing a 5% in the NFL. We haven't had one in weeks, but something jumped right off that board. Already have like 5 or 6 NFL games this week. So again, let's just keep grinding, keep doing damage. UFC passes up. 5% is in that package. We hit our 5% in the UFC last week. I got another 5% this week in the UFC. So that's 2 5%. One on Saturday, one on Sunday. Don't go too crazy. Again, manage risk correctly. We're going to keep doing damage. Another winning week in college football. Let's just keep it going and join me for the steam room on Sunday. Thank you, brother. Best of luck to you this weekend too, Andy.
Thanks, Yanni. See you tomorrow for Football Friday. Gianni the Greek, everyone. Let's go ahead and keep the show rolling. Let's bring in Joe Ranieri. We're going to talk the Eagles and the Giants. We're going to talk the Brewers and the Cubs. Looks like the two teams have finally decided there's going to be pitchers. So if only they knew what the schedule was going to be like, Joe. If only they had some kind of warning that they were going to play and they could get their pitchers. So let's start with Eagles, Giants. Eagles offensively challenged. I told Dan last week I thought the Eagles needed a loss just to kind of right the ship. Sometimes you need some adversity. Now that I always love players only meetings. That's my favorite narrative in all of sports. Like, oh, that fixed it. So we got a weird number, 7.5. I was telling Yanni, this is the most annoying spread number. Over under is 40.5. Book's not expecting some points. How do you break this game down?
Well, it's so hard right now in a short week. I mean, the Eagles have obviously done a pretty good job in this series, especially lately. But the Eagles are hard to figure out right now, Andy, simply because they're one of 5 teams that has been outgained in every game that they have played this season here. They can't throw the ball over 10 yards. That continues to be a problem. Barkley is only good for 3 yards a carry right now, and that's because they can't take any shots downfield. They've completed very few passes of over 10 yards here, and until they do, it's going to be very hard to trust the running game here. Short week against a division rival. There's a reason why this total is 40.5. I mean, usually if you can get over a touchdown with such a low total, you have to consider that. But on Thursday nights, it's usually home team or pass for me. But this has been an under series. It's always been an under series with these two teams. I would be shocked until I see it, especially in the second half, Andy, because Philadelphia loves playing in the first half and then disappearing in the second half. I would only look at Philadelphia in the first half in this one, and then let's see if the Giants can figure out anything in the second half. But they gotta start pushing the ball down the field here with Brown and Smith. Otherwise, this game will be way closer than Eagles fans want.
I mean, you got the Giants with basically no wide receivers at this point. Yeah. You got the Eagles who do have wide receivers, just can't get there. Yeah. Can't get the ball to them. So, yeah, this could be an ugly one. This could really be an ugly one. All right, Brewers and Cubs. Do you have anything on this game?
Well, it's so funny because you mentioned it, right? Everyone woke up this morning and was like, well, who the hell's pitching for the Cubs and the Brewers? Oh, look, there's a line anyway. Like, how are you even doing that? Like, how are you, if we don't have any idea who the starting pitchers are, but the books are posting numbers where Milwaukee is the slight favorite. And it's kind of hard. I mean, Peralta and Boyd now is what it's locked in. I think the bigger question, Andy, is there a prop that says, can Boyd get out of the second inning? Because he didn't the first go around against this Brewers lineup. And it just feels like this Chicago Cubs, they had to play an extra series, more so than Milwaukee, obviously. And this bullpen has been used a lot so far in the postseason here. Milwaukee had that time off. That bullpen yesterday came in and shut down this Cubs offense, giving the Brewers an opportunity to get back into it after the 4 runs in the first. I just think Peralta, you got the ace on the mound. Boyd has not looked good since prior to the All-Star break. Very hard for me to look at this Milwaukee team and say they don't end this tonight. And it's the late game, too, 9 o'clock Eastern time. So I like Milwaukee to get it done and get it finished, certainly at this price.
I'm looking at Odds Logic, and they just completely flipped the line. Milwaukee, So, you're right. Hey, books will put up a line. They'll take your money on anything. Baseball game with no pitchers? Sure, we'll throw a line up there.
Go. What could go wrong? Unreal.
Any thoughts on college football for this weekend? I know we got the Arch Manning situation. We got some other intriguing games. Any game you're looking forward to?
They are brutal. I love it. I think the game of the weekend that has the most juice that's going to help determine really what we're going to see in postseason for the playoffs, I think, is this Indiana and Oregon game. I'm looking very forward to seeing what happens in this game because I do think Oregon might be a cut above, part of that top 2 or 3 teams in the country where they're just that much better than everyone else. And last time we saw Indiana with all this hype, right? Ohio State played them at the end of regulation last year in the regular season, got absolutely ass whooped. And then Notre Dame did the same thing in the postseason for them. So I think if we're going to honestly take this Indiana team seriously, and I think they have an elite defense. I think that defense there is one of the best in the country. I could not have been more impressed with what they did to Illinois. I don't know, quite honestly, even home field advantage or not, I don't know that Oregon is 7 points better than what Indiana can bring to the table here. I think it's put up or shut up time for Cignetti and company. Show up here in Oregon, and we might have a different conversation on Monday about who is a dark horse to win a national championship.
Yeah, I agree. I went to school at IU. Last year was just so much fun. It was like literally for the first time in my adult life, we had a team that was at least interesting and fun to watch. It was like, oh my God. So this is what it's like. But yes.
Enjoy it now, Andy, because if he beats Oregon, Cignetti's not going to be the Indiana coach again next year. So we might as well enjoy him while you can. This could be the last shot at it.
Well, so, okay, this is a great conversation. We got some time today. Mm-hmm. If you're someone like Cignetti, isn't this just like the perfect spot? You have a program that hasn't had a good football team in decades.
Yep.
You come in, you're making a boatload of money. Indiana's got, Kelly School of Business alumni. They got plenty of money. It's the age of NIL. You don't have to go to a big blue blood program and talk about no pressure. So I could make the case that this is like a great job for someone like Cignetti. Why would you want to go take over Alabama, Georgia, LSU, whatever, these programs where if you don't win the national title, everyone's on your ass? Right. Couldn't I make the case this is a great job for him?
Well, he's a Saban disciple, right? So ultimately it comes down to, I think, resources. And Indiana's fantastic with the NIL era and everything else. They've really actually invested in the football program. But you and I both know, Andy, they play football there 300 years. It's a basketball school. It's never going to be viewed as a football school, right? So, and a guy like Cignetti, been that little fish in the big fish in a little pond here. He loves being the underdog, but that grows old after a while. Can you do it in Alabama? Can you do it at Penn State? Because we know Franklin can't. Can you do it at USC? Can you, it's that next challenge on the ladder for a guy like Cignetti. He won't be able to help himself. He is going to be looking for, and they're going to, whatever one of those schools wants, if they want Cignetti, they will make him an offer and give him the keys to the franchise. I don't know that he's got the keys to the franchise right now at Indiana. Does he?
Well, I will tell you, I think not only does he have the keys to the franchise, I think he's turning IU into a football school as opposed to basketball. Our basketball program has completely disappeared. And right now, all my friends that we all went to IU, we are way more interested in this football team than we are to the basketball. Yeah. Obviously, basketball season isn't here, but it really is strange. I never thought I would see the day. But does he have that much power? No, but boy, go in and beat Oregon, make another playoff run. All of a sudden,
on the road,
exactly.
Yep. Different.
So that's interesting. Do you have any take on the Arch Manning debacle that is unfolding before our eyes?
It's not a debacle. Like everyone's, the guy, this is his first year as a starter. There's going to be bumps. It's just that because he has that last name, and he's part of that lucky gene pool, like our expectations, like what are we expecting? Peyton and Eli? Like, come on, give the kid a break. There's plenty of football to be played. And I got news for you. The kid that he replaced there, Quinn Ewers, his first year as a starter, he sucked too. So, but he eventually became one of the best quarterbacks in Texas history. So give him time, Andy. I know it's a what have you done for me lately, but he's clearly not ready for the NFL or for that stage. So, but the good news is he doesn't have to do it tomorrow. He can come back and play college football for a couple of years and get better. That's how the process is supposed to work.
I agree. You're right. You're 100% right. Just like the expectations, really unfair, unwarranted. So
plus you have Sark as the head coach, so you're screwed one way or the other. We all know that. So figure it out. Maybe Cignetti is that head coach once or Florida.
No, don't
Just saying.
No.
Won't be named
we lose Cignetti. We're just now it's back to a basketball school again. Lawrence was on earlier this week, was telling us about the dating profile thing. So got to ask you, how is best betting show ever going for you?
Well, let me just give you a little snippet here of what my life has turned into here. Okay, so this is when I say I lost a bet, folks, I'm not lying. I lost a bet. Yeah, there you go. That's my life now. That is what I got to deal with on a daily basis. That is the Prez front and center. So the good news is we do have a theme song with that we've sampled that we'll be unleashing here in the next couple of days. So Prez is a star here. Who would have thunk it, Andy? Who would have thunk it?
My heart goes out to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally, somebody's
my
the
heart goes out
struggle is
to you.
real, Andy. The struggle is real.
Well, keep up the great work. Always fun watching you and Art and Prez sometimes. You and Art always. Prez,
Thank you.
know,
Thank you.
yes,
Sometimes I like the sometimes. That was a hell of a qualifier. Love that.
What do you have up for everyone over at WagerTalk?
A couple of things. Crushing it in college football here on a 9-2 run, 8-0 against the number. And I've got a 5% best bet. It's one of the first plays that I played this week. I absolutely love the game. That is up and available over at my page at WagerTalk. Plus, if you use the code Joe7 right now, you can get a 7-day all access, all the 5% plays. Everything in Major League Baseball, of course, the NFL. You can grab it for $69. Just use that code Joe7. But don't miss out on this 5% college football play, Andy. I love it this week.
Beautiful. Keep up the good work, Joe. Keep up that good run in college football. Thank you so much for joining us. You can catch Joe on Best Betting Show Ever with Lawrence and with Art DeCesar. Couple plays that are up for myself and for clients. We got our 5% UFC best bet. That is up. That goes off on Saturday. And we just put up our NFL Week 6 props pack. Big week last week. We went 5-2 and we're 6-1 run in primetime games. That's a WT.buzz/AL. If you get the props pack now, we do have a play that's uploaded for Thursday Night Football. You get all of our plays, Thursday, Sunday, and Monday. So we had 7 plays last week. That's about what we're running, between 7 to 10 plays. Now we got some teams on bye, so expect about 7 plays in that pack. And running good. Goal is 58%. 59% maybe for this season. We're at 55%. So one more good week, we're going to be up around that 58, 59%. So all plays are included, one pack, and you get all the props there. And again, 5% UFC best bet is up. If we have any other UFC plays, we're going to wait till after weigh-ins, see if everyone makes weight, and then we'll see if we got anything else to upload into there. But 5% UFC best bet and NFL Week 6 props is up. All right. We have official confirmation on a bet that we made on the show. Let's go ahead and read this. So Jesse was on earlier. He and I are going head-to-head with Georgia Tech. I like Georgia Tech to win big. He doesn't. So Premium Pick says, Andy, if you lose, I have to wear Billy Bob teeth for the first 5 minutes of the show. If Andy wins, Jesse has to wear a Halloween mask for his next segment and say he's hiding his face because he's not worth being in front of the great Andy Lang. Jesse has agreed to this. I have agreed to this. That's a bet. The line is 14.5. I need Georgia Tech big in that one. Very clever. Very clever. I will absolutely take part in this and do my spot if it loses. But it's not going to lose because I don't make bets that lose. No, I'm just kidding. Dan, are you available audio-wise to jump on and just do a little Survivor talk?
Yeah, what are we doing for Survivor, Andy?
Nothing tonight, I think, right?
We've said many times, like the in division games, unless you're locked into having to do that, it's just it's not worth going in division games when these teams know each other. When these teams see each other a lot. Now, for what it's worth, Andy, I will mention that the Philadelphia Eagles since 2006. How about this, man? I was talking to a Giants fan, and he was just like, man, I really hate the Eagles. And I was like, I understand why you hate the Eagles, because since 2006, 28-7 straight up, Eagles versus Giants, 28-7. So if you're going by history, it's a great bet to make. Eagles money line here tonight, but I don't know. I don't like the ref situation for this evening. They end up choosing that Clete Blakeman's going to be the officiant for this contest tonight. And when Clete Blakeman is on Eagles games, I usually want to bet on the dog against the spread. That's all I'll say on that one.
This
so
is the thing, huh?
Yeah, at least in my experience, I mean, I don't have numbers. I don't have Ralph charts to back it up. But when Clete Blakeman is officiating, it's typically in primetime games, and it skews towards the dog. So usually he's we always talk about that extender, the dude who's the extender.
Scott Foster.
Scott Foster. Yeah, it feels like Clete Blakeman is the dog whisperer. So I wouldn't be laying 7.5 with the Philadelphia Eagles. That's for sure.
I was trying to do some look aheads. Next week is tough, Dan. So we do have the Steelers against the Bengals. The Bengals is an easy team to fade. So I'm looking at that one. Other than that, I mean, you got the Saints and the Bears. If we're looking to try and fade some of these bad teams, you got the Dolphins playing the Browns. You have the Patriots playing the Titans.
Yeah, I'm looking for next week. But again, Patriots, they're on the road. You know what I mean? So that one... Yeah, that one worries me a little bit.
Pretty bad.
Chiefs Raiders is probably the Chiefs Raiders, but again, it kind of goes against our rule of division games. But that Raiders team is so bad, dude. That's a really bad football team.
I mean, Commanders, Cowboys, that's tough. Colts, Chargers, that's tough. Packers, Cardinals. Cardinals aren't I'm not high up, but Falcons, 49ers. And then Bucks, Lions, Texans, Seahawks. These are tough matchups.
No, this is going to be a tough week. Honestly, if I was looking next week, I would probably look towards Broncos, Giants. That might be our survivor pick. But we got to get through this week, Andy. Like early lean for me. I mean, 14-point favorite with Green Bay. I feel like we kind of have to, but they bring in Joe Flacco. Are they sick of losing? It worries. I'm not saying Joe Flacco is a bet on by any stretch of the imagination, Andy. But when you're talking about Survivor in week 6, having a question mark of what will the team look like with a different quarterback, that's a little bit worrisome.
I am all in on fading the Ravens.
You think?
Yeah.
Gianni's best Texans bet on bet on it this week is on the Ravens. That was his best bet.
Fine. Rams got to be so mad about what happened last Thursday night. Ravens got pulverized against the Texans. The Texans are not an explosive offense to put up 45 points.
They worked last week.
No. I think you get another week of fading the Ravens before their bye week. I really do think that they're just running the most vanilla offense. You got Cooper Rush. You got 7 defenders that are out. It's not a real team. It's backups, and it's all backups. Yeah. Their defense,
and it does start. It's starting to feel like Harbaugh's kind of losing that locker room, right? Like how many times have they lost? In the playoffs. It seems like the players are kind of starting to pick back at Harbaugh. So I could see that one. Again, it's just like a road favorite. Again, it just worries me. So I feel like I might put. We'll finalize it on the show tomorrow, Andy, when I actually have a working camera and I can come on here with you. But I think you'd be dumb not to use Green Bay because it's also a really good spot to use Green Bay. For what it's worth.
And listen, this is Joe Flacco. That they just traded for a guy that got benched by the Browns. Let's just keep that in mind. That that Flacco, and are they bringing him in because he beat Green Bay? earlier? Is that like is that what
It may
is that
be the
what's
secret
going on?
sauce. Although I will say probably the defense that will be on the
That's
field for the
insane.
Cincinnati Bengals is a little bit different than the defense that will be on the field or was on the field, when they were facing off last time.
Absolutely. Okay, well, the final decisions will be made tomorrow on
But it's
Football
certainly not
Friday.
the Eagles. Certainly not the
No,
Eagles.
no,
I'm
you
a
gotta
little bit
save the
worried. I don't know
Eagles.
if the Eagles lose outright, Andy. But yeah, I'm taking the. I'll go on over because Bet Online's hanging at 8. So I'll take the 8 with the New York Giants. I think it'll be a little bit closer of a game. So that's what I'm betting tonight, Andy. And I'm actually on the
Okay.
East Coast for a wedding right now. So I don't have to call a bookie to put this bet in. I can just open my phone and do it. So this is very nice.
It's so weird. You and Jim, our friend Jim Malero, both have Friday weddings this week. It's
Honestly,
it's the most
if you're
random-
gonna do a fall wedding, do it on a Friday. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
If you're gonna do a fall wedding, do it on a Friday. So I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. And then tonight I'm in New York. I'm in Jersey City right now, and then we're gonna go to a bar. There's a bunch of Giants fans. So after we do the rehearsal dinner, we're gonna head on over, and it'll be me versus everyone. I have Eagles gear to wear underneath my nice outfit, so I won't
This is
embarrass the
great.
wife by going full Eagles gear, but there will be Eagles gear on me beneath my nice clothes.
This is great. This is great. I love it. I love it. David says, who gets
David talks as who gets married on a Friday? Well, when you're having a wedding in Jersey City, you save a couple bucks and do it on a Friday.
Dude, I told the story when I used to work at a hotel. It was the Conrad in Indianapolis. The price for the exact same thing was almost double from Friday to Saturday.
Yep.
Like
Go to
it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
When you go to a
Friday,
baker
right?
to order a cake, you never tell that baker that the cake is for a wedding. Never. Because that same cake just got marked up. The inflation on that cake went crazy just because you said the word wedding.
Yeah, you order the cake, and then when you show to pick it up, you bring the little bride and groom figurines and put them on yourself.
A couple bucks, more like a couple thousand. Yeah, Block, I was talking couple bucks for a guy like Gianni. You know what I mean? Got a couple bucks for a guy like your man VR.
We'll finalize Survivor. Don't forget Football Friday is tomorrow, guys. Huge show. Every Friday we get ready for the weekend. Well, let's give out some props.
Last thing, David Talk only getting 7. Yes, they're only getting 7, but if you use the WagerTalk live odds screen, you can see that there's 7.5 at DraftKings, 7 pretty much painted, but you're seeing that off market at even money, so it probably won't stay there for long, but Bet Online is hanging an 8 right now, and that is why I specified I'm going to take the 8 on Bet Online.
Love it. Great stuff, Dan. All right, let's do some props for today, and we'll also got a same game parlay. So we go all around the world, and this is all about the game tonight. We're going to start with Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown. He has not scored in back-to-back games. You have to go back to 2023, the last time he's gone back-to-back weeks without scoring a rushing touchdown, and that was in Week 18 when he didn't play the whole game. So we played this at the beginning of the season. It hit. The price got out of control. We're going to come right back to it. Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown tonight. Cam Scatterbo over 12.5 rush attempts. This is an offense that is really light on weapons for the New York Giants. With all the injuries, he's had 15 and 25 the last 2 weeks. And listen, if Dan is right and this game is close and it's within one score, they are going to keep using him. He's going to get the ball a lot, and they're going to try and limit the big plays that Jackson Dart is forced to make. But when Jackson Dart throws, he's not going to have Malik Neighbors. He's not going to have Darius Slayton. So look at this backup tight end, Daniel Bellinger, over 1.5 receptions. This is too low. He had 4 targets and 4 catches last week. Very, very thin. Cam Scatterbo is going to be catching some passes. And this is just an entirely low number on a team that doesn't have hardly any wide receivers outside of Wan'Dale Robinson. So look for them to use the tight ends to get some chunks off of first and second down. All right, let's do a same game parlay. This is a really, really easy one. I only have 2 legs for this one. I'm going to go with Jalen Hurts to not throw an interception. He doesn't have one this year. He's not been throwing to the other team. He's also not been throwing to A.J. Brown, but he hasn't been throwing to the other team. So just take him to not have an interception. I'm going to take a sprinkle in 25 plus receiving yards. Scatabo, he's getting plenty of targets. He just needs to break one decent one. You get 10, 15 yard chunk off of a screen pass. I think he gets here again, limited weapon. So that gets you a nice price at plus 266. Hurts, no interceptions, and 25 plus yards receiving for Cam. All right, it's going to do it. Great show. Special thanks to Gianni, Joe Ranieri. Appreciate you guys. Great breakdowns on the game. And if you guys could, hit the like button. Leave us a comment in the comment section. Tell us what bets you like tonight for the Giants and the Eagles. Again, tomorrow, huge show, Football Friday. We got Yanni, we got Marco, we got Teddy. Myself and Dan will be going over Survivor. I went 4-1 in the contest picks last week, so we'll do 5 more of those. Squeak, I'm only like 3 points behind the leader, so we're doing well in that contest. If you want to jump on board our NFL props pack, it is up now. There's a prop already loaded for tonight. You get all props Thursday, Sunday, and Monday, one pack. To get all of these props. Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to do it again tomorrow. Good luck on all your bets. Take care.
Sexy devil.
Want to know the key line moves so far this week in college football and the NFL? Well, you've come to the right place to get that question answered. The Power 5 is back here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Midweek edition, ready to start breaking down week 7 of the college football season, as well as week 6
Thursday
of the
night
NFL.
football on Prime.
On the docket today.
And the undefeated record is on the line, to say the least. Now 6-0 this year with your free Thursday night selections. Trying to make it 7-0. Eagles, Giants, Thursday Night Football, free play with analysis coming up right here, right now. Hi, this is Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, right back here on WagerTalk TV. And thank you, as always, for watching this video. If you're liking it, thumbs up, like is all I ask. Takes 2 seconds, and I will keep these free Thursday night videos coming each and every week. And we had the 49ers outright underdog win last night. I did that video early in the week, right after the line had gone from 3.5 up to 5.5 with Purdy questionable. And then it closed over a touchdown. The Niners still won the game outright, so we're now 6-0. On your free sides and totals that I've given you in this video for Thursday Night Football. And this one is tricky. Eagles, Giants, because it's sitting right at 7.5, but there are some -7s out there, and it does look like this line is starting to drop. I'm doing this on Monday afternoon. I always get these videos up nice and early for you during the week for these Thursday Night Prime games, and I'm going to lean towards the Eagles here as your free play for this video, but I like them at -7 or less only. Currently, DraftKings on Monday afternoon already has -7, -120. BetMGM has -7, -1.18. And then some of the sharper offshore books are 7.5 even money. And I do think this line could drop. Sharp action looks like it might be on the Giants in this one. And the Eagles are not looking too public. My early public indicators are pretty neutral in this game, which makes me like Philly a little bit more because the Giants are still a really bad football team. Now, I do think it's an upgrade with rookie Jackson Dart at quarterback. He looked really good in the preseason for the most part, and he's been fairly serviceable so far here in the regular season, starting the last 2 games for the G-Men. Of course, he came in against the Chargers a week ago, had a 96 QB rating, 1 touchdown, no picks. Last week against the Saints, only a 73 rating, though, on the road. 2 touchdowns, but 2 interceptions. And, of course, the Saints are one of the weakest teams, but that was his first road start of the season. And we actually faded the Giants. Your free play of the week was the New Orleans Saints on my page. And don't forget, by the way, I do post free plays each and every day on my page. Last week, I got that advanced NFL play up early for you on the Saints, and I've got another advanced NFL play up for this coming Sunday right now on my page. So check it out after this video, Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. And, of course, you can get there quicker with shortcut WT.buzz/SM. Look for Dart, though, to maybe regress a little bit here for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's a quick turnaround. Just 3 days of rest and preparation, something he has never done before. Yes, it's a home game, but it's a short road trip for the Philadelphia Eagles, just a couple hours. Not much of a travel factor. And while I do normally say the home teams have an edge on Thursday night with a short rest week, I think the better long-term advantage is the better team has an edge with just 3 days of preparation, especially when you're talking about a true rookie quarterback. And also the Eagles will be in a foul mood. These birds will be foul, and that's no pun intended, because they're coming off a loss as a home favorite to the Denver Broncos this past Sunday. And lifetime Eagle fan. He might have moved to LA, but you can't take the Eagle out of him. My producer, Dan Alexander, pointed out that Mark Lawrence pointed out that this is the first time ever, I believe, that a defending Super Bowl champ has been outstatted, outgained in yardage in each of the first 4 games, or first 5 games, I guess now. Yet the Eagles are still 4-1 straight up. They found a way to win despite not playing good football. I think they play a better game this week against maybe the weakest team they've played this season. Let's look at the schedule so far. Dallas Cowboys Thursday night, and the Cowboys have shown they've been very capable offensively, so we'll give them a little bit of a pass for not being able to slow down Dallas until the lightning delay. Kansas City Chiefs on the road, tough game to say the least. Rams, tough game. Buccaneers on the road last week, a week and a half ago. We had a best bet on the Eagles there. Eagles are up big in that game. Final score a little misleading. A lot of that was garbage time yardage. And then, of course, last week they did lose the game at home to the Broncos as a 4-point favorite, but I think that sets them up in a good bounce back here. And for the most part, they've handled the Giants in recent years. In fact, the road game last year, midseason around this same time, they went into New York, I believe it was week 7, and smoked the Giants 28-3 as just a 3-point road favorite. The look-ahead line this early summer, like really back in May, was about 10.5. Summer line was 7.5. So the number's pretty much where it should be. But 7 is such a critical number. We really want to try to get -7 or less, even with a little extra juice. About a 4 to 5% chance the Eagles win this game by exactly 7 points on Thursday night. Doing this video early, there are some 7s starting to show. 7.5, you wait until near kickoff. You should have multiple outs. Hopefully you find a -7. If you do like the Giants, by the way, and I don't, but if you do like the Giants, grab the 7.5 now before they disappear. It's a very key number. I don't think you're going to find a +8 at any time this week. Eagles, Super Bowl champs, bounce back situation. I like them here on Thursday night. And let's not forget, they were the best team in the NFL last year, and they still started slow. In fact, the first 5 weeks of the season last year, they only outgained one opponent. Now, granted, they had a bye in week 5. I get that. But still, their first 4 games last year, they went just 2-2, only outgained one of those 4 teams, and then they went on a monster run in which they only lost once the rest of the regular season. Actually, once the rest of the season, including the postseason, because they won the whole thing. Slow starters last year in September. Maybe the same thing here. I don't think this Eagle edition is quite as good this year, but they're still a lot better than the Giants, who look like one of the worst teams in the NFL. Tough spot for young quarterback on the short turnaround. Veteran Eagles team, short travel, better team off a loss. We'll lay it, if you're going to play it, with the Philadelphia Eagles at -7 or less. Thursday Night Football, 8:15 Eastern on Prime. Let me know your thoughts. I read the comments. I reply back. Comment below. Side, total, player props. How are you attacking this game on Thursday night? What other NFL plays do you like this week? Hey, a little foreshadow in advanced plays as well. Of course, I've got an advanced NFL free play for Sunday, this coming Sunday, October the 12th, on my page right now, Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. And while you're there, check out the special offers, my daily best bets. Check those out on over a 75% run the past week on baseball and football best bets. We are heating up in the month of October. But also check out a very special promo code, which I'm going to give you right here on this video for the first time this week. And that is FB30. Stands for football 30, FB30. You see it on your screen, and here are the details. You get a full 30-day combo, college and pro football 30-day package for $179. Now, the reason that's a special price is because 1 month of NFL is $179. 1 month of college football is $179. If you go to my page right now, SteveMerrillWagerTalk.com, you go to the football drop-down menu on the right-hand side, you will see those prices. 30-day football NFL, $179. 30-day college, $179. But with promo code FB30, choose the all access or the combo, the college and pro football 30-day, and use FB30. That gets that price down from $249 to $179. Instant $70 discount. And the beauty there is you're basically buying one, getting one free. So if you had trouble deciding if you want a 30-day college football or pro football, now you don't have to decide. Do the 30-day combo and be sure to use promo code FB30 at checkout to get that special $179 price for the next 30 days and nights of my red hot college and pro football best bets. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. Hey, get there quicker and use that promo code by using shortcut WT.buzz/SM. If you're liking Wager Talk TV, make sure you subscribe to over 222,000 subscribers when I check this week. And who knows, it might be 223,000 by the time you do it. If you haven't already subscribed, click subscribe. It's free. Don't cost nothing. And also click the bell as well for an instant alert so you never miss out when these free play videos are posted each day throughout the week. Also did both Wednesday night college football games. I have your Sunday London game. London call-in once again, an early Sunday game for London. I do the Sunday nights and Monday night football games each week along with this Thursday night prime game. I know you're liking them. All I ask is a thumbs up, like, and I will keep them coming here on Wager Talk TV. And hey, if you have a little extra time, comment below. Positive comments are always welcome, and also include some analysis if you have a little extra time, as we love to learn and earn and win together here on Wager Talk TV. Finally, on the way out, you can follow me on social media on X and Instagram at Steve Merrill, 2 R's, 1 L, Merril. See it in the corner of your screen there, at Steve Merrill on X and Instagram. And stay tuned here to Wager Talk TV, because you know there's more free play videos coming up next.
Oklahoma versus at Illinois, Alabama at Missouri, Indiana at Oregon, South Carolina at LSU. If you're looking for free winning picks on any of those big Week 7 college football matchups, well, then you have come to the right place. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to The Blitz. We are live here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, as is the case every Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern. And not only do we have free picks on all the games I just mentioned, but if you're watching us live, there's a benefit. You can go ahead and ask us about any other game you'd like our opinion on. We will answer those questions. You can start firing them off right now down below. Joining me this week, Ralph Michaels and Steve Merrill. Ralph, I'm going to go to you first as we open this week's discussion with Red River, Oklahoma and Texas, 3:30 Eastern on ABC. A very interesting line here, I thought. Odds makers have installed this now unranked and completely desperate Texas team as a slight favorite over the 6th-ranked Sooners. There are important questions, I think, that need to be addressed here, namely at the quarterback position for both teams. For Oklahoma, we're all trying to figure out, is John Mateer going to return from injury? And for Texas, is Arch Manning just not any good? Give me your thoughts on this one.
Obviously, I think the line is baked in that they're not expecting Mateer now, with Texas being the favorite. If, with what you read a couple hours ago, I looked, and basically he's day-to-day. When he had his hand surgery on a broken bone on his throwing hand 3 weeks ago, no one thought he would even be here for this game. So it's pretty remarkable that he's actually practiced some. But I like Oklahoma, but I cannot back him with a true freshman if Mateer doesn't go. So this may be a game that if he practices today and we get a positive report and then, he is ready to go Saturday morning, I may get on with this game. As far as you look at Arch Manning, you look at his stats, they're not horrible. 11.5 rate touchdown interception ratio, 8.5 YPA, 60% completions. But you look at his games at Florida and at Ohio State. That's where he really struggled. He was a combined 34 of 62 in those games. What shocked the hell out of me last week was Texas's defense. Was I shocked that they lost at Florida? No. Was I shocked that they lost to Florida and allowed 457 yards, got outgained by 116 yards, got out first down 22-16? 100% I was shocked. The Oklahoma defense has done what it's asked. You look at a defense that is allowing 193 yards per game. They have held 4 of their 5 opponents to a season low. It is interesting to note the first 3 games with Mateer healthy, their offense also had a season high against their opponents. So to me, statistically, Oklahoma with a massive advantage. Looking at my stat compare sheet, we're looking at a Texas team that's the number 77 toughest schedule. Oklahoma's 87. So basically even. With those even schedules, Oklahoma is number 7 in yards per game diff and number 14 in yards per play diff. Texas quite a bit behind, 22 and 25. And this Oklahoma defense just doesn't give up big plays. They're number 2 in explosive plays allowed, those of 10 or more. Oklahoma, for me, doesn't make my card unless I know Mateer's healthy. If he is healthy, though, I'm going to guess this goes to Oklahoma -3.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And it'll be, and then Steve, it would be interesting because, I'm one who always likes to, play with fire, go against the current, swim upstream, if you will. I almost wonder if it would be, if Mateer does play, if there's an overreaction then, and, like Ralph says, the way the line's moving, and maybe there would be some value on Texas. But my question is, Ralph brought up a lot of great points about the respective defenses here. They're both very good. And Oklahoma is a perfect 5-0 to the under this year. I'm surprised looking at the odds screen, this total's moved up a point. I know that's not a big deal, but, it opened 42.5. Obviously, that's very low. But, with those quarterback uncertainties we're talking about and the defensive, how strong the defenses are, like Ralph pointed out, I don't know. It's obviously going to be a low-scoring game, and that's baked into the number. But what do you think about that total being moved up, being bet up a point?
Well, we talked about the Texas-Florida game last week on the show, and that total was right around this range also, 42, 43. It stayed above that key number of 41. It landed 50, and as Ralph said, what surprised me wasn't necessarily that Florida went out, right? We all talked about them being the ugly dog that no one can touch, and they kind of had that step-up game. I do think Texas overlooked them, by the way. And with the look-ahead game here with Oklahoma on deck, maybe that was the case. But the defense gave up over 400 yards. So that's the kind of the quandary I'm in here. Is a Florida team that couldn't move the ball this season all of a sudden breaks out. But Oklahoma is up against it if they don't have their starting quarterback. Here's what's crazy. Arch Manning's had a very mediocre season. You look at his quarterback rating, it's 151. Mateer on the season is 149.5. He has a higher quarterback rating than either of the Oklahoma quarterbacks, which is insane. It just shows how inaccurate that can be. But what I do dig deeper, and Ralph kind of touched on this, is Arch Manning against better teams hasn't really performed. Last week against the Gators, 2 interceptions. Against Ohio State, 1 interception, a 3-3 ratio in those 2 games. And then the one that jumps out to me was the UTEP game. His worst rating of the season was against UTEP in week 3, the 3rd game. He's been very inconsistent. I would lean under for that reason. Would like more certainty of the quarterback situation. Mateer and Hawkins both have nice numbers as far as touchdown interceptions ratings, but what really jumps out to me is that Mateer's averaging 8.5 yards per pass. Hawkins Jr., the backup, who's thrown 27 passes, not many, is only averaging 6.2. Let's wait and see if we get more clarity on the quarterback situation. I like the under if the backup is still in there, and I do think the Texas defense will play better this week if that's the case.
Okay, Ralph, you had something to share.
Support your under. Texas was sacked 6 times last week against Florida. And oh yeah, by the way, Oklahoma has 19 sacks the last 3 weeks. Yes, 2 of the games were Temple and Kent State. But remember, this same defense had 10 sacks against Auburn. So if you want to see Arch Manning quake a little bit, wait till this D-line tees off on him.
Yeah, and I'm that Auburn game against Oklahoma. Auburn just could not get anything going. They could not run the ball whatsoever. Guys, I mentioned to get those questions in about any game you want to hear about. And the beauty, if you're watching live, not only do you get any game, not only can you ask about any game you want, but specifically you can ask about these weekday games, obviously, before, because there's, with Conference USA now has a bunch of games during the week. And there's some big games in the American as well. And Adam, one of our loyal listeners, he's asked about a few games here. Louisiana Tech tonight. Louisiana Tech, a team that is perfect 5-0 against the spread. Adam notes there's still some 5.5, 6s out there. The money has come in on Kennesaw State, the home dog in this game. Adam, I'll be honest, I was looking at the whole, I really wanted to bet Kennesaw this week, and this is why. Louisiana Tech, their last 2 wins have been completely fraudulent. They were outgained in both of them, and that's by Southern Miss and UTEP. Anyone who watched UTEP's offense last night knows if you're getting outgained by UTEP, that's not great. So I thought I was going to be fading Louisiana Tech in this spot. However, I can't. This number does seem too low. I'll be honest with you. On Kennesaw, I would need over 7 to bet them. So I pass. I don't know if you guys have any take on this game. The numbers kind of gotten away from it for me.
I'll say real quick, my 10,000 game simulation has Louisiana Tech by 13.5, but I still didn't use it, Brian, for the exact same reasons you just said. So I'm on board with you. I wanted to fade them, but it's about a touchdown too low, so it was a pass for me for that reason. 2 really bad offensive teams. I rate both defenses substantially better than the offenses, so I guess if you're looking at the total, under 46.5 would make some sense. It opened 45.5. 47, 48 are key numbers. So if we can get to 47 or more for some reason, I would start leaning under.
Another game here. We've got this is a very, very big game in terms of college playoff implications. Yes, in terms of college football playoff implications. I said it. South Florida against North Texas. North Texas is a team, and I was not alone on this. I bet them against Washington State a few weeks ago, and I joked afterwards that I unfortunately might have had my easiest winner of the college football season in September. I was watching that game. I said, why can't they all be like this, guys? They just kept intercepting Washington State. They win 59-10 North Texas. North Texas still unbeaten. I know they've got 2 overtime wins on the road against less than stellar competition, but this game is in Denton. South Florida's first ever trip out to Denton, Texas. South Florida, obviously, is a team that got a lot of attention with the upsets of Boise and Florida earlier in the year. Line has been bouncing back and forth. North Texas open as a favorite. South Florida was favored. Now North Texas is favored again. I'll be honest, I like the mean green. I don't know if any of you have any take on that one. Ralph.
I look at the stat profiles on these teams. USF has played the number 39 schedule. North Texas has played the 115 schedule. So they are 76 better on the strength of schedule are the Bulls. When you look at yards per play diff on the season, taking the yards per play on offense, subtracting the defense, USF is number 40 at plus 1.36 yards per play. North Texas is only 26, only 14 spots better, despite being over 70 spots worse as far as the stats go. And when I look at their year-to-date numbers, comparing what those teams do against the averages of their other opponents, on offense, North Texas is 26. On offense, USF is 24. On defense, North Texas is 105. USF is 83. I do like USF. There's a chance they end up on my card.
Okay. Wow. There we go. Difference of opinion there. I don't know, Steve, if you wanted to break the tie or if you just wanted to let Ralph and I just brawl.
I will. I'll use the total. I actually did a 3-game video, which just went up this morning for all 3 of the Friday games tomorrow. There are actually 3 really good national TV games tomorrow night. And South Florida is ranked 24th right now. North Texas is one of those unranked favorites. They're currently -1. Pick them. It's anywhere from pick them to -1.5, but we'll call them as a slight unranked favorite. By the way, they are getting additional votes. So if they win this game, they will probably be top 25 next week. But I like the over 66.5 in this game. North Texas had 500-plus yards in half their games last year. They routinely had games that got into the 70s. In fact, the last 2 seasons with the current head coach, this team their games totaled 68 points and 72 points the first 2 seasons under Eric Morris. South Florida's also played some high-scoring games in recent years. No pun intended, Brian. Let's not overthink this one. I think it'll be a shootout on Friday night.
Yeah, and Adam noted that the over-under here is higher than the Prez. I'll stop it.
By the way,
Prez is working hard. It's Thursday. I guarantee you that right there.
Yeah,
Yes,
Prez is coming down. He gets back up for the weekends. But Ralph talks about this all the time, as do I. Like, we always play the highest totals over. This is the second highest total of the week. The UAB game on Saturday, I think, is a 69, dude. So that's like the only one that's higher. So it's a big number for a reason.
Sexy devil.
All right, let's just explain that. You know, Vegas puts out a total where they're going to get equal money on both sides. There's people that just don't play totals in the 70s. So when you have a total that are in the high 60s, it likely should be in the 70s,
Correct.
But they don't need to put it in the 70s because they're getting equal money. Same thing on low totals. I did a video on Iowa and Wisconsin. It's 36. Some guys will never bet under low totals. But I said to my video, oh my God, is this that Iowa team of 2013 that averaged 15 points per game? And there was a total of 29 that year. So you think 36 is low? Let's think back 2 years about Iowa.
Yeah, I was a textbook example. I think it was 2 years ago. They were like 10-2 to the under. We were getting totals low 30s, high 20s. They were still going under. And Ralph, one of the best charts you've ever sent me was for a baseball video a couple years ago. I asked you to pull up the numbers under 6.5 or less. This is about 2 seasons ago. And Ralph pointed out that on the blind, 8 of the previous 9 years, if you played all under 6.5s or lower, you made money in Major League Baseball. So that's how powerful it can be at times to take a contrarian view with low and high totals.
Thank you, Corey, by the way, for those kind words. This is a great show. I do say I would agree with that. So, all right. One thing, too, about the total and the South Florida, North Texas. I don't know if you guys caught the end of South Florida's game last week against Charlotte. I could not believe that they were running up-tempo, hurry up to something tells me they knew the spread because they got that late touchdown to get the cash there late at the game. That was crazy. That was I was laughing. I mean, they were hiking the ball. There were still 30 seconds left on the play clock. They were hiking. It was unbelievable.
That's really something to pay attention to. I mean, we've all been around for a while. Remember in the 90s, Bill Snyder with Kansas State, when I was starting back in the mid to late 90s, he would put guys back in to score a late touchdown, and they would cover the 40-point spread, the 30-point spread. So it's something to keep an eye on. He's a third-year coach as well.
Yes. And so we've got a lot of questions coming. Let's go back to our rundown, guys. We've got a lot of questions, multiple questions. Jacob Hefner is here. He's got his eye on a couple home dogs. One of them is Missouri. Sean Burley, he is asking about Missouri and Bama as well. Quote, why does it seem everyone has written this game off as a W for Bama? I don't get the opening line at all. So let's talk Alabama, Missouri. Noon Eastern time. I talked about this game on the midweek edition of the Power 5. I think we would all agree it's not a great spot for the Crimson Tide. They, obviously got the backdoor cover last week against Vanderbilt. Talking about teams punching it in late. And Missouri's coming off a bye. But I asked the question, Steve Merrill. Who exactly has Missouri played? It's a real rogues gallery of opponents so far. The toughest team they beat was Kansas. They were losing in that game. Now, it was a deserved win when you open the box score. But Missouri is typically, I look at this spot, Missouri's a team, if you follow me, Missouri's a team that I would usually bet on in this spot. I'm not. You talked about power ratings, Steve. I'll tell you, my power ratings disagree with this line move. I have Alabama rated number 2 in the country. Missouri barely cracks my top 25.
Yeah, Brian, you and I have won consistently in college football for decades. I think we do things a lot the same way, and I'm with you on this one. I did a standalone video for this last night. Of course, it's going to be a part of my college football top 25 video, which I'm doing later today for this weekend. And I'm conflicted on this game. My 10,000 game simulation has Alabama by 5. So I do think the line's a little cheap now that it's down to that key number of 3. But I agree the situation looks better for Missouri here. You pointed out some of the reasons. First of all, they're coming off the bye week, a live home dog off a bye week. And Bama letdown spot after Vanderbilt. Well, it's possible. I mean, they had the big win at Georgia, and then they had the huge revenge game last week against Vandy. This is not a great spot. And, oh, by the way, they've got Tennessee on deck next week. I just don't know for sure, though, either, if Missouri is for real. If you look at what they've done, even when factoring in their weaker schedule, it's been pretty impressive this year statistically. They're holding teams to 14.5 points, 3.9 yards per play. Those teams have averaged 5.5 overall. Bama's averaging about 6.7, though, and a huge step up in pass class. Missouri's faced teams that average about 7.2. Bama's throwing for 9.2. Interesting thing about Alabama is they're getting almost 75% of their total yards through the air this year. They're a pass-based offense. Missouri's been extremely strong against the run and the pass, but they've faced a much weaker schedule. You know what I used in the video? I actually used the total here, and I'm not in love with this, but I used under 51.5, 52. 51's a very key number. Both defenses have been strong. Both offenses not quite as strong as the opposing defenses. I'd probably lean under, but this is a tough call for me for some of the reasons you mentioned as well.
Yeah, Ralph, so we kind of have some conflict here between situation and power ratings. Do the trends say anything on this game for you?
Brian, let me say 2 things. I have Alabama as my number 2 power rated team, and I make Alabama a 6-point favorite. I think the noon start helps Alabama. These kids like to get fired up and drunk, and these night games are much tougher in the SEC than they are day games. We'll talk about that with LSU coming up in a little bit as well. So I think that favors Bama. The scheduling spot, as you said, off at UMass and off a bye. That means Missouri had 3 weeks to work on this game. Alabama has had 6 days. They could not look past Georgia. They could not look past Vanderbilt. The prep time is amazing. But let me quantify for you guys. Missouri is the number 1 best statistical team in the country. They are plus 343 yards per game. That's not their offense. That's what their offense averages more than their defense allows, 343 yards. But everyone hold up if they know how many FBS teams there are this year. 136. Missouri's strength of schedule is number 150. Alabama is number 4. Why 150? I do like using Sagarin for the strength of schedules because it shows you that how many FCS teams have actually played a tougher schedule than Missouri. Because if you're last, you might be 200 last if you just use the FBS number. So I do want to reach out and say that. But while it's very impressive that Missouri is number 1 in yards per game diff, it's much more impressive that Alabama is number 18 in yards per game diff with the number 4 schedule. So to me, Alabama is actually, comparing the strength of schedule, the number 1 most dominant statistical team in college football, even with the Buckeyes having their number 1 defense. But there are 2 reasons why I am not playing this game, Brian, and you asked about the trends. Let me share them with you. When you have a conference home dog off a home game with at least 4 straight wins. So a conference dog, they have been playing well. Those teams are 27-6, 81% against the spread. And from game 4 on, if you have a favorite that has allowed 6.5 yards per carry or more, 18 wins and 60 losses, that is a 77% fade. And you might be thinking, what the hell am I talking about? There's no way Bama gave that up. Well, guess what? Against Georgia, they allowed 227 and 6.9 rushing. Against Vanderbilt, they allowed 7.1 yards rushing. And let's remember, against Florida State, they allowed 230 yards rushing. Oh, yeah, by the way, Missouri has the country's leading rusher in Ahmad Hardy, 730 yards per game, 7.1 yards per carry. Situation says Missouri. My power ratings say Alabama. Statistical profile up in the air because we're not sure. I lean Missouri, but cannot bet them until they prove they can handle this type of competition.
Yeah, Ralph, just a simple trend that kept me off the Bama side was this. As a road favorite, the last 20 times they've been a road favorite, they're only 7-13 against the number, and they fail. Obviously, those are some big numbers. They failed to cover by quite a bit. I think they're 2-5 ATS the last 7 times.
But if we look at how many are 3 or less, Brian, it changes the whole dynamic.
Exactly, that's true.
30 points at Vanderbilt. So
yeah, exactly. So yeah, this is a bit of a different, obviously a pretty cheap line there. So hopefully that helped you out, guys. I know that there is some conflict there. I think the three of us though are in agreement that this line, from a power ratings perspective, is a little short. Let's go back to the chat.
But you know what, Brian? Let me mention one more thing. That's what makes this show so good. We don't always try to give you best bets. We just break down the game in our opinions. It's you that has to make the determination, taking all that information to either play the game or pass. I know a lot of shows say, I agree, and you think, oh my God, it's a great play because all three agree. I mean, these are games that may not be on any of our cards. So if we don't have anything strong, we don't bullshit you and say, oh my God, this is a best bet. It's for you to determine. And again, that's what makes the Blitz the best college football show there is.
Absolutely. And we will all have best bets coming up, of course, at the end of the program here today. So stay tuned for that. I do want to return to the chat before we get our rundown. There is a game I really want to talk about. And let me tell you something, okay? You could put Dan Mullen's face right next to Bernie Madoff on the fraud list, because this UNLV team, what they continue to get away with week in, week out, and yeah, I'm a little salty because I had Wyoming last week, okay? I saw the snow falling, Steve, in Laramie. It was our first snow game of the year. I said, oh my God, these kids from that school in Las Vegas aren't going to be able to deal with that snow. Well, guess what? Wyoming had not just 1, but 2 punts blocked and returned for a touchdown. I would like to ask you two, you guys have seen a little bit maybe more football than I have through the years. Name the last time you've seen a team have 2 punt blocks returned for touchdown in the same game. I couldn't remember one. I'm sure it's happened, but I couldn't remember it. It was absurd.
And not when it's a single-digit point spread. It was like around 4.5. I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe if it's a 40-point spread, you just see everything happen. You see annihilation. 2 really bad defensive teams. That's the first thing that jumps out to me in this game. UNLV, by the way, playing Air Force for those that are joining us. And, of course, when you play Air Force, it's about stopping the run. And that's really all you have to do against the triple option. And we'll look at UNLV's stats on the season. They've been terrible against the run. They've actually been good against the pass. 6.6 against teams that average 6.8 against the run. 5.2 against teams that average just 4.5. And Air Force, as all these military academies do, they basically run for a ton of yards. Although, with that said, Air Force does throw the ball a little bit more than in years past and more than Army and Navy's throwing. Air Force runs about 49 times a game. They throw about 17. 246 rushing, 221 passing. I can't ever remember a service academy that's been that balanced as far as yardage. So I think if UNLV struggles to stop the run, which they will, could open up some big plays passing-wise. And by the way, Air Force, 5-0 to the over this season. And part of that reason is because they do have a little bit more of a passing attack. I would like the up and over in this one. Check the odds logic screen. The total is currently around 64.5, 65, one of the bigger totals on the board, and UNLV a 7-point favorite. I would lean Air Force +7.
Yeah, I would. Look, I want to take the points, obviously very bad, because look, it's not just UNLV with the block punts last week in Laramie. They were outgained by Idaho State, an FCS team. The Miami game, they were losing in the fourth quarter. Then literally every single player in Miami started getting hurt. It was unbelievable. I didn't think they were going to finish with 22 guys in that game, and UNLV still barely won. I really want to get to the window with the Air Force, but Steve brought up some good points, and the reason why I'm probably not going to get to the window with Air Force this week, I'm thinking about it, I'll be honest with you, is the defense. It's awful. They can't stop a nosebleed. I mean, so UNLV is going to put up points. Yeah, this does, Ralph, we just talked about it with that South Florida, North Texas game, betting to high totals to go over. This is another high total.
about service academies, but Steve talked how these are not your father's service academies. Against Navy, they threw 20 times, they ran the ball 40 times, 40 times. So I am to the window with Air Force. I do not trust UNLV. You look at Air Force's rush, yes, they're passing more, but they're still averaging 5.0 yards per carry. When I look at UNLV, this is a team on defense that they haven't given up massive rush yards, but they're giving up massive yards overall, and they're allowing 5.2 yards per carry. They've had no sacks the last 2 games. You have a pass rush that statistically are good, but you look at the offenses of Idaho State, Sam Houston, Miami of Ohio, and Wyoming, and they're horrible. I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, guys. Remember, teams playing in the altitude of Wyoming, it's over 7,000 feet. They're only a 23% ATS play the next week if they don't have a bye week. So coming off a road trip to Miami, back to Wyoming, now having the pressure of Air Force as a home favorite. Oh yeah, by the way, you may have the Mountain West title game on deck with Boise State, where you have to travel to Boise next week. I do like Air Force.
All right, we've got some people. Hold on 1 second. That was the wrong one. UNLV. Some people think that they look. I guess they are the Mountain West's only chance at a playoff spot. I don't think they get there though. I think UNLV is going to slip up. I think the American gets the playoff spot. All right, we're kind of at the middle of the show here, guys, and guess what? We have an incredible special offer to tell you about here for the weekend. Good for all of us. And Ross Benjamin as well. Ross, get well soon. We think Ross could be returning to the program next week. We, of course, thank Steve for sitting in here with Ralph and I. But there is a coupon that we are going to talk to you about right now. The coupon code is 25BLITZ. That is 25BLITZ. And that coupon code, what does it do? It'll get you 25% off our college football season, any one of our college football season packages, any one of our NFL season packages, or the college football NFL combo season package. This deal is good through Sunday night. You can save over $120 on any of our college football season packages. Get that for $381. That's 14 full weeks of college football for only $27 per week. With the combo package, you can save over $180, just under $33 per week for every football play, college and the NFL. Steve, what do you got going on this weekend? It's a busy weekend, obviously, not just college football, not just NFL, but the Major League Baseball playoffs as well.
Yeah, it's a great special code if you want football. There's also some great all sports packages. We got the baseball playoffs going. We're 75% this postseason. NBA starts in less than 2 weeks. In less than 2 weeks, the NBA season starts. College basketball right after that. So if you want a football special, use that 25 Blitz. If you want an all sport all access, there's no promo code needed. We have a 7-day sampler right now for $77. Also a buy 3 months, get the 4th month for free, or the best deal right now, the rest of 2025, the next 2.5 months for free when you buy 2026. All those details on my page, along with daily free plays, including an advanced NFL play for this Sunday right now on my page, Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, and get there quicker with that cute shortcut you see on the screen there, wt.buzz/SM. Look at the that's not Arial or Times Newman. That's sassy.
Yeah,
that's a sassy font.
Incredible production team here on the Blitz. We spared no
Alexander getting sassy with the fonts.
I mean, this guy's unbelievable. The things he can do. Ralph, talk to me what you've got going on this weekend.
A great promo, Brian. You were very professional explaining that. Thank you. I want to say first, I had a crappy college football week, guys. It's going to happen. I lost a 5% on Friday. I went 1-3 on Saturday. But I remind people of the old Patriots days with Belichick and Brady. When you have a quality service coming off a loss, you usually want to jump on them the next week. It's always, Steve says don't catch a falling knife. But again, if it's only one losing week, I feel that is a great time to jump on. College football, still 27-14, 66%, including last week. NFL and college football plays 4% and 5%, 37-16, 70%. I will have an NFL 5%. Those are 6-1, 86%. And NFL teasers rated 4% and 5%, 16-3, 84%. 25 blitz, save that. Or remember, if you just want to try us out for the weekend warrior is still in effect. My 5% on Sunday, $35. The weekend warrior, just $14 more for all of Saturday college football and all of Sunday NFL, plus any bonus Monday night NFL plays.
Yeah. And I will note that my college football card, currently 5 plays for Saturday, is posted at wt.buzz/BP. Over the last week, guys, we have cashed not 1, but 2 5% plays. Told you last week, it was my biggest college football play of the season. On Saturday, we cashed it with Cincinnati money line against Iowa State, of course, because Scott Satterfield. I was so kind to you, Dan, and that's the thanks I get. Unbelievable.
It's even sassier
anyway,
now. Even
yeah,
sassier.
well, you know what? Dan? I'm going to bring up the fact that I had Cincinnati over Iowa State again now. But, look, because it was Scott Satterfield coaching Cincinnati, of course it couldn't be easy. They're up 31-7. Thank you very much. They're up 31-7 in the first half, and I have to hold on for dear life. And speaking of holding on for dear life, last night, thank you for everyone who joined me for Cub. I know this is a college football program. We did have a 5% on the Cubs in the Major League Baseball playoffs. And to say that I was watching the last 6 innings of that game with my head down would be putting it mildly. I made peace with the fact very early, Ralph and Steve, the Cubs were not going to score again after the first inning. And thankfully, 4 runs was enough. I said Quinn Priester would stink, and he stunk. But guess what? They took him out after 2 outs, so we didn't get any more of them. But still, 2 5% wins the last week. WT.buzz/BP. And Jeffrey, Jay Buff, I hope you're not referring to my shirt here. That's one of my better shirts, quite frankly. Jay Buff, I'm going to push your question to the back of the line right now in the chat room after that.
No soup for you.
Yeah, no soup for you.
Steve, sexy devil.
You would expect Brian. He's got. I'm going to bet his best bet is the Minnesota Timberwolves are going to come out with an axe over his shoulder.
I did, Ralph. I was thinking that before the show started. I was being nice. I didn't make the Brawny Towels reference or the lumberjack references, but it did cross my mind. I was trying not to pick on Brian, but so hard not to.
The door's been open.
60-minute show.
I think you guys know well enough. Never thrown an axe around. Actually, that's a lie. I actually did go axe throwing.
I did axe throwing once also. It's harder than it looks. It's harder to make it stick than it looks.
I was in Detroit with
especially when you've been drinking. I cannot believe that that's allowed. I can't believe that. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm clearly been drinking for an hour. You're gonna let me throw this axe? What are
First
you
thing
people
that crossed
doing?
my mind was the insurance policy has to be pricey for this establishment when I was in there.
I went to Detroit and went out with the WagerTalk crew last year to axe throwing. Yes, I was drinking, and I think I had 1 axe stick. I mean,
it's hard.
Tougher than you think, my ass. It is difficult. So those people that you watch on those shows that go like this and hit it every time, there's some skill involved there.
Yes. All right. Enough about axe throwing. Enough about the Chicago Cubs. Enough about my shirt, quite frankly. Let's get back to the chat. Oh, Steve. All right, Colorado or Iowa? I believe that's Iowa State. He's asked because Colorado is hosting Iowa State. Coach Prime, I just mentioned that he will, I believe, is planning on returning to the sidelines. I talked about my 5% was fading Iowa State last week. I had been pretty critical of the Cyclones on this program the last couple weeks. There you go. I'll tell you what, that guy probably can bench more than I can, I'll be honest with you.
The Blitz, sponsored by Brawny Towels, super absorbent.
By Brawny Towels,
just like Brian Power, super absorbent.
Unbelievable. I am absorbent. Thank you, Steve.
You are. You absorb knowledge.
Yes. It would be Colorado or pass for me in this game. I continue to believe Iowa State is woefully overrated. Again, they were down 31-7 in the first half to Cincinnati. Granted, Colorado does not have anywhere near the offensive capabilities of the Bearcats. But still, in Boulder, it would be Colorado or pass for me on this game.
I really don't have much except this. I mean, it's much different than last year. Because if you were looking last year, having to play at Cincinnati, a very physical team, and then going to the up-tempo Buffaloes in altitude, it would be one of the worst scheduling spots. But with no offense this year, and Slater and Stahl both playing poorly, they are like one of the slowest paced teams. I mean, rarely do you see a team be a top 10 team in pace. You have the same coach, and the next year you're a bottom 20 team in pace. So I just point out that that system that I used to look to fade teams playing a second straight road game in Colorado. That not the situation this year.
All right, Jay Buff, you've waited long enough despite you insulting my shirt there. You did have some question asking about 3 games here.
That's getting greedy, isn't it?
It is. Hey, get them all in it. Well, if you want, get them all in at once. See what happens. You know what? We can all take our pick, though. That's great. He likes ECU, Purdue, and USC. Any opinions on any of these? ECU, that is tonight. I'll grab that one. I think they're.
Okay.
I think.
What's the other game, Brian?
Purdue and USC.
I'm going to use a
wait.
free play on USC, Ralph. So I'll throw that one to you, and I can do Purdue if you want.
Let's just wait. I'll do Purdue, and you just hold off because it's the best bet at the end.
I like that.
All right. Okay.
I'll tell you that I think USC is getting too many points against Tulane. I make that. I think that's a pretty close game. The American, a very interesting league. There's a clear top 6 and a clear bottom 8. ECU and Tulane are both in the top 6. I think it's too many points for the Pirates tonight. I know they've played a weaker schedule than Tulane. Tulane's a hard place to win at, but still, I would take the 6.5.
Yeah, Brian, I will say I made a Tulane 5 in my simulation. So it's 6.5. Maybe wait to get that key number of 7. And by the way, real quick, Ralph sent over to some of us privately today the NFL chart margins of victory. Very interesting to me that over the last 3 years, there's been just as many 6-point margin wins as 7-point wins in the NFL. Exactly the same the last 4 years. So,
and you know what that is, Steve? All the new analytics with the young coaches, when they're down 14, they're going for 2 right away. So they're getting it to 8 or 6. And that's changed the dynamics completely over the last few seasons.
Yeah, because it made me think today, Ralph, whenever you see a 6.5 like this, you used to always say, grab it now. You don't want to risk it going to 7, even like Tulane. But nowadays, it's almost like wait and try to get that 6 because it's a double bonus. Whereas if with East Carolina, you don't want to risk it going down to 6 now. But yeah, Ralph, I thought that was very interesting this morning when I was looking at that chart that 6 and 7s are equal now, because when we were growing up, it was always 3 and 7 and then maybe 6 afterwards.
And with the missed extra point, 5 all of a sudden is as relative as 2s,
right.
Since 2015. Well, you know what? We should have had Brian do the Minnesota Golden Gophers with the
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. That's where Paul Bunyan's from. Yes.
No
we
wonder
want to
you
tackle
jumped
that
and wanted to do
Yes,
ECU.
trophy.
You didn't want us to tell any more jokes on that.
Yes, there we go.
I'll tell you what. I do like Purdue. First off, Minnesota's offense. Minnesota's offense against
35
Ohio
feet
State,
more.
You can't quantify. Okay, yes, they scored 3 points and they gained 161 yards, but it is Ohio State. But again, when they played Rutgers at home, 31 points, 20 first downs. At California, 19 first downs. They have not been able to substantiate any long drives. Now, Purdue's defense has been poor, allowing 500 each of the last 2 weeks. But again, it was against Notre Dame and Illinois. But I have watched enough of the Purdue offense that I do like this team. They're averaging 401 yards per game. They're completing 62%, which isn't great, but when you're talking Purdue, those numbers are like some of those previous Purdues where they had some great wide receivers. The rushing game has improved. It got very good against Illinois, 6.0 yards per carry. Struggled against Notre Dame, but again, that's a different story. I do think Purdue can keep this close and perhaps even pull the outright upset.
Okay, there you have it. That's a good-looking lumberjack, by the way, you saw on the screen. And stay tuned, Jay Buff, for a free pick on USC Michigan. That will be Steve's best bet coming up at the end of the show. Now, guys, normally I would not bring up Kent State versus UMass, but we have had multiple questions on the chat. If I tried putting this in the show rundown, I don't know what would smack me harder, the YouTube algorithm or Kelly Stewart. But again, we have 2 questions about it. And this is why I like this show, because we get questions on games like Kent State and UMass. These are the bottom 2 ranked teams in my power ratings at FBS, the 2 worst teams in the entire FBS. It's homecoming weekend. We've learned at Kent State. I partied at Kent State University. It's no Ohio University, but it's a fun place. I'm going to tell you what, a guy who looks at the glass as being half empty would tell you who in the hell would lay points with Kent State. But a guy who looks at the glass half full, Steve Merrill would say, I only have to lay 2.5 points against UMass. Give me the Golden Flashes in this game. This will, at the very least, this will make the Power Weekend edition of the Power 5. A good friend of mine, also his name is Brian, a Kent State alum. He has Kent State over 1.5 wins this season. I am rooting for you, buddy, because you need this one. Because other than Akron, it's either this or that to get 2 wins on the season. I don't know if either of you guys have.
This is a critical game for that 1.5 season win ticket, to say the least. It's also a critical line, 2.5 threes. Mostly 3s out there, but there are some 2.5 still. If you like Kent State, you grab the 2.5. You don't play around with 2.5, 3. That no matter 6s and 7s maybe are more equal now. 3 still king in all college and pro football. If you like UMass, you wait and get 3. There are some available. I favor Kent State by over 5 points in this game with my 7,000 game simulation. My computer refused to run 10,000 simulations on this game. It's so bad. And by the way, what do we have? 136 teams in college football. I rate these two 132 and 134 on offense, 135 and 136 on defense right now with my my ratings. So this is about as ugly as it gets. On a most serious note, William & Mary, of course, still FCS. UMass used to be in the conference back in the days. They won a national title 20-some years ago. I'm hearing talk now that they might drop back down to FCS. That's how bad things are getting for the UMass football program. And another team I'd be very careful with this season for that reason.
And we were going to welcome them with open arms into the MAC, Ralph.
Like I said, they're dropping the FC. That's too easy.
This could be the biggest statistical difference in almost every game this season. Massachusetts is minus 208 yards per game. That is number 135. Kent State is minus 245 yards per game. That is 136. So not only are they last, the bottom two in the FBS, but listen to this. Kent State has played the 5th toughest schedule. Massachusetts has played the 79th schedule. Massive edge for me. Those stats being equal with a 74% strength of schedule difference tells you Kent State should probably be a touchdown plus favorite. Oh, yeah, by the way, these teams are also 129 and 131 in plays per game. They're almost the two slowest paced teams. So you have to think under as well, because each is just going to try to run the ball, not make mistakes, and he got to win.
Mr. Ho, if that is your real name. My free play at the end of the show will be on BYU versus Arizona, so stay tuned for that. But we got a rundown we got to get to, guys. We have some. We're going to go from one end of the spectrum, Kent State and UMass, to the other. Let's talk Indiana and Oregon. This is a game that I talked about on the midweek edition of the Power 5. I said Alabama, Missouri. I do not agree with that line move. This line move, guys, I do agree with. I know Indiana struggled to step up in class last year against both Ohio State and Notre Dame, but that was last year. This Cignetti has this team ready, and Oregon, we all thought, what a great win that was, going into Happy Valley and beating Penn State. Well, that win doesn't look any good now, does it, after Penn State fell flat on their face and lost to UCLA. Not saying Indiana's live to win the game. I think it's too many points, guys. I would back the Hoosiers getting 7.5. Steve, let me go to you for your thoughts.
Yeah, this opened 9.5. It's down to 7.5, even 7 now at some other spots. Right in the middle is my simulation. I've got Oregon by 8.5, so it's pretty much spot on. I rate these as 2 top 10 offenses and surprisingly 2 top 10 defenses. And the one thing that did jump out to me in that Penn State game was how slow of a start it was, 3-3 in that game, and then a little bit of offense in the second half. I think Penn State, a little bit of a paper line, no pun intended. Franklin obviously is. So do we really read too much into that win? By the way, Oregon, I forget if it's the coaches poll or the AP poll. They're getting like one first place vote in one of them. Texas A&M's getting one as well. I don't quite understand that. One thing that's really interesting about the two polls, I think it's either 62 or 66 votes in both polls. Ohio State's getting the majority of the votes, but in one of them, Miami of Florida's getting over 20 first-place votes. They're only getting like 3 in the other one. I thought that was strange as well. It's Ohio State or pass for me right now. The look-ahead line this summer, I believe, was 14 in this game. So it is a little bit of a discount. The one thing that jumps out to me, though, and I did a video this week for the Illinois game, and I talked about how bad Illinois lost to Indiana a couple weeks ago. 7-point home favorite. Indiana wins 63-10, and there was nothing misleading about that. There was only one turnover in the game. Indiana had over 570 total yards of offense. I've often said when you have 2 top 10 offenses, 2 top 10 defenses, I usually feel like the offenses nowadays, everyone always used to say defense beats good offenses back in the 90s and the 2000s. I don't think that's necessarily the case anymore. I really kind of start siding towards the good offenses, even when they're playing good defensive units. And this total is very modest at 55. I'd probably sprinkle a little of the over here. I think the side's pretty much where it should be. But wouldn't be surprised to see some offense here. This Indiana offense is explosive. What they did to Illinois was really eye-opening for me a couple weeks ago.
Okay. Ralph, your turn here on Oregon, Indiana, certainly one of the marquee games on Saturday.
Well, again, I like looking at yards per game diff on the season. Indiana 4, Oregon 5. And the strength of schedule isn't huge. Oregon 59, Indiana 72. So pretty close. So 13 spots away. Indiana actually won better in yards per game. I actually do agree. I am not getting to the window in this. And I do have a trend I want to share with you, which does lean Oregon, but my opinion is actually going to be Indiana. When you have two top 10 teams with the line between the nines, the home team is 25, 11, and 4 against the spread. That's 69%. So what, are nines relatives? Well, sevens maybe more closely, but it's telling you you're basically competitively priced. No double-digit favorites. So home teams with two top 10 teams, 69% against the spread, and 63% over-under, Steve, to lean with your under. It's taken me a while to drink the Cignetti Kool-Aid, and yes, I faded him last year, in the playoffs when they went to Notre Dame, and when they went to Ohio State, but just another year removed for what he did in his first season and now with second season. He's building in this culture where I think they can keep this game very close.
Okay, there we go. I would concur with that. Steve, let's stay in the Big Ten here. Number 1, Ohio State taking on Illinois. Steve referenced this game. Very interesting, Steve. I know Ralph obviously follows Ohio State very closely. I'm going to throw it to you, though. First, Mr. Merrill, the Buckeyes, number 1 in the country in yards per play margin. We've been talking a lot about yards per play margin here on the show today. Ohio State's defense, number 1 in the country, allowing just 5 points per game. You're going to do well when you're giving up only 5 points per game. And quarterback Julian Sain, well, he's completing over 80% of his passes. That, too, is number 1 in the country. And yet, there's a lot of talk. Is this team as good as we thought? Obviously, Penn State and Texas are not anywhere near as good as we thought. We're wondering, is Alabama going to get up top? Not a lot of people talking about the Buckeyes, the reigning national champions here. They are laying just north of 2 touchdowns against Illinois, an Illinois team that you referenced earlier, got run off the field at Indiana. That was at Indiana, though. This game is in Champaign-Urbana. Do we think maybe Illinois can keep this one close at home?
Always got to be careful using the transitive property because you always get the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. But this is an early game at noon Eastern. If Illinois wins this game somehow as a 2-touchdown dog and looks good doing it, then do we really start to load up on Indiana at 3:30 Eastern, getting a touchdown at Oregon? Because as I said earlier, Illinois got smacked by Indiana a couple weeks ago, and I just can't overlook that. I don't feel like they're ready for primetime players. Interesting point you bring up, though, about Ohio State's 2 big wins not looking, as tough, where they haven't played Penn State yet. But once again, the Texas win not looking as tough now. That was the first game for Sain. 2 really good defenses. By the way, I do rate Ohio State as the number 1 defense in the country right now. I rate their offense 8th. So they're actually a better defensive team than offensively. My simulation has them by 2 touchdowns, 13.8. So I think the line is spot on where it should be. But at 14 or less, if you're going to play it, I would rather lay it with Ohio State. You mentioned Julian Sain. He has only had 1 road game. They've played 4 home games and 1 road game. Now, that Washington game was an impressive win 2 weeks ago, 24-6. And the defense has been extremely strong all season long. They've held every opponent to single digits. And that's really incredible when you think about it, to hold everybody to 9 points or less. They'll be tested more here against Illinois. Total has taken some money to the under, open 51. It's down to 49.5, 50 below that key number now. If I'm going to play it, I'm laying it at 14 or less only, but I think the line's pretty much spot on where it should be.
Okay. Ralph, what do you think? I know you follow the Buckeyes very closely.
Well, I will share one trend before I break it down. And for Ohio State, when teams are a double-digit conference home dog off a conference win, they are 49-58, 37%. That's a negative. But teams with 5 wins and no losses, with an average win of 21 points or more, when their offense is averaging under 50 points per game, and their opponent has a 70% win percentage, only 14-58. That is 19% against the spread. So one situation on each. Listen, I've watched the Buckeyes, and we're just going to continue to hear they have not given up a red zone touchdown yet this year. They've given up 2 Chief touchdowns. You look at their halftime scores, 7-0, 35-0 against Grambling, Ohio 13-3, Washington 7-3, Minnesota 21-3. I look at Illinois, and I think they're a defense that can keep the game close. They're not a defense I trust for the entire game. So I'm going to do something funky here. You know, you can look at, if you guys haven't checked out the Gold Sheet, make sure you did. Now that we're 5 or 6 games into the season, the Gold Sheet has first quarter and first half ATS and over-under logs for every team, including full game. How about if I pull out a under 7.5 first quarter for Illinois, Ohio State this week?
Okay.
I just think Ohio State they don't put Julian Staley back to
I
pass
agree.
often early, and
On
they're
the
gonna
road,
run
second
the ball,
start
they're
ever,
gonna run
right,
the
Ralph?
ball.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to ask him to do something big in a hostile environment, because that's my concern with Ohio State side in general. It's only his second road start ever for a young quarterback.
Yeah, and at Washington, he didn't do anything to late. Remember, they had
Yeah.
to pull the back later. They scored. They were 7-3 at half. They only had 138 first half yards. And this Illinois defense, again, while not superior, I mean, they still are an upper half defense that have held at least 2 teams to a season low.
Ralph, when I do my top 25 video this afternoon, I'm giving you a shout out on that for this game. I like that, and it's something I use a lot in the Super Bowl. Of course, the Patriots were the money team with that, but teams don't want to make the first mistake early in a big game. And as I referenced earlier, that Penn State-Oregon game was 3-3 late into the first half.
Especially with especially with freshman quarterbacks on the road.
Right.
Yeah, no question.
All right. We got one more game in the rundown, and then we're going to get to our best bets. Stay tuned for those best bets, but we're going to just real quick hit on LSU, South Carolina. This is actually a game I don't have a very strong opinion on myself. South Carolina is a team that remember when they were rated number 11 in the country, and I said, that is dumb. And sure enough, it was dumb. They are not going to be back in the top 25 again. But I'm not racing to the window to lay points with LSU, Steve. This is a team who we thought they were as high as number 4 in the country. Talking about wins not aging well. They beat Clemson in the opener. Everyone thought, oh my God, what a win that well. That everyone beats Clemson now. And then they needed 5 DJ Lagway interceptions to beat Florida. Maybe that win looks, after Florida beats Texas, that looks a little bit better. But I don't know. These are 2 teams I'm not looking to bet, right? I'm going to be real honest, guys. I'm throwing my hands up in the air. I don't want to play this game. So I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say.
Well, I'll real quick on this one for me is that it reminds me a little bit of Florida. Last week, everyone, nothing to do with Florida, drastically underachieved. They were a top 15 team, and then all of a sudden they beat Texas outright. You reference how far South Carolina has fallen this year, Brian. So you get a little bit of that sneaky feeling in this game as well. With that said, though, my 10,000 game simulation has LSU by 17 in this one, which is double the point spread. So I still think 9.5 or less, 8.5, the current line. There is some value with LSU.
Ralph?
Well, I look at this LSU offense. 365 yards at home against La Tech. 316 yards at home against Florida. 254 yards against Mississippi. Yeah, they had a stat pattern against Southeast Louisiana where they had 56 points and 530, making their season-to-date stats add up. There's no way I can bet LSU with that offense in this line. This isn't your father's offense. In fact, they're 92 in offense relative to their opponents' averages. Last week we did talk about, and I did say this, though, I make LSU Death Valley at night and Penn State Whiteout the 2 highest home field edges. LSU in home day games, they've only had 7 the last couple of years. They've gone 4-3 against the spread. At night at home, they're 16-9-1, 64% against the spread. But if you exclude games as a favorite of 33 or more against FCS teams and weak opponents, it actually goes to 13-3, 81%. But this one surprised me. At home at night off a loss, they're only 3-6-1 against the spread, excluding a couple games as a 40-point favorite. So you would think if you have this strong home court and you're coming off a loss, home field, and you're coming off a loss, it would be a better record. It hasn't. I'm going to just play under. I am not actually going to play under. I'm just going to give a suggestion on under. South Carolina, as slow as it gets. They're number 133 in plays per game. They're averaging only 57.6 plays per game. And if I like this kind of under against this kind of team and this kind of line in a nighttime setting, I would clearly lean first half under much more than full game, because we don't know what Lenore Sellers is going to do. He got banged up a couple games. He's only had 4 touchdown passes. So for him to be on the road is a little shaky for me. Full game, first half under for me.
All right. And this is a 7:45 Eastern kickoff down in Baton Rouge. So that gives Brian Kelly plenty of time to practice that phony Cajun accent he likes to use sometimes for recruiting. All right, the show has now reached the point where we're going to go over some best bets. If we have some time, we're going to try to nail some of the rest of the games we haven't talked to in the comment section, but we do have best bets to get to. I did see a kind remark there that I would like to acknowledge real quick here. There it is. Brian made me some money last week. Thank you, Swizz. I appreciate that. Hopefully this play can make you all some money. It is my best bet here for the show. We're going to take a look at Arizona and BYU. I like Arizona plus 1.5. Sure, BYU is ranked and undefeated, but who have they played? Portland State, Stanford, East Carolina, Colorado, and West Virginia. Clients of mine will recall we faded the Cougars 2 weeks ago at Colorado. That ended up being a winning bet, even though BYU did come back and win the game straight up, but only by 3 as a touchdown favorite. Colorado got a nice early lead. That was a wire-to-wire cover. This is going to be BYU's third road game in 4 weeks. Always a tough spot. On top of that, they've got the Holy War against Utah on deck. You know the players, they're going to say they're not looking ahead to it. Some of them are. So I think it's a good time to call for the Cougars to suffer their first loss. I know 2 weeks ago we lost with this Arizona team at Iowa State. But the Wildcats at home, 4-0 straight up and against the number. This game is being played in Tucson. If you caught the blitz last week, I said Arizona would wax Oklahoma State. They did. 41-13 is a 3-touchdown favorite. Yes, everyone is jumping off the Oklahoma State ship in the wake of Mike Gundy's firing. But still, when you take care of business as a 3-touchdown favorite, it is worth noting. And talk about taking care of business. As a home underdog, guys, last 5 times Arizona's been a home dog, 4-1 against the number. And we got to talk about their defense. They have held 3 of their 4 FBS opponents to season lows in total yardage. Not only that, but the secondary, 7 interceptions, 0 touchdown passes allowed. Give me Arizona plus 1.5 is my best bet for all my top plays this weekend. Go over to wt.buzz/BP. Currently have 5 plays posted for Saturday. Steve, you're up next.
Yeah, I got to talk about a game which is one of the better games this weekend, I think, and also it's going to be a little bit of a bonus game in my top 25 video because it's one team that's just a bit outside of the rankings. What I do, by the way, in my top 25 video this week is I look at 7 games. There are 3 head-to-head top 25 matchups, and then I always dig deeper and give you some of those bonus games. There's actually 4 more games in the top 40, and this is one of them. USC, Michigan. Michigan ranked 15th, yet they're a dog in this game. It always catches my eye when we get an unranked favorite in college football. And if USC wins this game, as I think they will, they'll be ranked next week. They're currently 6th in the additional votes, which puts them in at 31st. And they're a 2.5-point favorite. I really like this line right now because my 10,000 game simulation favors USC by 6 points on average. So at minus 2.5 or less, we're getting that key number of 3 working in our favor. Yes, Michigan's played a tougher schedule, but USC right now still ranks as the number 1 offensive team in the country in my ratings. They're averaging 59 points at home this year, like 48.5 overall in all games. Live offense, I just don't know if Michigan can keep up in this one. Lay it if you're going to play it with USC and take that nice number now. Don't wait for it possibly to hit 3. Take the minus 2.5 with the Trojans, as this is a late game, Saturday night, 7:30 Eastern on NBC National TV. And don't forget, right now on my page, SteveMerrillWagerTalk.com, I have a bonus-free NFL play for this Sunday. It's free, don't cost nothing. And if you want my personal best bets, 7 days for $77. Buy 3 months, get the 4th month free, or the best deal, if you're ready to take a serious, consistent investment approach, is get the rest of 2025 for free, the next 2.5 months free when you sign up for 2026. Full details, no promo codes needed, SteveMerrillWagerTalk.com, and get there quicker with shortcut wt.buzz/SM.
All right, there you have it. Likes USC minus 2.5 against Michigan. Ralph, you're rounding us out today. Please, it is your time for your best bet and to let us know what we got going on. You got going on at your page as well this week.
Remember, guys, the exclusive 25 Blitz code valid only for Steve, Brian, myself, or Ross Benjamin, who will be back next week, and he'll be doing many more videos as well. So glad you're getting better, Ross, and we're looking forward to having you back. Weekend Warrior, $49. I will have a 5% play in the NFL. I am going to Old Dominion, Brian, and while I know it's very popular to say the AAC is going to get the extra playoff, Old Dominion to me is a legitimate shot to get to the playoff. Their one loss is to Indiana on the road, and they lost by 13 in a season opener. I think that can go away if they do run the table. They have Marshall this week and then James Madison next week in App State, and then they'll be a favorite the rest of the way. But this Old Dominion team is dominating on offense and on defense. They've played a tougher schedule than Marshall by 26 spots. Yards per play, they're number 3 in the country, yards per play diff. Marshall, 103. 100 spots better with playing a tougher schedule. You look at Marshall, they were in a 54-51 bar burner. Their D-line got 8 up, 46 carries for 264 yards. They had 28 pass plays, so they were on the field for 74 plays, allowing 29 first downs. There's 136 teams in FBS. Their defense is number 131, allowing their opponents 106 yards per game more than they average on the season. Old Dominion's offense, number 5. Their defense, number 38. They're averaging 258 yards per game and 6.1 yards per carry rushing. When you have a defense that is solid, allowing 3.9 yards per carry, an offense that can run for 6.9 yards per carry, and when you look at Colton Joseph's numbers and you say 65% pretty good, a 12-4 ratio pretty good, you've got to remember this. He had a horrible game against Indiana in the opener. He threw 3 interceptions and no touchdowns. So while he's got a 12-4 ratio, he has a 12-1 ratio versus non-top 10 AP teams. Old Dominion runs this game and perhaps runs the table.
Ralph Michael saying, don't forget about ODU, the Monarchs. We have Adam is an ODU graduate, as a matter of fact. Says, too bad can't bet it here legally. Here, there's your, let me get that off the screen here real quick so you can take a look at our best bets. Steve likes USC minus 2.5 against Michigan. Ralph, as you just heard, likes ODU minus 14.5 against Marshall. Brian Power, like Arizona plus 1.5 against BYU. You want to bundle them all together? Final price plus 602. That would do it. Nice. All right. Yes. But Steve, I know that's down in your neck of the woods there. You, of course, a graduate of a fellow colonial school there, William and Mary. Awesome tailgate, I'm being told here by Adam at Old Dominion.
Yeah, the Old Dominion James Madison game is going to be the biggest game in the conference this year. 2 former FCS teams in the Colonial, which should make things a lot easier for William and Mary to win nowadays. But unfortunately, they've been very mediocre this season. But yeah, it's good to see the local teams doing well. And we talked about Indiana. Don't forget, Cignetti came from James Madison 2 years ago. We had a monster season as well when they went 1A. So
he really didn't come from James Madison, Steve. He just brought the entire James Madison team.
Yeah,
with him.
that is very true. And they make the playoffs with it in this first season last year. So yeah, I know Ralph uses it. I know you do, Brian. Don't underestimate coaches when you're handicapping college football and college basketball. It's a very important element.
Absolutely. We did talk about Colorado, Iowa State earlier. If you want to go back, check the replay, you could hear our thoughts on that. We are out of time. I did see there was a question about Arizona State and Utah. That is another matchup of an unranked team favored over against top 25 opponent. I'll say this to whoever asked the question. Utah is if you want to do this, I think Utah is a good money line parlay piece this week. If you could pair it with another similarly priced favorite, I think Utah is going to win that game. I don't see Kyle Whittingham losing 2 big games in the same season at Rice Eccles. So that is my take on Utah, Arizona State. That will do it for this week's edition of The Blitz. Thank you to Ralph. Thank you to Steve for all the incredible information they shared. Do not forget about coupon code 25BLITZ to save on any college football or NFL or combo season-long package. There you see that coupon code right there on your screen. We will be back next week, of course, live 1 p.m. Eastern. Until then, let's cash some tickets.
Sexy devil. Wow.